the game of the true apocalypse. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 226 Sanctuary Theory. Having discerned Caesar's secret, Lin Mingyuan sought to understand how to harness the power of time to travel back in time and reverse the future. He consulted Zuqiyu, a specialist, but she explained that her understanding of time was superficial, with only a limited mastery of the rewind ability, far from profound. However, Zuqiyu offered Lin Mingyuan a clear path. The only hidden class, the Skywalker, was a master of manipulating time and space. Only the Skywalker could fully decipher Caesar's secrets and gain a deeper understanding of how to harness the power of time to aid and contain the enemy. Ultimately, the speedster was merely an agility class with a limited understanding of time, not a particularly specialized field. However, among the countless classes worldwide, those involving time are few and far between, and most are hidden. Skywalker, Lin Mingyuan sighed, recalling the limitations Skywalker had placed on him during the Northern Decisive Battle. He fully grasped the Skywalker's strength, but it was a pity that he couldn't use Skywalker, having long since been manipulated into a puppet by Richard, the evil-hearted puppeteer. Caesar is shrouded in countless mysteries. From which point in the future did he return to the past? 3 years after the catastrophe, 5 years, 10 years, or even longer? What was his purpose in returning to the past? No one has been able to solve the mystery. Only professionals with a profound understanding of time can unravel even the slightest clue. However, no matter how many mysteries surround Caesar, they have little impact on Lin Mingyuan. As long as the future progresses smoothly, Lin Mingyuan will not be afraid of Caesar, and there is no need to take him too seriously. Thankful for Zuqiyu's willingness to share her secret, Lin Mingyuan also promised not to reveal their conversation and to forget what happened tonight after a good night's sleep. True to his word, Lin Mingyuan woke up the next day and had buried the incident deep in his memory, not recalling it unless necessary. Lin Mingyuan couldn't possibly know Caesar's secret, and neither side posed a threat to the other. The world is big, so they should just live their own lives. There was no need to bite each other with red eyes. Their time together was brief. With the war in the north over, Zuqiyu and Yu King were returning to the United Council. Lin Mingyuan escorted them to the portal and watched them leave before returning home. Phantom Gunner Yan Qianxue left before dawn, heading south. Yan Qianxue and Li Qianxue had a lot of work to do in Donglan City, so they bid farewell after Lin Mingyuan returned home to ensure Black Rock City was safe. However, Black Rock City and Donglan City are less than 200 kilometers apart, making travel easy and allowing them to see each other frequently. The battle was over, but its impact continued to reverberate. Many ordinary soldiers and even legendary professionals who had experienced the Northern Decisive Battle suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, a new condition known as PTSD. The instantaneous sight of dozens of legends perishing in flames left an indelible scar on the warriors who witnessed it. Some even experienced seizures and uncontrollable trembling at the mere sight of a lighter. The Brotherhood of Steel, at great expense, hired over a dozen internationally renowned hypnotists and counselors to provide psychological counseling to the warriors, ultimately alleviating their fear of Lin Mingyuan and allowing them to overcome the shadow of war. Because the Northern Decisive Battle was not broadcast live on television and no video footage survived, it was only through oral accounts from both sides that those concerned with the conflict learned the true extent of the conflict. Upon learning that Lin Mingyuan had once again single-handedly turned the tide and saved the cult of nature, even more people were filled with admiration and eager to join him in central China. The full impact of the incident only became apparent 2 weeks after the war, when Lin Mingyuan, on his lunch break, suddenly heard a system notification: "Legendary enemy, your heroic feat of single-handedly annihilating over half of the enemy's legendary classes in the Northern Decisive Battle has spread widely, granting you +1 World Legend point." Throughout the Northern War, Lin Mingyuan gained 3 World Legend points. While the initial battle was far less spectacular than the final battle, due to the nationwide broadcast, Lin Mingyuan gained 2 World Legend points, a significant increase compared to the final battle. The intensity of the final battle far surpassed the initial battle, and it was extremely dangerous. Lin Mingyuan faced life-threatening dangers. Had he not prepared for the outcome would have been uncertain. However, due to the lack of spectators, the impact was less significant than the initial battle. It took Lin Mingyuan half a month to receive his due reward, 1 world legend point. With no fighting in the short term, Lin Mingyuan could focus on improving his strength. Having previously planned to deliver a crushing blow to the Brotherhood of Steel in the Northern War, Lin Mingyuan's strength-building efforts were driven by utilitarianism, pursuing quick success while neglecting to hone his fundamentals. Now, Lin Mingyuan has ample time to address these shortcomings. Lin Mingyuan practiced day and night, often practicing for days without sleep. His swordsmanship became increasingly refined, and his mastery of the crucible sword technique grew ever more refined. Having fully gained control of the Kingless Palace dungeon, Lin Mingyuan primarily practiced in a dungeon simulating the real abyss. Another 2 months passed. The wasteland had undergone relatively little change in the second year of the cataclysm. The major factions had essentially divided up the valuable territories and were steadily developing. While some outstanding professionals completed their second rank and ascended to legendary status, almost no one reached the sanctuary. Due to environmental constraints, the primary monster levels in the wasteland remained between 50 and 80. Except during natural disasters, monsters above level 80 were rare, and even then, they would rarely exceed level 100. This meant that, barring exceptional encounters, the upper limit for professionals in the second year of the cataclysm was 100. Lin Mingyuan had already reached the upper limit in his first year, and even by traveling across the country specifically to find natural disasters, he could have advanced another 5 levels, reaching a maximum of 105. The next level increase won't occur until the 3rd year of the catastrophe, when the second celestial conjunction arrives. More powerful monsters will flood Earth, further degrading the wasteland's environment. By then, high-level monsters will be readily available through patient search, and your level will naturally increase. Therefore, there's no need to waste time trying to level up now. Every odd-numbered year thereafter will be a tremendous test for humanity in the wasteland. The celestial conjunction will occur in odd-numbered years, accompanied by other unknown disasters, gradually transforming the familiar world into a world neither human nor ghostly, until it is completely assimilated by the celestial conjunction. By the 10th year of the catastrophe, the situation has reached a critical juncture. Humans and monsters have engaged in numerous wars, the entire Antarctica has been completely sunk, over a fifth of China's land has been permanently conquered by monsters, and the situation on other continents is also grim. Barring a miracle, perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, Earth will be assimilated by the celestial conjunction, becoming another breeding ground for monsters. Lin Mingyuan didn't know if he could become that miracle, but he was willing to fight for Earth. If victory proved impossible, perhaps he could try to emulate the Silver Empire and pin his hopes on the next world. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Given the choice, no one would want to uproot their homeland, and no one knew what the new world would hold. During the peaceful and gradual pre-catastrophic period, Lin Mingyuan needed to lay a solid foundation. Later, there might not be opportunities for him to cultivate and address his shortcomings. His peaceful and steady cultivation was interrupted by an unexpected phone call from Wei Qianxue, Lin Mingyuan's personal data analyst. He had now stepped down as head of the data analysis department. Serving solely for Lin Mingyuan, Wei Qianxue lacked the energy to manage the department and had willingly stepped down. Having led his research team to develop a comprehensive career plan for Lin Mingyuan, Wei Qianxue, after months of research, finally had a clear idea of Lin Mingyuan's next goal and called Lin Mingyuan to discuss it. Lin Mingyuan is grateful for the contributions of the heroes behind the scenes who helped him make the plan, and he deeply respects them. Even though their combined strength is not as much as a piece of Lin Mingyuan's little finger, it is their wisdom that has made Lin Mingyuan what he is today. After receiving the call, Lin Mingyuan immediately set off for Hejian City and met Wei Qianxue at the Trident building 10 minutes later. When they met again after several months, Wei Qianxue was much thinner than the last time they met, and the bags under his eyes were so heavy that they could kill mosquitoes. The visible weakness could not hide Wei Qianxue's mental excitement. He had found the right direction. Brother Wei, you should pay more attention to rest. Don't overwork yourself, Lin Mingyuan said with concern, as his attitude towards work can be seen from the changes in Wei Qianxue's body. Wei Qianxue said nonchalantly, I know my body well. Let's talk about the Saint Realm. Legends who want to advance to the Saint Realm must break the energy cycle between the heaven and earth within the human body and the outer world, and thus open up a domain. It's not that you gain a domain just by advancing to the Saint Realm, but you need to open up a domain to advance to the Saint Realm. Wei Changxun first gave a general overview of the basic concept of the Saint Realm. After confirming that Lin Mingyuan understood this, he continued, there's a huge gap between domains. The most common domain simply carves out a space of its own, completing the cycle between the microcosm and the real universe. Ordinary domains without special abilities can bully legendary professionals, but once they encounter a Saint Realm powerhouse of the same level who possesses a strong domain, they will often be suppressed. How to carve out a powerful domain unique to oneself is a pursuit for each profession. Take mages, for example. Before the sanctuary, mages needed to expend their own magic power to draw upon the elemental forces of heaven and earth to cast spells. If a fire mage relied solely on their own magic power to cast spells in the polar ice fields, where fire was scarce, they would be ineffective. A mage's domain is often based on a template suitable for their actual environment. Some outstanding mages even incorporate elements like elemental wells and mage towers into their own domains to enhance their domains, achieving greater spell damage amplification and mana replenishment. Rogues, and assassins, who wield the power of shadows, require gloomy environments. Their domains will develop towards lightless darkness, and they will also add a certain amount of magic blocking elements to weaken the damage inflicted by mages. A swordsman's choice of domain is more varied, and they can adapt based on their inherited swordsmanship. Mr. Feng Teichu's domain is already planned, called the Four Spirit Realm, which gathers the power of the four sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Someone like you is more suited to the fire domain. Hearing this, Lin Mingyuan couldn't help but laugh. You didn't call me here just to tell me that the unremarkable fire domain is the best fit for me, did you? The fire domain wasn't bad, certainly much better than ordinary domains without special abilities, but it wasn't exactly powerful. It was like Wei Changxun promising to treat Lin Mingyuan to a seafood feast, and Lin Mingyuan excitedly arrived only to find a plate of kelp salad on the table, only to be disappointed. Wei Changxun definitely wasn't going to emphasize the fire domain. Lin Mingyuan was convinced of that. Chapter 227 The Origin of the Flame Demon. Haha, if it were just a flame realm, I wouldn't have come looking for you specifically. I've been studying over 700 books and documents about the sanctuary and abyssal races from the Silver Empire Library and the Floating City's Great Library day and night, and I found a key clue in the connection between the abyss and the abyssal races and the demonic domain. Art Wei Changxun pulled 2 tomes, thick enough to kill someone, from the vast bookshelf behind him and continued. Demon society is strictly hierarchical. Demons below legendary are ordinary demons, while those who reach legendary and sanctuary are called great demons. Reaching legendary status means you're no longer an unknown individual, and demons who ascend to the sanctuary are often called demon lords. Do you know why? I don't know. Lin Mingyuan shook his head. He was indeed an abyssal race, but first and foremost, the flame demon wasn't a native demon of the abyss. Instead, he was a monarch from the elemental plane of fire, corrupted by the abyss and degenerated into an abyssal race. And even if Lin Mingyuan was a native demon of the abyss, he wasn't born there and knew very little about it. That's because the abyssal race's method of ascending to the sanctuary is fundamentally different from that of regular races and professions. When abyssal demons reach peak power, they still break free from their spheres by cycling between the inner and outer worlds. However, they don't carve out new territories. Instead, they carve out a territory, claiming it as their own, becoming demon lords and commanding countless demons under their command. The abyssal will transfers ownership of the area to the demon lord, allowing abyssal demons to receive the full power of the abyssal within their territory without needing to carve out a new territory. Due to the abyssal's extremely high status, the benefits of simply carve out a piece of wasteland are far greater than the gains gained from painstakingly carving out a territory for regular professions. Demons' innate physical fitness is already among the best in the myriad realms, and coupled with the various preferential treatments granted them by the abyss, they become the minions of the abyss, the strongest fighting race that wreaks havoc on the myriad realms. Lin Mingyuan had never heard of this information before. He rubbed his chin and pondered, so, should I emulate other demons, enter the abyssal rift in person, and become a demon lord? Listen to me first. Wei Changxun gestured to Lin Mingyuan to calm down and continued. Not all sanctuary demons can become demon lords. Every demon lord is a leader in the sanctuary. Only those who excel among the sanctuary demons are qualified to establish a territory. A demon without a territory is still a great demon even if it has sanctuary-level power. You must enter the abyss in the future. Ideally, you can become a demon lord who owns an abyssal plane all to yourself. But that is in the future, the distant future. Right now, you don't have the strength to act recklessly in the abyss. Lin Mingyuan wasn't the least bit annoyed by the questioning of his own strength. Indeed, compared to those truly powerful demon lords, Lin Mingyuan still had many shortcomings. Take, for example, the demon lord Babylon Uranus in the Kingless Palace. His highest level was only 154, yet he possessed countless legendary equipment and even possessed a divine sword embryo. Even a mere shadow, reduced to only level 80 by time, could still fight against Lin Mingyuan in his true form. If the demon lord Babylon were truly present, Lin Mingyuan's chances of winning would be less than 10% against a demon lord of the same level. And this was just a demon lord at the bottom of the abyss. Lin Mingyuan couldn't imagine how much more powerful the demon lords residing in the first 1,000 layers of the abyss would be, and how much more powerful the demon lords in the first 100 layers would be. Only cowards dare not face their own weaknesses, the truly strong dare to face the bloodshed. Indeed, compared solely to Earth's native professionals, Lin Mingyuan is indeed a top figure, but there are many professionals far superior to him. How could Lin Mingyuan, who couldn't even be defeated by Earth's professionals, confidently challenge the abyssal plane, which had stood unbroken for eons? Lin Mingyuan's thoughts raced, quickly realizing that he had, in fact, manipulated the small dreamland of the abyssal plane to become a demon lord. He immediately speculated, if I use the Kingless Ruined Palace dungeon as my domain, can I gain the power of the abyss? Wei Qianxue was stunned by the question, speechless for a moment. That's a rather unconventional idea. I haven't really considered it, but I don't recommend it. Success might not necessarily yield much, but failure would be a recipe for disaster. Wei Qianxue, his brow furrowed, advised Lin Mingyuan against taking such an unconventional approach and expressed his true intentions. About a month and a half ago, my team learned about the unique way abyssal demons ascend to the Holy Realm. At that time, I felt that descending into the abyss in person, carving out a territory and becoming a demon lord, was far too dangerous. I wanted to find a way to enjoy the special benefits of the abyss without taking too much risk. After consulting various sources, I've only found a barely feasible solution, that's to do with the rules of the abyss's rise and fall. The first 100 layers of the abyss have existed since time immemorial. The range from 100 to 1,000 layers is the upper abyss. It's as stable as Mount Tabai plundering the wealth and resources of the lower abyss. Layers below 1,000 are all the lower abyss. The earlier the abyss plane is in the sequence, the less it is exploited. The later the abyss plane is, the more it is exploited and supplied to various parties. Abyss planes below 9,000 layers are almost consumable. In a few decades or hundreds of years, all resources will be squeezed out and they will fall into the bottomless abyss. That is the final refuge of the abyss planes and the hatching ground for demons. We dare not tread the upper abyss. The lower abysses, numbered earlier, are far more dangerous than the stratified upper layers. Our only chance of survival in the abyss is the lowest, on the verge of collapse. However, our current data cannot confirm the current state of the lowest abyss. It is extremely dangerous, and it is common for several layers to collapse simultaneously. An abyssal collapse is a plane collapse, far more dangerous than a planetary explosion. We cannot conduct on-site inspections, so we cannot determine its severity. Wei Qianxue spoke eloquently for a long time, but in essence, he dismissed Lin Mingyuan's possibility of becoming a demon lord, believing the danger was too great. Just when we thought our research had reached a dead end, a turning point appeared. As he spoke, Wei Qianxue placed 2 more large tomes on the table, which was almost full. Rubio's Travels, Part 7, Travels with the Flame Giants, a detailed explanation of the fire elemental plane. What does this have to do with my advancement to the sanctuary? Lin Mingyuan was filled with questions at the title. It's very relevant. The path of a demon lord is not easy, filled with unknown uncertainties. And when I was reading about the elemental plane of fire, I was surprised to discover that the Balrog's origins weren't the abyss, but the elemental plane of fire. In other words, Balrogs aren't actually demons, but natural kings born on the elemental plane of fire. They only joined the abyss and became demons because they were called by the abyss. Chapter 228 Two Paths. From this, we can infer that the fire demon king must have a unique promotion system of his own, which is completely different from the demon lord's promotion system. and is not inferior to the Demon Lord's system. Lin Mingyuan became more and more interested as he listened. He knew from the knowledge inherited by his bloodline that the fire demon was not a native species of the abyss but the natural ruler of the fire elemental plane. He even vaguely sensed the fire elemental plane during the Northern War more than 2 months ago, but unfortunately he no longer had that feeling afterwards. The documents and books recording the customs and practices of the fire elemental plane are far fewer than those introducing the abyss. After a month of searching and reading, our team found 2 ancient books that provide detailed introductions to the fire elemental plane. One of them is a series of books, the travel notes written by the mage Rubio when he traveled to various uninhabited planes, and the dragon language books left to future generations by an ancient red dragon living in the fire elemental plane. Both books clearly record the way for creatures in the fire elemental plane to ascend to the Holy Realm. There is no need to open up a territory, nor to occupy the land as king. Instead, one can connect one's soul with the origin of the fire elemental plane to receive the blessing of the fire elemental plane's power and automatically obtain the ability of the real domain. What is the real domain? Lin Mingyuan asked. I'm glad you asked. I was just about to talk about the real domain. The domains opened up by conventional sanctuary professionals are all small spaces independent of the material plane. They are illusory and cannot exist in reality for long. The real domain is like the fiefdom of a demon lord, a private reserve bestowed by the fire elemental plane on sanctuary powerhouses. No matter where the fire elemental plane is opened, it will truly cover the current plane area. This is the so-called real sanctuary. When fighting with sanctuary creatures in the elemental plane, even if they are not on the fire elemental plane, the sanctuary creatures can still summon the real fire elemental plane to ensure that the current area is in the absolute home field that is most suitable for their own strength. It sounds beautiful, but Lin Mingyuan discovered the hidden danger, connecting the soul with the fire elemental plane, choosing to open the sanctuary with the fire elemental plane as the foundation and handing over the soul to the fire elemental plane. Wouldn't that make you a slave to the fire elemental plane? Wei Changxun slowly shook his head. That's not the case. The 4 elemental planes of earth, fire, water, and wind are the cornerstones of the material world. The purpose of the elemental planes is to maintain the stable operation of the world and prevent it from collapsing due to the lack of a certain element. Therefore, the material plane rarely has information about the elemental planes. The elemental planes have no desires, so they don't constantly urge demons to conquer the world like the abyss plane, which has a mission. Entrusting your soul to the fire elemental plane is not enslavement, but a form of symbiosis. The fire elemental plane gains powerful protection, and the symbiont borrows the fire elemental plane's endless energy. At the end of its lifespan, it can disintegrate in the fire elemental plane and be reborn as a giant flame spirit. It rises and falls with the fire elemental plane together. The 4 elemental planes all do this, without exception. After Wei Changxun finished speaking, he knocked on the hardcover of the ancient book and said, if you have time, you can take a look at the 2 books introducing the fire elemental plane, which will help you understand the fire elemental plane. Currently, we know of 2 ways to obtain a powerful domain, the Demon Lord route and the fire elemental plane route. Both routes are very suitable for you, but they also have certain risks. It's up to you to choose. Anyway, you can't be promoted to the holy domain for a while, so you can consider it slowly and don't rush to make a choice. Or if you have a better choice, you can share it with me, and we can discuss it together. There are still 8 months before Lin Mingyuan's preset time for promotion to the holy domain. There is still plenty of time. Lin Mingyuan can continue to collect information and doesn't need to rush to make a choice. After putting the 2 books into his interspatial ring and preparing to read them at home, Lin Mingyuan asked, Old Wei, any news on the artifact sword embryo? Wei Changxun was stunned for a moment. Having been so preoccupied with choosing a research method for Lin Mingyuan's future advancement to the Saint Realm, he had almost forgotten another request from Lin Mingyuan, to find a master blacksmith and a master enchanter who could forge the holy sword, Gyeolyeonkel, from an artifact embryo into a divine artifact. Years ago, Lin Mingyuan had asked Wei Changxun to keep an eye on it. In the 2nd year of the cataclysm, Lin Mingyuan's personal level wasn't destined to rise significantly. While his strength would certainly improve, the increase wouldn't be significant. Without a significant improvement in his own strength, Lin Mingyuan would have to focus on equipment. Without the artifact sword embryo, Lin Mingyuan might have relentlessly pursued legendary equipment, but with the unfinished artifact in his hands, 10 pieces of legendary equipment combined couldn't compare to the allure of a divine artifact. Recovering from his daze, Wei Chongxin said, Grandmaster Blacksmith Ho Dongsheng is one of our own, so inviting him shouldn't be difficult. However, there's only one Grandmaster Enchanter in China right now, Grandmaster Liu Shuqi of the Art Group. The Council and the Art Group don't have much ties, so asking him would probably require your help. I'm so helpful. Lin Mingyuan chuckled, rather surprised. Of course. Your reputation is stronger than the Council's. The Council might not be able to invite him, but you certainly can, Wei Chongxin vowed. Alright, you have full authority to negotiate with Liu Shuqi on my behalf. You can make any offer you want, as long as it's not excessive, no problem. I'll let you know as soon as I have news. I'll be waiting for your good news. Having finished their conversation, Lin Mingyuan delegated the task of contacting the Grandmaster Enchanter to Wei Chongxin and left the Trident building to meet his teacher. After 2 months of secluded swordsmanship, Lin Mingyuan had gained a new understanding of the fusion of the two inherited sword techniques and was about to seek Fang Teichu's advice. Since Lin Mingyuan stopped living in Hejian City, Fang Teichu had relocated to the barren mountains outside the city, becoming a hermit. However, when Lin Mingyuan went looking for Fang Teichu, he found him nowhere. He inquired with the cleaning lady who tended the hut, only to discover that Fang Teichu had recently moved back to the city and hadn't been home for over a month. Fang Teichu was a recluse by nature, disliking the hustle and bustle of life. He must have been in the city for some reason. Summoning his Hunpian wings and flying back to the city at supersonic speed, Lin Mingyuan found Fang Teichu at the fencing club. A few kilometers away, he spotted Fang Teichu instructing 50 young swordsmen ranging from level 20 to 50 on the club's training grounds. The youngest was only 14 or 15, still undeveloped, while the oldest was no more than 20, fresh blood, freshly embarked on the professional path. Master, didn't you accept me as your last disciple? How come I have dozens more disciples in the blink of an eye? Lin Mingyuan joked, feigning grievance. Upon seeing Lin Mingyuan, Fang Teichu, who had been displeased with the rookie's crude swordsmanship, immediately relaxed his frown. With a broad smile, he introduced the apprentices. No need for an introduction, my apprentice, the renowned northern sword saint, Lin Mingyuan. Speaking of Lin Mingyuan, Fang Teichu couldn't conceal the pride in his tone. Everyone in the north knew Lin Mingyuan by now. Having single-handedly defeated the Brotherhood of Steel, he had become a living legend. The young men, filled with awe and admiration, respectfully greeted him with hello, senior brother. A few outgoing and cheerful ones even approached Lin Mingyuan for autographs and photos, but the old sword saint sent them all back to practice. Chapter 229 Hidden Occupation, Sword Immortal. Lin Mingyuan and Fang Teichu sat on a covered bench in the swordsmanship club, one on each side. They chatted as they watched the young swordsmen meticulously practicing their swordsmanship. I never thought you'd come down from the mountains to look after the children instead of retreating in seclusion. Did the council issue some directive? Partly, it's the council's requirement, Fang Teichu said, taking a sip of tea. Partly, I want to find a truly talented young man to nurture. Lin Mingyuan's slightly slouched posture suddenly straightened, and he exclaimed in surprise, Master, are you really planning to accept a disciple? Lin Mingyuan attached great importance to Fang Teichu's status as the last disciple of the nation's sword saint. Well, I've lived for 70 years, and over those 70 years, I've met many talented swordsmen. Many have studied with me for a while, but none of them persisted. Times have changed, after all. With the rise of firearms, traditional cold weapons are only good for show. No one could have foreseen the day when such a catastrophic reversal would occur. Your talent is among the best I've ever seen, but it's a pity you've already completed your second transformation and missed your chance. Fang Teichu spoke meaningfully, pulling out a hidden class transfer certificate woven from gold brocade and emitting a faint golden glow like an imperial decree, and thrusting it into Lin Mingyuan's hand. This is, take a look and you'll see. Hearing this, Lin Mingyuan unfolded the certificate, the numerous requirements nearly blinding him. 50 points in all attributes, master-level swordsmanship, mastery of 3 legendary inherited sword techniques, and original legendary sword skills. This is a complete upgrade of the Sword Saint job requirements. What unfortunate class has such high job requirements? Lin Mingyuan whispered, his voice rising with each requirement, expressing his excitement and disbelief. After reading through all the job requirements, Lin Mingyuan saw the name of the hidden class and froze for 3 seconds as if time had stopped. Sword Immortal, the immortal among swordsmen, much more awesome than a sword saint, Lin Mingyuan muttered to himself, Lost in thought? Feng Taichu glanced at Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan's shocked expression was the same as when he just got the certificate of transfer to the hidden profession Sword Immortal. He said, "Now you understand why I chose the Sword Genius. Sword Immortal is a completely superior profession to Sword Saint. If I had obtained the Sword Immortal's transfer certificate last year, I would never change to Sword Saint no matter what. I must find a way to gather all the conditions to become a Sword Immortal. The wind blows for 90,000 miles, and the Immortal comes riding on a sword. How elegant it is." Lin Mingyuan sighed at the grace of the illusionary Sword Immortal. No matter how beautiful the imagination is, it will eventually return to reality. Master, I'm not trying to discourage you, but finding a qualified disciple will be incredibly difficult. The Sword Immortal class requirements are incredibly demanding. A total of 50 points in all attributes is even more demanding than the Sword Saint class requirements. The Sword Saint class only requires strength, agility, and physique, while the Sword Immortal class requires 4 flawless attributes, including intelligence. While the attribute and master-level swordsmanship requirements are the easiest, they also require 3 legendary inherited swordsmanship techniques and a self-created legendary sword technique. Who in the world can possibly accomplish this? Not to mention the difficulty of creating a self-created legendary sword technique. Even 3 legendary inherited swordsmanship techniques are incredibly difficult to find even if you search the entire world. I don't think there's even a single chance. It's a complete waste of time. The more you invest, the more you waste. Lin Mingyuan wasn't just sour grapes. The Sword Saint class requirements were already demanding enough, and the Sword Immortal class was even more challenging. Take the final step to Sword Saint class, for example, it requires the swordsman to master an epic sword technique. Mastering an epic sword technique for a class less than level 50 is simply ridiculous, let alone a legendary one. Lin Mingyuan had initially managed to get by using the Bodhi tree to boost his comprehension. Combined with his mastery of special principles, he managed to master the epic sword technique, Death Decision. Strictly speaking, Death Decision wasn't a sword technique, more like a special restriction technique. The most outrageous thing about it was the 3 legendary sword techniques. Lin Mingyuan was completely stunned. Even with 10 years of memories from the Cataclysm, it was impossible for him to assemble all 3, as many legendary sword techniques were first come, first served. If he was late, they would be gone. For example, Lin Mingyuan was well aware that Feng Taichu's 4 world-suppressing swordsmanship and Flame Demon King's Crucible swordsmanship were both legendary swordsmanships, but the former was significantly superior to the latter. However, Lin Mingyuan abandoned the 4 world-suppressing swordsmanship in favor of the Crucible swordsmanship. The reason for this was that Feng Taichu acquired the 4 world-suppressing swordsmanship too early, 3 months before the Cataclysm. At that time, Lin Mingyuan was still wandering around TS City, and had no ability to traverse the treacherous wasteland to reach Hejian City and compete with Feng Taichu for the 4 world-suppressing swordsmanship. If even Lin Mingyuan couldn't acquire 3 legendary inherited swordsmanships, Feng Taichu would be even less likely. Especially since the first year of the Cataclysm had already passed, most professionals had acquired their core abilities, and Lin Mingyuan only knew of 1 ownerless legendary inherited swordsmanship. I understand what you're saying, but the Sword Immortal's class transfer certificate can't be wasted. I will definitely train a Sword Immortal myself, Feng Taichu said solemnly. Lin Mingyuan's words couldn't dampen Feng Taichu's enthusiasm, at least not yet. Searching his memory, Lin Mingyuan, ever attentive to news and intelligence in the Sword Saint realm, knew full well that no future Sword Immortal, surpassing the many Sword Saints, would rise to prominence. Feng Taichu's efforts were likely in vain. The requirements for the Sword Immortal class were too stringent, and no one had ever succeeded. Lin Mingyuan knew Feng Taichu's temper. If he refused to listen to his advice, it would be fine. But if he insisted on provoking his stubbornness, this matter would be endless. Then train him. I'll look forward to my junior apprentice, whose shadow I haven't even seen yet, surpassing me. Also, I must remind you, training a disciple is one thing, but don't neglect your own cultivation. Otherwise, people will only know me, Lin Mingyuan, and not you, Feng Taichu. Where will you put your face, you little brat? You're teasing me. Let's go. Let's practice in the training grounds. Haha, that's exactly what I meant. Drawing the Judgment Great Sword from the pentagram formation, Lin Mingyuan unleashed ferocious moves, while Feng Taichu's sword techniques were varied, effortlessly displaying magnificent sword techniques that had their power tamed thousands of times. The new swordsman watched in fascination, dreaming of becoming a powerful swordsman like Lin Mingyuan, wielding Fang Ju and becoming famous throughout the world. After a sweaty bout with his master, Lin Mingyuan continued his swordplay with Fang Taichu all night, sharing his experiences and insights in integrating the two inherited sword techniques, as well as all the areas of confusion he had. The veteran swordsman's vast experience often provided insightful and crucial advice, and Lin Mingyuan benefited greatly from every exchange. Hejian City was practically Lin Mingyuan's second home, and he would stay for a while whenever he visited. After 2 days of discussing swordsmanship with his master, Lin Mingyuan met with council speaker Yan Qianxue to exchange views on the situation in the north. Although in the post-reboot timeline, Lin Mingyuan dealt a heavy blow to the Brotherhood of Steel, dampening their prestige, the Brotherhood's rise remained unaffected. Steadfastly focused on development, its momentum was even greater than in their previous lives. Steel mills worked tirelessly, churning out millions of tons of steel daily, much of it destined for the manufacture of military equipment. Several Legion commanders, acknowledging their mistakes, rose to prominence. The fastest rising was Quan Guang, commander of the Mecha God Legion. He was the first to reach level 120 and was developing a new domain, potentially allowing him to ascend to the Holy Realm at any moment. Excellent mechanics are never short of experience. Quan Guang has improved several practical mechanical soldiers. The weapon and mecha blueprints have been widely adopted by mechanics within the Brotherhood of Steel. Every mechanic who builds equipment according to Quan Guang's blueprints has to pay a sum of experience as patent fee to Quan Guang. Quan Guang's level upgrade is not restricted by time. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Grandmaster. In this era of rapid change, everyone strives to improve. Failure to progress is the greatest setback. Lin Mingyuan felt a surge of pressure upon hearing the news of Quan Guang's impending ascension to the Holy Realm. At first glance, the Brotherhood of Steel, after being humiliated by Lin Mingyuan, seemed to be docile, avoiding trouble. But Lin Mingyuan knew that was all an illusion. The Brotherhood of Steel was not so easily defeated. They were lying in wait. Once they gained the power to defeat Lin Mingyuan, their fierce retaliation would surely come with overwhelming force. With a devouring tiger lurking at his side, sharpening its claws, Lin Mingyuan could not relax for a moment, for any slack would allow the enemy to overtake him. Pressure is poison, capable of crushing a person, but it is also like fine wine, transformed into motivation, urging Lin Mingyuan to forge ahead. At noon, Yan Qianxue invited Lin Mingyuan to lunch and discussed the candidates for the second phase of the God Creation Project. As a key member of the previous phase, Lin Mingyuan had the right to nominate candidates. However, Lin Mingyuan from Hejian City didn't know any exceptionally talented individuals. The 7 individuals from the first phase had already scooped up all the talent in Hejian City. As the saying goes, when a needle is in a bag, its end is immediately apparent. Professionals who failed to stand out on the first year of the catastrophe were mostly mediocre. Only a few late-stage professionals, or those who had experienced other extraordinary experiences, could finally catch up with the pioneers. As far as Lin Mingyuan knew, after the success of the first phase of the God Creation Project, the United Council did indeed continue the project for several more years, wasting considerable resources but failing to cultivate a truly capable individual. Strength cannot be created by simply piling up resources. There was no need to tell Yan Qianxue this. It would easily lead to the misconception that he was narrow-minded and intolerant. After a few consecutive failures, Yan Qianxue would lose interest. After dinner, Lin Mingyuan had planned to visit Zuqiu Iwanyu King that afternoon when he received a call from Wei Changshan with the news. Lin Mingyuan immediately changed his schedule and rushed to the Trident building. When Lin Mingyuan arrived at the conference room, besides Wei Changshan, there was another person present, Ho Dongsheng, the United Council's master blacksmith. Ho Dongsheng was in his early 40s, short in stature, but with arms as powerful and sturdy as a tank. Many people fall into the misconception that life-related professions lack combat effectiveness. This is both true and false. For example, some life-related professions like merchants, cartographers, and navigators do have only a limited advantage over ordinary people in combat effectiveness. However, blacksmiths who require immense strength to forge meteorite iron, and enchanters who possess a deep understanding of magic circuits and master spell models comparable to mages, are all powerful men with far greater combat effectiveness than those of conventional professions of the same level. I heard from Minister Wei that you have an unfinished artifact sword blank. If that's true, I'm willing to help you forge it for free. Upon hearing about the opportunity to forge an artifact himself, Ho Dongsheng came without hesitation and expressed his willingness to help. He was the only Grandmaster-level blacksmith in the country, and anyone who wanted to forge weapons and armor above the legendary level had to look to him. The future was uncertain, and not every Grandmaster-level blacksmith would have the opportunity to forge an artifact. When you encounter a good project, you have to actively pursue it. Wei Chongshan approached Ho Dongsheng first. He had to get his own people in place before negotiating with outsiders. Otherwise, it would be a joke to finally invite Grandmaster-level enchanter Liu Shuqi, and then something went wrong on Ho Dongsheng's side. Ho Dongsheng was one of them after all, so he didn't put in any conditions. He saw forging an artifact as a rare opportunity to gain experience and pave the way for his promotion to divine-level blacksmith. As an outsider, Liu Shuqi was not so easy to talk to. Wei Chongshan explained the conditions Liu Shuqi proposed. He said that it is his rule to charge 3 million disaster coins as an appearance fee. No one can waive it. I agree to his first condition. If you are short of funds, the council can help you with the money. No need, I have enough money on hand. It's just 3 million disaster coins, right? Give it to him. We can't favor one over the other. Grandmaster Ho also has to receive the 3 million disaster coins appearance fee. It doesn't make sense for our own Grandmaster to be paid less than an outsider. Lin Mingyuan readily agreed. Money was just a number to Lin Mingyuan. The thriving Blackstone City had a 7-digit monthly tax revenue, and Lin Mingyuan had no shortage of money. Ho Dongsheng, who had wanted to refuse, felt warmed when he heard Lin Mingyuan acknowledge him as one of his own. He secretly vowed to help Lin Mingyuan forge the artifact. Any other conditions? The money is easy, but I didn't dare agree to the second one. Liu Shuqi said that if he helps you forge a divine weapon, you have to kill someone for him, Wei Chongshan confessed. Who? He didn't say. Liu Shuqi is the Grandmaster Enchanter of the art group and a key member of the group. If the art group can't help him kill someone and has to ask me, how powerful must a person be who he has offended? Thinking of this, Lin Mingyuan paused, unsure whether to agree. Seeing Lin Mingyuan hesitate, Wei Chongshan said, how about I ask for you who he wants to kill? Forget it, no need to ask. Promise him that if he can forge a divine weapon, I'll kill him even if he's a god. If not, he can do it himself, Lin Mingyuan said in a deep voice. Liu Shuqi dared to make the unreasonable request that Lin Mingyuan kill someone. Lin Mingyuan had to sign a bet with him. If Liu Shuqi could fulfill Lin Mingyuan's wish, killing someone would be no problem. If Liu Shuqi couldn't, then he was just teasing Lin Mingyuan, and Lin Mingyuan would kill him first. Wei Chongshan immediately called Liu Shuqi's number and relayed Lin Mingyuan's request verbatim. Liu Shuqi readily agreed without hesitation, stating that he would arrive in Hejian City in 3 hours and asking Lin Mingyuan to wait for him for 3 hours. He wanted to see the artifact sword embryo with his own eyes before making any specific plans. Traveling between regions in the Wasteland Age was much more convenient than in modern times, thanks to the presence of mages who could open portals, making distances a matter of a thought. Since Shanghai is located to the south and north of Hejian City, the distance is over 10,000 miles, requiring precise positioning of a space-time beacon to initiate the teleportation, which takes about 3 hours. After a cup of tea and 2 games of chess, it was almost 4 in the afternoon. It was almost time for Lin Mingyuan, Wei Chongshan, and Ho Dongsheng to arrive at a teleportation station and wait for the portal to open. About 5 minutes later, a blue oval portal flashed, ripples of space-time energy emanating from it. A figure emerged from the portal, Liu Shuqi. Liu Shuqi was in his late 20s, with thin eyebrows and single eyelids. He wore a mage's robe and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a refined demeanor. He had a beard smeared along his lips and chin, each hair neatly trimmed. It was clear that Liu Shuqi took good care of it, grooming it regularly. As the contact, Wei Chongshan was about to introduce himself, but Liu Shuqi, arrogant and defiant, said, "Don't waste time. Bring out the artifact sword embryo. A capable person is allowed to have tempers." Lin Mingyuan smiled, unconcerned. His interspatial ring shone, and he flipped his palm to reveal the holy sword, Gilliankle. The holy sword, Grankle, was a one-handed sword, crafted to the size of a demon lord, reaching a length of 3.5 meters. This presented a significant hurdle. In Lin Mingyuan's human form, the Grenkle was too large and long to wield, while in his demonic form, it was too compact to be used effectively. Neither form was convenient, so Lin Mingyuan hoped it would possess the Judgment Greatsword's size as desired ability, allowing it to adjust in size to suit Lin Mingyuan's size. The divine object itself was obscured, and before it was fully forged, the holy sword, Grenkle, was a grimy gray, its surface pitted like a firewood stick. Beneath its unassuming exterior lay boundless energy. Chapter 231 Conditions for Casting Artifacts. The two Grandmasters present were both experienced and knowledgeable experts in their fields, undeterred by the unassuming appearance of the holy sword, Grenkle. Ho Dongsheng's eyes gleamed, and his hand, trembling slightly, gently stroked the rough, uneven blade of Grenkle, as if polishing a rare treasure or the delicate skin of a newborn. Green text on a black background, a stream of countless ones and zeros, flashed across Liu Shuqi's glasses. With a single glance, Liu Shuqi had already determined the holy sword's material and the appropriate enchantment. What a big deal! This sword embryo, forged from the core of a powerful planet that is about to revive, is fully qualified as the initial embryo of a divine weapon. As we all know, ordinary blue and green equipment has only one affix or even no affix. Only epic equipment can break the limit and have 2 affixes, while legendary equipment has 3 to 4 affixes. Legendary equipment with 4 affixes is basically the strongest equipment found on Earth. Divine weapons can exceed the 4 affix limit and have 5 affixes, or even 6 affixes and more. The Holy Sword, Gulchenko, has the potential to have an initial 6 affixes, which is considered to be very high quality among divine weapons. After a brief pause, Liu Shuqi continued. I finished the good news. Now I have to tell you some bad news. Even with my attainments as a Grandmaster Enchanter, I'm not qualified to enchant artifacts. I can only strip the existing enchantments from legendary equipment and add them to the already forged Gyeongyeonkul. Moreover, Gyeongyeonkul is a sword weapon. Only legendary sword weapons can perform multiple enchantments on Gyeongyeonkul without any rejection reaction. Gyeongyeonkul comes with the affix, Power of the Star Core. To get a total of 6 affixes, you need 5 legendary sword weapons. If you can't get all 5, 4 will do. It will just waste some of Gyeongyeonkul's potential and fail to make the best use of it, Liu Shuqi said slowly, and then it was Ho Dongsheng's turn to make a request. Ho Dongsheng rubbed his palms excitedly and said, in theory, only a god-level blacksmith can forge a divine artifact, just like only a god-level enchanter can enchant an artifact. But you already have a semi-finished sword blank, so I can still forge the Grenkle into shape. It's just that the materials required are a bit large and expensive. Since the Grenkle is made of planetary core, the best material for forging it is meteoric iron. A starting weight of 5 tons is required, along with 31 kilogram ingots of core molten steel and 1 divine power crystal. The Council of Meteoric Iron has about 3 tons in stock, and I can gather the remaining 2 tons by asking my blacksmith friends for help. With the Council's current technology, it takes about a month to refine 1 ingot of core molten steel. If you want to collect it quickly, you have to go through the Brotherhood of Steel. They have a way to quickly refine core molten steel. As for the divine power crystal, no one can help. Only by killing divine creatures can you have a chance of obtaining one. Ho Dongsheng made 3 requirements, from easy to difficult: 5 tons of meteoric iron, 30 ingots of core molten steel, and 1 divine power crystal. Lin Mingyuan didn't have the first 2, but he happened to have the divine power crystal. He pulled out the divine power crystal that had dropped when he killed the Yellow King from his space ring and asked, "Is this the divine power crystal you're talking about?" "That's it." "Great. How did you get it?" Ho Dongsheng excitedly accepted the transparent, colorless crystal, which flowed only with divine power. "I obtained it last year when I slew the shadow of the ancient god Yellow King during the tide of the natural disaster mist. But I've never dared to touch it. It seems to harbor the Yellow King's evil divine power," Lin Mingyuan said. "It doesn't matter. We're not absorbing its divine power. Once the forging begins, the earthly evil fire will burn and purify any evil divine power." Ho Dongsheng didn't care whose divine power the divine power crystal contained, as long as it was a divine power crystal, it was fine. With a divine power crystal sufficient, 5 tons of meteorite iron wouldn't be a problem. Lin Mingyuan stroked his chin. The only things he needed to worry about were 30 ingots of core molten steel. If Dongsheng were to refine them slowly, it would take 30 months. Lin Mingyuan couldn't wait, so he had no choice but to ask the Brotherhood of Steel, which possessed the technology. However, Lin Mingyuan and the Brotherhood of Steel had a deep hatred for each other, so how could they give him anything if he asked? Even asking the United Council wouldn't do anything now, as the Brotherhood knew they were in cahoots with Lin Mingyuan. Just as Lin Mingyuan was struggling, Wei Chongxin smiled and said, "Actually, this isn't that difficult." Lin Mingyuan was overthinking things. Wei Chongxin explained, "The Brotherhood of Steel has a grudge against you, but not against money. We can contact the smelters capable of refining core molten steel directly and ask them for a high price, even a premium. We don't have to worry about them refusing to sell." Great idea. That meets all three conditions. Lin Mingyuan clapped his hands and laughed. Liu Shuqi coughed twice and reminded him, "Don't forget the 5 legendary swords. That's the most challenging requirement. Is it difficult?" "I don't think so. I already have 2 legendary swords, and I have leads for the other 3. I'll just follow the leads and collect them. I can have all 5 legendary swords in a month or a week. Don't leave during this time. Plan the enchantments carefully, or I won't be able to find you when I have all the swords," Lin Mingyuan said. "The customer is king. I can wait a month, but my time is precious. If you can't gather all 5 legendary swords within a month, all contracts will be void, and I will return to Shanghai immediately. It's a deal, don't push yourself. 3 to 5 months, even 3 to 5 years, is fine. After all, it's 5 legendary swords," Liu Shuqi sneered, as if mocking Lin Mingyuan's overestimation of his abilities. If Lin Mingyuan could gather 5 pieces of legendary equipment in a short period of time, he might actually have a chance. After all, as the lord of a city and closely connected to the United Council, he was a household name in the north, and countless people sought to curry his favor. He had 2 of his own, 1 looted from the city, and 1 gift from the United Council. And if someone offered him 1 to curry his favor, he'd have all 5. But he wanted swords, and legendary weapons alone wouldn't be enough. Legendary swords were already limited in scope. And gathering 5 legendary swords would be even more difficult than acquiring a divine sword embryo. Many sword masters in the wasteland hadn't even wielded a legendary sword. How could Lin Mingyuan possibly gather all 5? It couldn't be that easy. Liu Shuqi simply didn't believe he could do it. Open your eyes and watch carefully. Lin Mingyuan didn't bother to waste time, waiting for the 1-month deadline to expire, when he would produce 5 legendary swords and blind him. Lin Mingyuan was not joking, he really knew the locations of several legendary swords. However, when it came to weapons, having a suitable one was enough. After obtaining the Great Sword of Judgment, Lin Mingyuan never went out of his way to look for a legendary sword. Chapter 232 Bingpo and Jishin. The bet was established. To slap Liu Shuqi's arrogant face in a month, Lin Mingyuan had to start taking action. The locations of the legendary swords Lin Mingyuan knew of were scattered across China. 2 of them were easily obtainable. Simply reach the area, meet certain conditions, and locate a key target. The next month was destined to be a busy one for Lin Mingyuan. Before embarking on his treasure hunt, he had to go home and tell Xin Ai about it. He stepped through the portal and flew back to the backyard of the city lord's mansion, heading straight to the mage's tower where Xin Ai practiced and entertained herself. She usually studied magic there without fail. Today was a different story. Xin Ai was packing her supplies into the newly opened dimension. It seemed she was about to go on a long journey. "Brother, you're back just in time. I'm going to Antarctica. Don't miss me," Xin Ai fumed. If Lin Mingyuan hadn't confirmed that he hadn't offended her in Hejian City in recent days, he would have almost thought she was separating from him. "What's wrong? Who recruited you?" Lin Mingyuan was at a loss for words. Xin Ai angrily explained, "Some time ago, I published several papers on the Mage Forum on the topic of Ice Mage skill selection and talent appreciation, which received high praise from my fellow Ice Mage colleagues. The floating city is always looking for top mages in various fields, and I believe that since I'm the best Ice Mage in the country, being a brilliant Moon Mage wouldn't be too much of a stretch. So, I submitted my personal profile to the floating city, thinking that my talent would surely impress them. However, their reply stated that my abilities weren't up to par with a brilliant Moon Mage. They'd welcome me if I were willing to join the floating city, but I'm still a little short of becoming the brilliant Moon Mage who rules the floating city. Now I'm going to make up for that shortfall. and then let those blind men invite me to the floating city with a grand ceremony. Xin Ai was quite ambitious. She didn't usually say that she was willing to be Lin Mingyuan's good wife, but in reality, she always held herself to the high standards of being the best ice mage in China. At first glance, Xin Ai, possessing only 3 S-level talents, might seem inferior to Lin Mingyuan, who possesses 7. However, Lin Mingyuan's S-level talents offer a wide variety of bonuses: Imperial and Supreme Blade, increased damage, Two-Faced Man, grants a second class, Unyielding Strength, and Immortal, increased defense, and Samsara Sword Body, and Fire Demon King, enhance Lin Mingyuan's potential. Meanwhile, Xin Ai's 3 S-level talents, Ice Bloodline, Frost Shatter, and Biting Cold, all increase the damage of ice spells. Combined with these 3 S-level talents, Xin Ai's ice spells unleash incredible damage. Beyond her S-level talents, Xin Ai possesses many exceptional talents only found in top mages, including A-level talents for spell penetration, rapid casting, silent casting, and compound spells. Xin Ai is truly a massive thigh. Even if Lin Mingyuan didn't want to work hard, he could still dominate the wasteland by hugging Xin Ai's thighs. Lin Mingyuan consoled him, "The Glory Moon mages are limited to 11. Once they're full, there won't be any more. There's nothing wrong with the floating city striving for excellence and the very best in their field. Their mistake lies in their limited knowledge. Their inability to recognize the best. You might as well be patient and wait a while. Once they've seen enough substandard mages, they'll remember your kindness." Recalling the 11 Glory Moon mages in his previous life, there weren't any ice mages among them, meaning China hadn't produced a powerful ice mage who dominated the world. Did Xin Ai become a Glory Moon mage as an ice mage? Frankly, Lin Mingyuan wasn't sure. Despite the prestige of the Brotherhood of Steel and the Art Corporation dividing China into North and South, the true anchor of China was the floating city. Normally, they didn't fight for power, but rather peacefully guarded the rich coastal cities, harvesting resources and delving into magic. If disaster struck China, the floating city would undoubtedly be the first to step forward. The 11 brilliant moon mages were titans, towering white jade pillars supporting the heavens and purple gold beams bridging the seas. Each one a darling of their time, a child of destiny. Lin Mingyuan had already witnessed the abilities of Crystal Herald Bai Chongming, having lost to his illusions before. While Lin Mingyuan had made significant progress since reaching legendary status, Bai Chongming hadn't stood still either. Even now, Lin Mingyuan couldn't guarantee a sure win against Bai Chongming. What level of professional could become a brilliant moon mage? At least Lin Mingyuan's level. If Lin Mingyuan were a mage, he'd surely receive an invitation to the floating city. Xin Ai was indeed a bit short. "No, I can't swallow this. I heard on the Mage Secret Forum that the Snow Goddess's trial secret realm is in Antarctica." Xin Ai had made up her mind, and no one could dissuade her. "Is it dangerous? How about I go with you? I'm fine anyway." Lin Mingyuan, slapping Liu Shuqi in the face, knew exactly which was more important, Xin Ai's safety or his. Xin Ai had made up her mind, and Lin Mingyuan immediately decided to abandon his own mission to escort her. Antarctica is uninhabited. Apart from the frost mages who flocked there after hearing the news, no other professions go there. "Don't worry, I'll protect myself." Xin Ai had already become a capable and independent figure. Lin Mingyuan was simply overly concerned. Seeing Xin Ai's resolute stance, Lin Mingyuan gave up. "Okay, let me know if you encounter any trouble." After hugging Xin Ai, Lin Mingyuan said, "Since you are going to Antarctica, please do me a favor on the way. I plan to forge the Holy Sword, Gyuliankle, into a divine weapon. I am currently short of 3 legendary swords, and one of them happens to be in Antarctica. After arriving in Antarctica, you should first find the ice-crowned mountain. In the glacier of the snow-capped mountain, there is a walrus frozen in a large ice block and stabbed to death by a sword. The unfortunate walrus was stabbed to death by the legendary sword, Ice Soul, that fell from the sky on the day of the catastrophe. Bring Ice Soul back for me. Your information channels are really well informed. You know all this. No problem. Once I find Ice Soul, I will open a portal to send it back. You are so nice, baby." Lin Mingyuan kissed Xin Ai's delicate and tempting lips and reluctantly said goodbye to Xin Ai. Lin Mingyuan knew of several legendary swords scattered across the world, like Bingpo. Some, like Bingpo, were available on a first-come, first-served basis, while others required fulfilling certain conditions. After returning home, Lin Mingyuan randomly selected a few pieces of agility-enhancing equipment from the treasure vault. With his buffs fully activated and 200 agility points, he set off for Yunmeng River. Yunmeng River is located in the Jiangnan region, a prosperous and affluent region since ancient times. After 6 hours of steady flight, Lin Mingyuan descended from the sky in Jiangnan. Mist shrouded the sky, and the weather was cool, threatening rain at any moment. Lin Mingyuan peered through the thick fog and saw a broken bridge ahead, crammed with vehicles. In the distance, the town was completely devoid of light, yet another town ravaged by the catastrophe. Leaving the peaceful and stable Blackstone City, one was confronted with a post-apocalyptic scene of exposed bones and a 1,000-mile absence of roosters. With no trace of survivors nearby, Lin Mingyuan abandoned his attempt to ask for directions and, after a short rest, set off again. Flying from dusk to dawn, Lin Mingyuan knew his journey's end when he witnessed the wondrous sight of a mighty wind surging over the turbulent river. Shortly after the catastrophe, residents living near the Yunmeng River gradually noticed the winds growing stronger, rivaling at typhoons. The massive waves they whipped up broke through the riverbanks and destroyed homes, forcing residents to flee the river. No one took this strange occurrence seriously, as the bizarre events that followed the catastrophe were numerous. 5 years after the catastrophe, a Jiangnan-born, exiled swordsman returned home to pay respects to his ancestors. Passing by the Yunmeng River, he was astonished to discover that the winds were being driven by a legendary sword, the Nine Heavens. The Nine Heavens hovered above the Yunmeng River, guided by the mighty winds, awaiting its day of capture. Even 5 years after the cataclysm, legendary equipment remained supreme and extremely rare. The returning sword saint, still without a suitable weapon, was overjoyed as he charged into the howling winds in an attempt to obtain the legendary longsword Jiushin, but was surprised to find he couldn't keep up with Jiushin's speed. After entering a mountain of treasure, how could one return empty-handed? The returning sword saint settled on the banks of the Yunmeng River, daily hunting water monsters to level up and collecting equipment that increased agility. After 3 months of preparation, equipped with gear and taking agility potions, the returning sword saint once again charged into the howling winds and obtained the legendary longsword Jiushin. His story was recorded in the sword saint biography, and he and the Antarctic fisherman who stole the legendary dagger, Ice Soul, for free were hailed as two of the luckiest people, having amassed 2 legendary weapons with virtually no effort. Lin Mingyuan was deeply impressed by this incident. Those who gain something for nothing are always memorable. The lucky winner of his previous life no longer had the chance to pick up a bargain in this new timeline, because Lin Mingyuan had come to intercept them. Donning gear that enhanced his agility, Lin Mingyuan unleashed his full power, shooting like lightning into the raging wind. A sonic boom erupted, ripping through the bricks on the shore. Jiushin, drifting leisurely in the wind, sensed its approach and suddenly accelerated, vanishing like a fleeting shadow. Lin Mingyuan, equally fast, followed closely behind Jiushin. The figure, chasing the sword, swirled around the Yunmeng River, the water whipped up by the whirlwind into a water spout. As the distance closed, Lin Mingyuan's fingertips touched Jiushin's hilt. A little closer, and he had it. The world faded into nothingness, and Lin Mingyuan's vision was focused solely on Jiushin. After half a minute of pursuit, he finally secured it. The moment Jiushin was in his grasp, the wind and clouds vanished, and the surging river waters fell back into the water with a massive splash. Lin Mingyuan, clutching the legendary longsword, Jiushin, stood tall above the water, his laughter echoing ever further. Chapter 233, Tomb of King Karen. Before Lin Mingyuan obtained the legendary longsword, Nine Heavens, Xin Ai had already obtained Ice Soul, and returned it to Blackstone City. Knowing its exact location, obtaining it required only 3 steps: find it, pick it up, and return it to its home. It was that simple. Upon arriving in Antarctica, Xin Ai circled the ice-crowned mountains and found it, taking less than an hour to complete the search. Having easily acquired 2 legendary swords, Lin Mingyuan now possessed 4, needing only 1 to complete his accomplishment. However, the opportunity to easily acquire legendary swords like Bingpo and Nine Heavens is gone. The remaining legendary swords Lin Mingyuan knew of were either already owned or hidden in extremely dangerous locations. Killing and robbing for a legendary sword was unnecessary, unless, like the Great Sword of Judgment, Lin Mingyuan was absolutely determined to obtain it. If he hadn't been able to trade for the Great Sword of Judgment, he would have resorted to murder. People are the root of all problems. If you can't solve a problem, you can solve the person who raised it. Killing is Lin Mingyuan's last resort. With a 1-month deadline still far away, Lin Mingyuan doesn't need to resort to his last resort. He knows of 2 legendary swords currently unclaimed, the Ghost Lord's Command Blade, in Jiangnan, and the Soul-Splitting Devil Sword, in Siberia. Since he's in Jiangnan, Lin Mingyuan must seek the nearby Ghost Lord's Command Blade. If he travels to Siberia without a mage to open a portal, the round trip alone would take half a month, a wasteful endeavor. If he successfully acquires the Ghost Lord's Command Blade, and has more time, Lin Mingyuan will consider traveling to distant Siberia to obtain the Soul-Splitting Devil Sword, adding a new enchantment option to his holy sword, Grankle. The Ghost Lord's Command Blade is located in the real-world dungeon, King Kren's Tomb. What wasteland professionals call real-world dungeons are generally not native to Earth, but fragments of otherworldly worlds that merged into Earth during the celestial sphere's confluence. Like inserting a puzzle piece that doesn't belong, the powerful force of the celestial spheres forcibly stitches regions that don't belong to Earth onto Earth. These regions are often teeming with monsters, destined for destruction, requiring specialized personnel to suppress them. In the early stages of the catastrophe, real-world instances were rare, allowing professionals to control them. By the end of the catastrophe, humanity's home, Earth, had become a cancer patient riddled with tumors, each one robbing its host of nutrients to supply itself. Black Rock City and Lordran, the capital of the Silver Empire, are not real-world instances. Real-world instances are like amputating a healthy person, attaching a new limb, and then sewing them together. The cities that descended on Earth, on the other hand, used lasers to remove the original tattoo and inscribe a new one. Essentially, they're painting on the same skin, unlike real-world instances where a new skin is simply inserted. King Kren's tomb is located in Fusua City in the Jiangnan region. Having effortlessly acquired the Nine Heavens sword, Lin Mingyuan hurried to Fusua without stopping, the scenery along the way truly daunting. Marauders set up checkpoints on the highway, gnolls feasted on live humans in the wilderness, and towering signal towers were used as harpies' lairs. Lin Mingyuan always stopped to intervene when he saw injustice, but he witnessed too much chaos as he flew along. It was clear that the art group's management of Jiangnan hadn't reached the people, and many areas remained in chaos. Too many things to handle, and Lin Mingyuan simply soared to 10,000 meters. The majestic modern city below seemed as small as a child's beach fort, out of sight, out of mind. The closer he got to the city, the more densely populated it became. Lin Mingyuan landed, bought a map of Jiangnan at a shop, and set off again, heading straight for Fusua City. King Kellen's tomb appeared right in the center of Fusua. The massive tomb bisected the city, its gloomy mausoleum starkly contrasting with the modern city to its left and right. Mortal emperors often construct their final resting places underground. Some monarchs who made their fortunes through tomb raiding even create multiple false tombs to prevent tomb raiding. However, in the otherworldly world, the tombs of great emperors are built above ground, undeterred by the threat of plunder. Lin Mingyuan knows something of King Kellen's story. After his tomb was explored by Earth professionals, he pieced together the many clues he uncovered, revealing that King Kellen was an otherworldly tyrant who, during his reign, exterminated 14 races and enslaved over 4 million people. Despite his numerous atrocities, he lived to the ripe old age of 458. Knowing his grave would be dug up after his death, the cruel and cunning King Kellen enslaved 10 powerful sanctuary members, transforming them into ghoul liches to eternally guard his tomb. The Ghoul Lord Command Blade, Lin Mingyuan sought was the weapon of one of the sanctuary members transformed into Ghoul Lord. In addition to the Gravikeepers, King Kren set up extremely dangerous, fatal traps for any trespasser. He then declared that he had hidden within the mausoleum all the treasures and divine weapons he had amassed during his 400 years of reign, attracting greedy individuals and enemies eager to dig up his coffin and whip his corpse. After King Kren's death, tens of thousands of people, including several powerful Saint Realm warriors, stormed his mausoleum, but only a dozen escaped, and soon after, the survivors went mad. This astonishing feat terrified the world, and the locals of King Kren's world dubbed his mausoleum the Tomb of Terror, daring no one to enter. However, entry proved necessary. King Kren connected his mausoleum to the local underworld, causing periodic ghouls and ghosts to burst forth and wreak death, necessitating the frequent entry of warriors to exterminate the undead. Even after his death, the ruthless King Kren continued to plague his people. One wonders what was wrong with King Kren's mind, as if he harbored a grudge against the world that had nurtured him. The complete conquest of King Kren's tomb occurred only 4 years into the cataclysm. Currently, professionals lack the ability to penetrate the tomb, not even defeating its 10 side bosses. Otherwise, the Shiki Lord's command blade would have been taken long ago, never waiting for Lin Mingyuan. The half of the city surrounding the entrance to King Kren's tomb is bustling with activity, featuring weapon shops, magic item stores, apothecaries, basic equipment recycling centers, and even massage parlors specializing in prostitution. A complete range of restaurants and bathing services is available. However, a closer look reveals that these businesses serve no ordinary people, they simply cater to professionals. Restaurant prices are exorbitant. A plate of stir-fried choy sum costs 50 disaster coins, nearly half a day's salary for an average person, making it unaffordable. Fusa City is essentially populated by professionals and the service workers who serve them, creating a distorted and morbid prosperity. Seizing the Shiki Lord's command blade took time. Lin Mingyuan first rented a room in a hotel, declined the offer of a bed hostess, and then headed to the market area to gather information. Equipment recycling. Blank equipment is 100 disaster coins each, no limit on quantity. Green equipment with no attributes is 300 disaster coins, and green equipment with attributes is 1,200 disaster coins. The smart shop assistant in old jeans stood at the door of the store and shouted. Seeing Lin Mingyuan, he greeted him warmly. Brother, if you get useless equipment in the mausoleum, remember to come to our shop to recycle it. We guarantee the highest price in the city. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingyuan walked towards him, threw him a cigar, and chatted up. Brother, there are at least 300,000 to 50,000 people in Fusa City. How did you recognize me as an outsider at a glance? The clerk laughed twice and said, Brother, you don't know. Although Fusa City has a lot of people, 99% of them are ordinary people or low-level professionals. They are dedicated to serving the 1% like you. In our eyes, there are only a few hundred customers in Fusa City who are familiar faces. It's so hard to see a new face that of course we know you have just arrived. Then how do you know I am that 1%? Look at my dragon-like and tiger-like steps and your dragon-like and phoenix-like appearance, and you will know that you are definitely not an ordinary person. The young man's sweet talk delighted Lin Mingyuan, who, seeing his cleverness, rewarded him with 1,000 disaster coins. The 1,000 disaster coins, transferred from his account, became real and flowed into the young man's pocket. The young man's eyes lit up, knowing that this was a big client. Those less skilled professionals would not be willing to give him enough disaster coins to buy a piece of green equipment. Big brother, you're so generous. I'm a local from Fusu. If you're looking for places to eat, drink and have fun, you can ask me. Lin Mingyuan was not here to eat, drink and have fun. If he really wanted to have fun, there were plenty of good places. He said bluntly, I do have questions to ask, but you certainly can't answer me, because I want to ask about the situation inside the tomb of King Kellen. Have you been to the tomb? No. The guy chuckled twice and introduced Lin Mingyuan to a place that knew the exact information, but I know a place that sells information. Go to the end of this street and turn left. Find Boss Zhu on the second floor of the Xinghu auction house. Boss Zhu's brother is the leader of the Blood Butterfly mercenary group. He is well informed and knows everything about the tomb of King Kellen. Chapter 234 Ghost Square. Upon receiving the tip, Lin Mingyuan followed a waiter's directions to find Boss Zhu. Nearby merchants, seeing his generosity and reputation as a wealthy client, eagerly anticipated his presence. Under the pink sign, glamorously dressed young women swarmed around him, spouting sweet nothings and nagging love talks. They dragged him into the hotel, threatening to make him a regular customer. Unwilling to flirt, Lin Mingyuan vanished instantly. A flash of space-time energy revealed him at the Xinghu auction house. His appearance proved he was no ordinary man. The receptionist, more beautiful than the women who sold their looks, approached in a plain white cheongsam with a floral pattern. How can I help you, VIP? I need to see Boss Zhu for some information, Lin Mingyuan said straight to the point. Please wait a moment. I'll confirm the boss's availability. The receptionist went to the front desk to inquire, received a definitive answer, and returned, smiling at Lin Mingyuan. Dear guest, please follow me. Arriving on the second floor, they knocked on the gold-inlaid mahogany door, which exuded the air of nouveau riche. They saw Boss Zhu, a middle-aged, greasy, pot-bellied man, leaning back in his chair. Beside him, the secretary's delicate, fair hands were peeling lychees for him. My friend, you're new here, right? Boss Zhu said calmly. After the waiter's explanation, Lin Mingyuan was no longer surprised that the other party had seen through his outsider status. Stop talking nonsense. I want to know the details of the Kellan King's tomb. Name your price, Lin Mingyuan said impatiently. Boss Zhu's bloated appearance reminded Lin Mingyuan of his former boss, who had once criticized him harshly. He felt annoyed and unwilling to talk to him any further. As business was business, Boss Zhu ignored Lin Mingyuan's attitude and spread his 5 fingers. 50,000, don't be ridiculous. Can 50,000 buy first-hand information about the Kellan King's tomb? I mean 500,000. Boss Zhu turned away, his expression indifferent. It was obvious that Lin Mingyuan needed him, and Boss Zhu had a firm grasp on Lin Mingyuan's psychology. Honestly, a mere 500,000 wasn't much to Lin Mingyuan, but he couldn't stand being taken advantage of. Lin Mingyuan braced himself on the table and rose. His scorching hands unleashed a terrifying heat that instantly ignited the entire table. Through the surging flames, Boss Zhu vaguely imagined a demon king standing tall in a fiery hell, laughing up at the sky. The visceral fear and intense heat forced glistening beads of sweat onto Boss Zhu's broad, fat face. I'll give you one more chance to reframe your words. How much is it? 550,000. No, I mean it's free. Ask whatever you want, and I'll tell you everything I know. Terrified, Boss Zhu didn't even dare to ask for the original price. There are always warriors who refuse to bow to power, but Boss Zhu is definitely not one of them. Lin Mingyuan handed over 50,000 disaster coins face to face and said, I believe in the saying that there is no free lunch in the world. I don't want anything free. Feel free to charge whatever you are owed. Boss Zhu's expression calmed down a little. It seemed that Lin Mingyuan was not a person who did not follow the rules. After accepting Lin Mingyuan's money and wiping the sweat off his face, Boss Zhu drove the secretary out. Carefully took out a carefully drawn map of the tomb from the drawer, and pointed at the map to explain. To enter the tomb of King Kren, you must pass through the Ghost Square, which covers an area of about 12 large shopping malls. The Ghost Square, shrouded in gloomy fog, will continuously refresh ghosts to attack all those who invade the tomb of King Kren. Professionals below level 50 cannot pass through the Ghost Square at all. Having the strength of the second level is the threshold to enter the tomb of King Kren. If you have the strength to cross the Ghost Square, you can choose from 3 branching routes, from left to right. They are the Hall of Pain, the Wall of Repentance, and the Skinning Sanctuary. The Hall of Pain simulates the actual environment of the 666th layer of the Abyss. You must have at least 2 pieces of fire-resistant equipment and take fire-resistant potions to ensure that you will not be harmed in the Hall of Pain. Just like hunters habitually make specimens of deer heads and hang them on the wall, the tens of millions of slave laborers who built King Kren's mausoleum ultimately ended up in the Hall of Pain. Their lower halves were built into the wall, leaving their upper halves exposed. Dark magic then resurrected them as incinerators, who endure endless torture but cannot die, burning with flames. Once you enter the Hall of Pain, you will be besieged by incinerators that have broken free from the wall. This is the most dangerous of the 3 branching routes. Saints inevitably have dark thoughts in their hearts. The Wall of Repentance can reflect this dark side of people's hearts, forming human pus, monsters that attack their masters. The greater the darkness in the heart, the stronger the human pus. King Kren took pleasure in torturing his slaves. The Flame Sanctuary was once his torture chamber. In the Flame Sanctuary, you may encounter various monsters such as stitched corpses, abominations, executioners, and headless horsemen. Their levels and strengths are unknown, making it the most uncertain path. After passing any fork in the road, you will encounter 3 more forks. Each fork corresponds to a sanctuary level boss. It has been confirmed that the sanctuary bosses corresponding to the 3 paths after the Wall of Repentance are Anmao, Pale Grave Guardian, and Sadistic Lich, Edmund. The first and third of the 3 paths in the Flame Sanctuary are inhabited by the bosses, Resurrected Corpse, Long-Legged Rug, and Wandering Soul King. Anyone who trespasses on the second path will die, and no one knows the specific information about the boss. As for the Hall of Pain, due to its high difficulty, no one has yet been able to conquer it. It is unknown what bosses the 3 routes in the Hall of Pain correspond to. After recounting his findings, Boss Zhu sighed and changed the subject, saying, in my early years, I was involved in the antique business. I've come across numerous unearthed artifacts, and I have some understanding of ancient imperial tombs. Many emperors would set traps like spikes and poison pools in their mausoleums to slay tomb robbers and protect themselves from harassment. But all the tomb traps on Earth combined are less than 1% as strong as those in King Karen's tomb. Others set traps within the mausoleum, but King Karen's is a massive trap. There's no safe place. Having learned the details, Lin Mingyuan wasn't interested in hearing Boss Zhu's lamentations. He stepped through the heavenly gate again, arriving at the entrance to King Karen's tomb. The massive tomb gate, large enough for a giant, was filled with a chilling wind and thick fog. Within each step lay two worlds, the sunny Fusua city behind, the treacherous burial grounds ahead. Lin Mingyuan entered King Karen's tomb with a blank expression. Blackened blood trickled from the cracks between the tiles, emitting a strange, fishy odor. Thick fog obscured visibility, limiting it to 100 meters. The shadow of an unimaginably vast mausoleum loomed in the distance, like an ancient beast with its maw gaping, waiting for its prey to fall into its trap. Lin Mingyuan had taken a few steps when a sobbing sound caught his attention. A little girl in a blood-stained white dress was kneeling in the front left, sobbing softly. A ghost square where anyone below rank 2 must die before entering would encounter a crying, lost little girl? Anyone with a brain knew something was amiss. Lin Mingyuan feigned ignorance as he walked forward, wanting to see what she could do. He asked, "Little sister, are you okay?" The girl remained indifferent. As expected, as Lin Mingyuan reached behind her, she suddenly turned. Her hollow eye sockets, devoid of pupils, streamed with blood and tears. Her dark mouth opened, and insects transformed from the plague flew out, attempting to penetrate Lin Mingyuan's ears and mouth. A fierce fire erupted, and Lin Mingyuan's gentle smile took on a sinister edge amid the infernal flames. Annoying, buzzing insects clattered to the ground. He pressed his scorching palm against the little girl's grim, horrified face, the flames melting her ghostly physique. The girl shrieked in agony as she vanished into ashes. Ghosts were a powerful counter to sword masters. Sword masters shuddered at the sight of any incorporeal monster, immune to physical damage but particularly vulnerable to elemental damage like lightning and fire. By burning one ghost to death, Lin Mingyuan had stirred up a hornet's nest. The surrounding ghosts, startled by the little girl's final screams, swirled around him in a swirling gray mist, emitting shrieks that pierced their very souls. Die, all of you, Lin Mingyuan, protected by the power of the devil's true name and possessing a formidable soul defense, withstood another wave of ghostly attacks. The blackened veins on his fair face were etched with a hideous brilliance. Lin Mingyuan, whose soul could only passively defend itself, unable to proactively attack, erupted in rage. A blaze of incineration and scorched earth suddenly unfolded. In an instant, the cold mist was consumed by the raging torrent of flames. The ghosts felt as if they were trapped in a scorching purgatory. Their fragile bodies could not survive, and they howled as they dissipated in puffs of black smoke. Lin Mingyuan continued forward, and the flames shifted with him. The ferocious ghosts fled in panic, huddled in corners. It wasn't until Lin Mingyuan entered the Hall of Pain that the flames dissipated, and the fog once again enveloped the dark square. Only then did the ghosts return to their positions, waiting for the next unfortunate intruder. Chapter 235 The Difficult Shiki Lord. Of the three paths, Lin Mingyuan chose the Hall of Pain for a simple reason. The less challenging sanctuary bosses following the Wall of Confession and the Skinning Sanctuary had largely been scouted by local professionals, and the Shikigami Lord, whom Lin Mingyuan sought to slay, was not present. Lin Mingyuan's goal was clear, he was after the Shikigami Lord's command blade. The Shikigami Lord had a high probability of appearing in the three branching routes leading to the Hall of Pain, so he decided to explore the Hall of Pain. As for whether he could clear the Hall of Pain, Lin Mingyuan had no concerns. While the area might stop the local professionals of Fusua City, it couldn't stop Lin Mingyuan. Entering the Hall of Pain, a wave of heat washed over him. The Hall of Pain's layout was intriguing. Beneath the walls flowed a slow, bubbling stream of lava. Countless tombs had been chiseled through the walls, and within these, half of the bodies of the incinerated corpses lay bound, groaning in agony. In the center of the hall stood a platform constructed from 99,900 thick stone pillars, resembling an enormous arena. Anyone knocked off would plummet into the surrounding magma, creating a heavy, oppressive feeling. As Lin Mingyuan entered the Hall of Pain, the heavy stone door automatically closed, and rubble levitated to form a gravel path leading to the platform. Heat waves rose upward, and beneath him lay the crimson lava that illuminated the Hall of Pain. One wrong step would mean a descent into the abyss. Lin Mingyuan, skilled and daring, stepped onto the rubble and ascended to the platform. The moment he reached the platform, the rubble forming the passageway fell into a pool of glowing crimson lava, cutting off his escape. What the fat guy said is true. The temperature inside the Hall of Pain exceeds 600 degrees. Without some fire-resistant equipment, I can't withstand it, Lin Mingyuan muttered softly. The real test was about to begin. The cremated corpses, half sealed within the tomb's aperture, were freed the moment Lin Mingyuan stepped onto the platform. Millennia of relentless torture had left each soul trapped within them, unable to die, filled with a raging rage. Whenever anyone entered the Hall of Pain, they vented their wrath, tearing the intruder's body apart and feasting on their flesh and blood. At that moment, the cremated corpses broke free, their charred legs giving a powerful kick as they leaped onto the platform, leaping towards Lin Mingyuan. Based on their speed, Lin Mingyuan estimated their agility to be around 80 points. While still below the speed of sound, it was already incredibly fast for the naked eye. Lin Mingyuan ignored the cremated corpses, standing tall and proud, allowing their sharpened phalanges to tear at his indestructible body. Strength is around 65 points, average. The attack power is quite strong, at least it makes me feel pain. Lin Mingyuan glanced at the exposed skin scratched with blood, and curled his lips slightly. He had already judged the strength of the incinerator corpse. Facing the siege of countless incinerator corpses, even a fully staffed team of legendary professionals would find it difficult to cope. They are indeed quite capable. There is a reason why the Hall of Pain has not been breached yet. But it is too much to think that stopping Lin Mingyuan with such a small ability. Lin Mingyuan activated the buffs to enter combat mode, and his muscles trembled. The incinerator corpses and bones were shattered when the attack hit Lin Mingyuan. The charred carbonized skin on the body was cracked, revealing the bright red flesh inside. The pain only made the incinerator corpse more excited. After thousands of years of torture, all they wanted was death. Several cremated corpses, wounded and unable to fight, suddenly embraced Lin Mingyuan. The cracks in their wounds grew brighter and brighter. Energy accumulated in their bodies reached its peak before exploding. The thousands of degrees of heat were nothing to the Fire Demon King, who was immune to it. The impact of the explosion only shook Lin Mingyuan slightly. The power gap was too great, and the cremated corpses could not pose a threat to Lin Mingyuan. After experiencing the power of the cremated corpses' self-detonation, and knowing all their data, Lin Mingyuan gave them no chance. There was no need to draw his sword to deal with this group of ants. Lin Mingyuan punched down, shattering the cremated corpses halfway. His whirlwind kicks sundered the spines of 7 or 8 cremated corpses. Weapons are an extension of fists and kicks. Those skilled in weaponry are likely to be skilled in both. While his physical attributes vastly outmatch those of the cremated corpses, Lin Mingyuan proved even more formidable than Ant Man, defeating thousands alone. The unscrupulous cremated corpses succumbed to Lin Mingyuan's iron fists one after another, leaving the platform covered in the blasted remains of their tissue. After a flurry of slaughter, when the number of cremated corpses killed by Lin Mingyuan's fists exceeded the limit, no more cremated corpses actively attacked him. He had finally passed the Hall of Pain stage, a stage that required a bit more effort than the Square of Ghosts. A suspended gravel path formed 3 branching paths, leading to the left, center, and right. Lin Mingyuan took the center path first. Pushing open the door, the scene before him shifted dramatically. Amidst a dense, impenetrable darkness, a hanging coffin hung suspended by 18 chains. With a teeth-grinding creaking sound, the coffin slowly opened, and an evil, even darker than the darkness itself, emanated from it. A withered hand, clad in a wedding glove, rested beside the coffin. The snow-white wedding dress had faded with age, like the withered skin of its owner. The bridal-clad sanctuary boss, the corpse bride, slowly emerged from the coffin, her hollow eyes gazing at Lin Mingyuan. "Hello, madam." "Goodbye, madam." Lin Mingyuan smiled shyly, like a timid young man embarrassed to have disturbed someone. With a flash of space-time energy, Lin Mingyuan returned to the Hall of Pain. The intruder suddenly vanished, leaving the corpse bride, puzzled. She tilted her head, her headscarf falling, revealing a shrunken, skeletal face and a sliver of long, graying hair. She slowly reclined in her coffin. In life, the corpse bride possessed the strength of a sanctuary, perhaps the foremost among them. But now that she's dead, how much of her strength can she retain, even if transformed into an undead creature by dark magic? In a real fight, Lin Mingyuan has at least a 50% chance of victory. But there's no need for Lin Mingyuan to take such risks. His only target is the Ghoul Lord. This time, Lin Mingyuan took the left path. 10 seconds later, a space-time rift appeared in the Hall of Pain, and Lin Mingyuan returned to the starting point. The room on the left housed the boss, Frostlich Campbell, but still not the Ghoul Lord he was looking for. Could it be that the Ghoul Lord is hiding in that uncharted path of the Flaying Sanctuary? Then wouldn't my trip have been in vain? Frustrated by his repeated misjudgments, Lin Mingyuan entered the room on the right. Instead of the biting ice and snow, or the deep darkness, the scene before him transformed into a vast tomb chamber that dwarfed even a giant. Rows of towering display shelves held coffins of varying sizes and ages. In the distance, the Shiki Lord sat slumbering on a throne, his command blade in hand. Upon seeing the Shiki Lord, Lin Mingyuan knew he had finally met his master. Without a word, he stepped through the heavenly gate and crossed thousands of meters. The shattered space and time enveloped the Shiki Lord. The Shiki Lord's eyes instantly opened. Theirs was an icy blue, as if shrouded in 1,000 stars, a breathtaking sight. He unsheathed his command blade, shattering the shattered space and time. Lin Mingyuan emerged from the shattered space before he even touched the ground. Half of his hand was severed, and before he could even touch the ground, 3 bloody fingers fell into the thick dust, then vaporized in flames. Even in the heat of battle, Lin Mingyuan carefully protected his DNA. Lost limbs and blood would instantly evaporate. The S-rank talent, Immortality, was his most frequently used talent. Every time Lin Mingyuan was injured, it was a moment of unleashing its might. It was precisely because of this Immortality talent that Lin Mingyuan dared to repeatedly rely on his physical strength to counter attacks, understanding his enemy's characteristics. He glanced at his broken hand. A legendary weapon alone couldn't possibly have sliced through Lin Mingyuan's body with such ease. The Shikigami Lord's profession was obvious. You're also a sword master, Lin Mingyuan said with conviction. However, the Shikigami Lord wouldn't answer him verbally, only using his sword. The chilling murderous intent sent goosebumps up along Lin Mingyuan's neck, and the hairs on his neck stood on end. The Shikigami Lord's strike had targeted Lin Mingyuan's neck. Sparring with sword masters was a regular part of Lin Mingyuan's training. With Luo Bing and Wu Chunlei providing him with skills in Blackstone City, and his master Feng Teichu in Hejian City, Lin Mingyuan had plenty of experience battling sword masters. Lin Mingyuan retreated half a step, drawing his sword as the command blade pursued him. This wasn't a defensive move, but a counterattack. Trading wounds for wounds was Lin Mingyuan's new style. As an undead being, would the Shikigami Lord fear exchanging wounds with Lin Mingyuan? Obviously not. The Shikigami Lord's chest was pierced by the Judgment Greatsword, blazing with the flames of judgment. Lin Mingyuan's throat was also slit, blood gushing out like a fountain, both sides wounded. You fooled me, idiot. Burn everything. The eternal fire channeled through the Judgment Greatsword's meridians, its temperature soaring to 100,000 degrees. As the wound on Lin Mingyuan's neck began to heal, the Shikigami Lord was reduced to ash. With a system, determining the enemy's death was simple. Listen for the system's notification tone. After killing an enemy, the system absorbs their soul energy, converting it into experience points and returning it to the player. As long as the soul cannot be recovered, the enemy is definitely alive. A whirlwind blew from the ashes, and the fallen Shiki Lord's command blade was summoned by an invisible force back to the Shiki Lord's resurrected hand from the ashes. This is interesting, Lin Mingyuan exclaimed, delighted. The Shiki Lord's method of resurrection was novel. It looked like he could play a few more rounds with him. In his human form, Lin Mingyuan was incredibly agile. He unleashed diagonal slashes, reverse hooks, soaring wings, and crow turns, his moves connecting with unparalleled swiftness. The Shiki Lord was completely overwhelmed by Lin Mingyuan. Technically, the Shiki Lord, possessing innate muscle memory, was no match for Lin Mingyuan, but Lin Mingyuan's superior attributes naturally overpowered him. Retreating 10 steps, cornered on the throne, the Shiki Lord roared like a beast, slashing horizontally and vertically at breakneck speed. The gloomy cross slash, shrouded in a gray, deathly aura, interrupted Lin Mingyuan's attack and inflicted a wound on his lower ribs. The dense death energy clung to the wound, significantly slowing his recovery. Forcing Lin Mingyuan back, the Ghoul Lord raised his command blade, like a general commanding his troops. The resounding sound of heavy coffin lids opening was enough to make the hairs stand on end. A zombie wave was coming. One of the affixes to the Ghoul Lord's command blade was, "Command the Undead," which made all undead within its range obey the wielder's orders, temporarily depriving even the necromancer's undead creatures of control. All the sanctuary bosses transformed into undead lost their original domains, so each boss room was remodeled to best suit their abilities, partially compensating for the loss of their domains. For the Ghoul Lord, the more corpses there were, the better his abilities. Thousands of zombie soldiers, 30% of their former strength, emerged from their coffins, brandishing rusted and decayed weapons. Bugs. Facing the siege, Lin Mingyuan launched the incineration fire and scorched earth. The violent flames burned the rotten zombie soldiers into charred bones in a moment. Relying on large-scale killing skills to eliminate the zombie soldiers, Lin Mingyuan leaped up, raised the sword of judgment and chopped it down in the air, forcing the enemy to resist with the overwhelming force of the furnace swordsmanship. With flames burning in his eyes, Lin Mingyuan's murderous intent gradually became stronger. This fierce sword will surely break through the impenetrable defense of the Corpse Demon Lord, and the Corpse Demon Lord will be beheaded within 3 moves. Lin Mingyuan had already thought of the plot, but the first scene of the opening was out of Lin Mingyuan's imagination. Lin Mingyuan's powerful slash was blocked by the Corpse Demon Lord with a single-handed sword. His arm did not move at all, and Lin Mingyuan's wrist bone was broken by the recoil force because he could not vent his strength. What's going on? Chapter 236, Boss Attack. Lin Mingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was witnessing. He had clearly been suppressing the power of the Shikigami Lord just moments before, yet how could he suddenly overpower him? It was incomprehensible. The sudden turn of events caught Lin Mingyuan off guard. Professionals teetering on the brink of life and death were acutely aware of danger, and upon sensing it, Lin Mingyuan unleashed his true form without hesitation. His rough skin was as hard as rock, ablaze with infernal flames that incinerated everything. The massive Demon King's form was well-proportioned and effortless, a powerful, mobile source of radiation, spreading destruction and terror in all directions. In his true form, the temperatures of the incineration fire and the scorched earth increased dramatically. The flames within the scorched earth reached temperatures approaching those inside a steel furnace, and the incineration fire was even hotter, approaching the intense heat of the sun's surface. The sinister, decaying zombies vanished in wisps of black smoke within the scorched earth, while the time-honed, rotten blades were reduced to molten iron. The Shikigami Lords near Lin Mingyuan were unable to retaliate and were quickly reduced to ash. A whirlwind swept up, and the Shiki Lord resurrected once more. Meteors rained down from above, extinguishing the Shiki Lord's life force. Secret sword technique, Meteor Volcano. Lin Mingyuan gradually discovered that the color of the Shiki Lord's eyes faded with each death, proving that he wasn't truly immortal. Death and resurrection simply consumed some of his soul energy, and when that energy was depleted, he died. A more complex issue is that after his death, the Shiki Lord developed resistance to the same damage that killed him, making it more difficult to kill him the next time. Initially quickly dissolved in the incineration, the Shiki Lord developed a terrifying fire resistance after being repeatedly slain by fire-based attacks. The flames, molten steel and iron, licked the Shiki Lord's bones but only burned through his flesh. A backhand strike from the Shiki Lord caught Lin Mingyuan off guard, slicing through his muscular chest. Even the Heaven Stepping Gate, activated with a single thought, couldn't dodge. Lin Mingyuan, instantly flashing 1,000 meters away, stared in shock at the blood-soaked chest wound. The Shiki Lord's agility had increased to a level Lin Mingyuan couldn't fathom. At the start of their clash, the Shiki Lord's strength was around 130 and his agility around 120, completely outmatched by Lin Mingyuan's devastating assault. But as he summoned the zombie horde that filled the tomb, his strength and agility soared, both exceeding 200 points, effectively overwhelming Lin Mingyuan. Just then, the Shiki Lord would have needed at least 300 agility and over 300 strength to deliver that swift strike. The Fire Demon King's sternum, like a thick plate of armor, was shattered with such force, exposing his delicate internal organs to the elements. Why are his attributes increasing so quickly? Does it mean that every time he dies, all his attributes increase? No, not at all. The first time I killed the Ghoul Lord, his attributes didn't increase at all, and I was still outmatched. It was after he summoned his zombie army that his attributes increased significantly. Could it be that he possesses a talent for command, and the more troops he commands, the higher his attributes? Lin Mingyuan pondered the reason for the Ghoul Lord's sudden increase in strength, his gaze gradually shifting from him to the zombie soldiers who kept rushing into Lin Mingyuan's scorched earth area like moths to a flame and being burned. If the Ghoul Lord truly valued the zombies under his control, he wouldn't have sent them to their deaths. To their deaths? A thought immediately overturned his previous assumptions. The zombie soldiers couldn't break through the barrier of the scorched earth, yet the Ghoul Lord ordered them to rush into it one after another, sacrificing their lives in vain. Could the Ghoul Lord's attribute doubling be related to the dead zombies? Having guessed the truth, Lin Mingyuan wielded his sword of judgment, sweeping across the area and accelerating the slaughter of the zombie soldiers. As expected, the Ghoul Lord's speed towards him grew faster and faster, his agility reaching 350 points. The Ghoul Lord rapidly approached, and when he realized he was no match for him, Lin Mingyuan retracted his weapon. His massive figure slowly faded into the air, scattered by the Ghoul Lord's blows. By this point, Lin Mingyuan had already activated the Heavenly Gate, exiting the Ghoul Lord's boss room and returning to the Hall of Pain. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Mingyuan sat on the ground, gazing at the closed door, pondering a countermeasure. Given the Ghoul Lord's soul strength, it would take at least 20 kills to completely annihilate it, perhaps even more. The Ghoul Lord was also extremely vigilant, and if he found his opponent too much to handle, he would summon his zombie army. Regardless, it still didn't work. Lin Mingyuan couldn't take down the Ghoul Lord, as the zombie army guarded him. Killing the zombie army was even more difficult. The Ghoul Lord rapidly grew stronger, increasing all his attributes by 0.1 for each zombie soldier he killed. Killing 1,000 zombie soldiers would increase the Lord's attributes by 100 points, with no cap. The Ghoul Lord's level was higher than Lin Mingyuan's, and the Antique Master's monocle couldn't reveal his attributes. The purpose of the Ghoul Lord's constantly increasing attributes remained unknown. For Lin Mingyuan, who constantly challenged opponents of higher levels, the monocle's effectiveness was diminishing. He could easily defeat opponents of the same or lower levels without needing to understand their abilities. Those he couldn't defeat were generally Saint-level experts who surpassed him by a major rank. The monocle only revealed their names and levels, not their classes or attributes, let alone their innate skills. It was time for the monocle to be retired. The most powerful exploration equipment, capable of disregarding level differences, is undoubtedly the legendary Eye of Horus. Unfortunately, I won't get it until next year. Monocle, oh Monocle, you'll need to use your remaining energy. Lin Mingyuan, his thoughts swirling and unable to come up with a plan, returned to Fusua City for a brief rest. Once he devised a strategy to defeat his enemy, he would challenge the Ghoul Lord again. Lin Mingyuan was a man of awe, having long been prepared for a protracted battle. The 10 sub-bosses of King Kren's tomb were once powerful Sanctuary Realm warriors. After their defeat by King Kren, they were transformed into undead creatures to guard his tomb. Their undead transformations significantly diminished their power and deprived them of their domains. However, their reign as kings must have been due to their unique skills, surpassing many Sanctuary Realm warriors with domains and not to be underestimated. After a night's rest at the hotel, Lin Mingyuan returned to King Kren's tomb the next day, following the old path to challenge the Ghoul Lord. He didn't need to fight the already cleared Ghost Square and Hall of Pain again. The ghosts took refuge upon seeing him, and the cremated corpses in the Hall of Pain didn't dare to bother him again. Meanwhile, Lin Mingyuan discovered something interesting. The cremated corpses in the Hall of Pain had been reduced by 1/5 in Lin Mingyuan's single round of clearing yesterday, but the losses had been replenished just a day later. The Kren Tomb's automatic recovery capabilities were remarkable. He arrived at the Ghoul Lord's boss room again. As expected, no traces of yesterday's battle remained. At the end of the vast coffin museum lay the Ghoul Lord, restored to his original form. This time, Lin Mingyuan, with experience, struck first, dispatching the Ghoul Lord within 5 moves. The revived Ghoul Lord immediately summoned his zombie army, but this time, Lin Mingyuan avoided the combo of incineration and scorched earth, nor did he employ any large-scale attacks to spare a single zombie, focusing solely on the Ghoul Lord's main form. After an hour-long battle, Lin Mingyuan reluctantly retreated to the Hall of Pain. Any attack that could kill the Ghoul Lord would only make him stronger. After Lin Mingyuan struck him with his sword 7 or 8 times, the Ghoul Lord became nearly immune to both physical and true damage. Specifically, Lin Mingyuan's indestructible blade couldn't break through the Ghoul Lord's withered skin, forcing him to use elemental damage. Having learned his lesson, Lin Mingyuan managed the damage spread well, rarely affecting the zombie soldiers. Instead, the Ghoul Lord's powerful attacks slew numerous zombies, his stats boosted and becoming increasingly formidable. Lin Mingyuan couldn't guarantee that every attack would be effective against the Shiki Lord in the fiercest of battles. In a battle between two powerful opponents, the ant-like zombie soldiers who strayed into the battlefield would be caught in the crossfire. When the Shiki Lord's stats rose to a level slightly higher than Lin Mingyuan's, Lin Mingyuan lost his advantage. All his area of effect damage skills were disabled, leaving him with limited options. Furthermore, the Shiki Lord's increasing strength drained Lin Mingyuan's stamina. After an hour of fighting, Lin Mingyuan had no chance of victory and was forced to retreat through the Heavenly Gate. Fortunately, Lin Mingyuan still possessed an unstoppable spatial displacement skill, allowing him to retreat whenever the situation arose. This afforded him countless opportunities for trial and error. After another day of rest, Lin Mingyuan refined his plan and challenged the Shiki Lord for a third time. During the Shiki Lord's first few deaths, he tried to defeat him with his fists and feet. As a swordsman, Lin Mingyuan's swordsmanship dealt mixed damage, combining physical and true damage. Therefore, each time the Shiki Lord died and revived, his physical and true resistance increased. Prioritize killing the Ghoul Lord with fists and kicks. Even if the Ghoul Lord maxed out his physical resistance, Lin Mingyuan could still defeat him again through the true damage dealt by the Swordmaster's standard, Supreme Blade, talent. The optimization plan resulted in Lin Mingyuan and the Ghoul Lord battling for 2.5 hours. Dancing on the edge of a blade, Lin Mingyuan was exhausted. He had killed the Ghoul Lord 23 times, and his brilliant sky blue eyes had turned gray with a hint of blue. Only 2 more kills were needed for Lin Mingyuan to win. However, Lin Mingyuan was no longer able to fight the Ghoul Lord's last 2 lives. The intense battle wore down the already formidable Lin Mingyuan. On the 4th day after arriving in Fusua City, he returned to the boss room for his 4th challenge. This time, Lin Mingyuan emerged after 10 minutes, his face livid. Lin Mingyuan wasn't the only one making progress. The last time Lin Mingyuan nearly killed the Ghoul Lord, the Lord was completely wary. Upon seeing Lin Mingyuan, he immediately began summoning a horde of zombies. Then, employing an extremely shameless tactic, he slaughtered the zombies despite Lin Mingyuan's attacks, rapidly increasing his own stats to 300 points, leaving Lin Mingyuan completely stunned. How could he even defeat the Ghoul Lord? He managed to kill 10 of them in a row, but the Lord's stats were already stacked, and Lin Mingyuan was no match for them. Frustrated, he retreated from the boss room. Lin Mingyuan had tried his best, even unleashing his ultimate move, Invincible Slash, to quickly kill the Ghoul Lord. Only to be defeated in 10 minutes, all his efforts were wasted, and the strategy reached a stalemate. This stalemate lasted for 2 days. Lin Mingyuan, at his wit's end, sought help from outside the arena. He called Wei Qianxue, asking his advisors for help in devising a countermeasure. Wei Qianxue hadn't expected a career planning manager like him to encounter such a challenge. Undeterred by Lin Mingyuan's request, he immediately brought in several military advisors and expert battlefield commanders to research how to crack the Ghoul Lord's unstoppable tactics. Strength in numbers, they had a solution in less than half an hour. Wei Qianxue called and said, "The solution is simple. You've gotten stuck in a rut, relying solely on yourself. All you need is a few reliable helpers to contain the zombie soldiers, allowing you to focus on dealing with the Ghoul Lord." Wei Qianxue's words, like a wake-up call, completely opened Lin Mingyuan's mind. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Pre-War Assembly. Lin Mingyuan's helpless past life shaped him into a Lone Ranger. He often fell into the classic Lone Ranger misconception, believing that relying solely on one's own strength could solve any problem. In the transcendental worldview, individual strength can indeed solve any problem, as long as one is strong enough. Lin Mingyuan is indeed strong enough, capable of solving most problems on his own. It's only a few that he can't handle on his own that lead him into this misconception. After Wei Qianxue's explanation, Lin Mingyuan's mind was opened, realizing that the problem that had been troubling him for days was no longer a problem. He simply needed to divide the battlefield into 2 parts. The primary battlefield would undoubtedly be Lin Mingyuan's solo battle against the Ghoul Lord, while the secondary battlefield would simply require a group of skilled fighters to contain the zombie hordes. "Where are you? Do you need help from headquarters?" Wei Qianxue's voice echoed through the phone again. If it's not too much trouble, please ask Zuki Uayu if she's available. She can help me contain the zombie soldiers. Her surgically precise strikes can disable them without killing them, Lin Mingyuan said. He had worked very well with Zuki Uayu during the previous Northern decisive battle, and when Lin Mingyuan needed help, he immediately turned to her. Zuki Uayu alone might not be enough. The Shiki Lord possesses considerable intelligence and will proactively adjust his tactics. A decisive strike is necessary, otherwise the next attack will be even more difficult. To maintain his composure, Lin Mingyuan called Blackstone City again and ordered Yanqi's disciple, Zhao Ligan, to open a portal and send Feng Daotian, Lu Obing, Wu Chunlei, and others to Fusua City for assistance. He didn't call Freya or Yan Qianxue, who were closer to him, because Freya was absorbed in her cultivation and Lin Mingyuan felt uncomfortable disturbing her. Yan Qianxue, on the other hand, shouldered the responsibility of defending Blackstone City. She and Li Tuong were his right-hand men, and with Xin Ai away, he could only trust them with his support. There was no need to rush today. Lin Mingyuan needed to revise the battle plan and recruit several reliable mercenary groups locally to gather the troops. They could reunite tomorrow morning. Blackstone City was simply too far from Fusua City, otherwise, Lin Mingyuan would have brought the demon army with him, eliminating the need for outsiders. That afternoon, Lin Mingyuan, having made plans, went to see Boss Zhu, a powerful figure in Fusua City. Zhuai, go brew some of my prized Dahong Pao tea for our distinguished guest, Boss Zhu beamed at the sight of Lin Mingyuan. Ever since Lin Mingyuan's rebuke a few days ago, Boss Zhu had become much more docile, no longer daring to treat Lin Mingyuan like a stranger. Don't bother, Lin Mingyuan said calmly, I'm here to discuss 2 business deals with you, Boss Zhu. I'll be leaving after that. What business do you want to discuss? Lin Mingyuan cut straight to the point. Boss Zhu immediately slipped into his businessman persona, not bothering with false politeness or building relationships, and spoke directly. First, I want to sell you information about how to clear the Hall of Pain and the bosses on the 3 subsequent branch paths. Didn't you say no one had cleared the Hall of Pain? How much is this absolutely private, first-hand information worth? Boss Zhu wavered. If the information is true, the information about how to clear the Hall of Pain is worth 500,000 disaster coins, and the identity of each subsequent boss is worth 1 million. It's just that I have no way to verify the authenticity of the information, so, Lin Mingyuan smiled. So you don't trust me? That's okay, let's talk about the second deal. I want to use Boss Zhu's channels to hire several mercenary groups to help me clear the boss of one of the 3 branch paths. I'll be responsible for dealing with the boss itself, and the mercenary groups will only need to cooperate with my subordinates to restrain the zombie soldiers summoned by the gatekeeper boss. The zombie soldiers will not exceed level 60, but there will be a lot of them, between 3,000 and 4,000. I sincerely want capable mercenary groups to cooperate with me in this operation. If you have the ability, the commission is negotiable. Lin Mingyuan's unconcerned generosity intimidated Boss Zhu. He cautiously asked, may I ask your name, distinguished guest? Lin Mingyuan from Black Rock City. He revealed his identity and background, and told Boss Zhu that anyone interested could meet him at the Jinrong Hotel before 9 a.m. tonight or tomorrow. No later than that. With that, Lin Mingyuan stepped through the heavenly gate and vanished. The doors and windows were closed, and Lin Mingyuan vanished into thin air. His unpredictable spatial abilities convinced Boss Zhu that Lin Mingyuan must be a prominent figure. Lin Mingyuan, that name sounds so familiar. I must have heard him recently. Boss Zhu opened a drawer and quickly flipped through a thick stack of newspapers from the past 3 months. Soon, he saw a photo of Lin Mingyuan in combat on the front page of Northern Weekly. Instantly, Boss Zhu understood why he remembered Lin Mingyuan's name but not his face. The photo in the newspaper showed Lin Mingyuan in his demonic form. His towering figure, towering like a mountain, dwarfing even tanks, convinced Boss Zhu that every word Lin Mingyuan had just spoken was true. A fierce dragon crossing the river, I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse, Boss Zhu muttered softly, and immediately ordered his brother, Zhu Chengyu, leader of the Blood Butterfly mercenary group, to come and discuss matters. Lin Mingyuan had no idea what the 2 Zhu brothers discussed, but that evening, Zhu Chengyu, leader of the Blood Butterfly mercenary group, and Bai Jinrong, leader of the renowned White Star mercenary group, arrived together. Zhu Chengyu stood 1.95 meters tall and was as thin as a bamboo pole. Just by looking at his physique, one could tell he was a magician. His skin was pale, His lips were blood red, and the fishy smell emanating from him was familiar. He was a vampire. Bai Jinrong was much more normal, a bit more muscular than Lin Mingyuan. He carried a large golden ring knife on his back, and looked very imposing. I heard that you are Lin Mingyuan, the central China hero who fought on the northern battlefield and inflicted great losses on the northern hegemony, the Brotherhood of Steel. Can you show us some of your skills? Bai Jinrong was a typical warrior, speaking directly, and Lin Mingyuan admired his character. Lin Mingyuan opened his palm, and a golden flame erupted from his palm. Instantly, the temperature soared from the pleasant 25 degrees Celsius to 2,500 degrees Celsius, instantly causing the thermometer to explode. Even more astonishing. Despite the intense heat, enough to melt steel, as if the very space itself had been distorted by the 10-day sky, the hotel room remained untouched. The flammable duvet and wool carpet remained intact, demonstrating Lin Mingyuan's mastery of flame. That's enough, relinquish your powers. Zhu Chengyu, who summoned a thick plasma shield but couldn't withstand the intense heat, looked filled with deep fear. A vampire naturally afraid of fire, encountering Lin Mingyuan was like meeting their natural enemy. Even if you were a level higher than Lin Mingyuan, he would still be defeated. Even at the same level, he could never defeat Lin Mingyuan. This was the natural antagonism of species. Dark creatures were so vulnerable when facing the ruler of the fire elemental plane. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Bai Jinrong, with his exceptional physique and high resistance, remained unaffected. He watched as Lin Mingyuan closed his palms, the flames extinguished, and the heat subsided, and nodded silently. Zhu Chengyu and Bai Jinrong were both experts, and they naturally recognized the true strength of Lin Mingyuan's initial demonstration. He was indeed a far superior expert, and no imposter. Since he wasn't a con man, they could negotiate the commission, and the more resourceful Zhu Chengyu was left to negotiate. Lin Mingyuan was generous and well-funded, but Zhu Chengyu was afraid he wouldn't ask for too much. The commission was agreed upon in 2 minutes. 2 mercenary groups, totaling over 150 men, would serve Lin Mingyuan until the boss, the Ghoul Lord, was defeated. Any equipment and skills dropped by the boss would belong to Lin Mingyuan. Upon completion, Lin Mingyuan would provide Zhu Chengyu and Bai Jinrong with information about the bosses on the other 2 paths. Lin Mingyuan had secured 2 mercenary group services for free thanks to 2 pieces of information. While Lin Mingyuan might have profited, the 2 mercenary groups weren't at a disadvantage either. All they had to do was help Lin Mingyuan hold off the weaker zombie soldiers, and they would receive 2 pieces of first-hand information worth 2 million yuan. With no one expected to conquer the Hall of Pain anytime soon, they had exclusive access to the remaining 2 bosses. This would allow them to devise strategies and seize the initiative in future campaigns, benefiting from knowing both themselves and their enemies. Cooperation is mutually beneficial, and no one loses out. They agreed to meet in the hotel lobby at noon tomorrow, and then each went their separate ways. Blood Butterfly and White Star were the 2 most powerful mercenary groups in Fusua City, led by legendary professionals. The rest were independent individuals or small mercenary groups, unworthy of Lin Mingyuan's attention. After the 2 left, he turned his back on others who offered themselves. Time flew to the next day. Zhu Chengyu and Bai Jinrong arrived early with their men in the hotel lobby. Those who loved wine ordered bottles of foreign liquor, drank, and played finger-guessing games, shouting and yelling. Those who loved to gamble occupied tables and played cards, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, their shouting even louder than the gamblers at the tables. Some even solicited women, making the hotel waiters tremble with excitement, and then paid them to take them to corners for dirty acts. The scene was a scene of rampant chaos. A mercenary group is not an army, and discipline is not as strict. All they need to do in battle is obey orders and cooperate. No one expects their daily lives to conform to the rules. Lin Mingyuan, who had received a call from Wei Chongshan and was coming downstairs to meet the council's reinforcements, came downstairs to see the chaos. Displeased, but silent, he set up a special beacon and sent it to the mages of the United Council. Soon, a portal opened. The first person to pass through it was not Zhu Qiyu, but Empress Yi Zhao, who now ruled the South Asian countries. Why is it Lin Mingyuan really didn't expect Yi Zhao to come. This woman has always disliked him. It's just that they seldom see each other on weekdays, otherwise they would have fought long ago. Following closely behind were Zhu Qiyu and Yu Qingqing, both old friends of Lin Mingyuan. The United Council sent 3 female generals, each with their own merits. In terms of appearance, Lin Mingyuan has never seen anyone prettier than Yan Qianxue. Even without makeup, she can outshine top actresses. She has a face that was gifted by God. Zhu Qiu's figure is second to none, especially her long legs, which are tight, round, and perfectly proportioned. They are slender yet powerful. Yi Zhao's figure and appearance are relatively ordinary, but she has the domineering aura of a queen. Tens of thousands of mercenaries and killers rely on her for their livelihood. She controls illegal businesses in many South Asian countries. No matter where she appears, she is always the most dazzling one in the crowd. Chapter 238 Thor's Hammer. The unique aura of a king makes people want to conquer Yi Zhao, but as of now, no one has been able to conquer Yi Zhao. Why are you here? Lin Mingyuan asked. Seeing Yi Zhao was definitely a surprise, and Lin Mingyuan racked his brains to understand why she came. Looking for trouble? Unlikely. Yi Zhao would not do anything without profit, and provoking Lin Mingyuan would not benefit her in any way. Help? Even more impossible. Yi Zhao was not a warm-hearted person. As the queen of South Asia and the controller of a huge underground business, she was not only busy all the time, but at least she did not have the leisure time to wander around, let alone come all the way to Fusua City to help Lin Mingyuan defeat the boss. If you have questions, just ask. With Lin Mingyuan's strength and status, there is no need to be afraid of Yi Zhao. I can come? Or do you not want me to come? Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow with a gradient of blue and purple, and kicked the question back to Lin Mingyuan. Yi Zhao, we're not close friends, and the few times we've met aren't good memories. I don't have the time or the inclination to engage in witty banter. If you want to help me, that's fine, but I need to know the reason. If you want to sabotage me, you know what kind of person I am. I can't tolerate any injustice. Lin Mingyuan's words were unrelenting. So Yi Zhao and Lin Mingyuan aren't friends. I thought Yi Zhao was here to help because she was close to brother Lin. Surprised, Zhu Qiu took a step away, putting some distance between them, proving they weren't on the same page. Yan Qianxue, needless to say, was the first person she'd discovered to be her powerful partner. Whenever Lin Mingyuan needed help, Yan Qianxue was always there. She was essentially his personal assistant, serving him alone. It was clear which side she stood on. Just as she was about to declare her stance, Yan Qianxue felt a rough hand brush her face, followed by a grab on her wrist. The sour, pungent smell of alcohol washed over her. That little girl's pretty. Come on, go play with me. Suddenly attacked, Yan Qianxue let out a terrified cry. 3 pairs of angry eyes simultaneously darted towards the drunken attacker. As if being watched closely by 3 man-eating dragons, the drunken, daring attacker's lewd smile froze, the fear of death gripping his heart. Seizing the opportunity to break free from the attacker's grasp, Yan Qianxue crimsoned and hid in Zhu Qiu's arms, her beautiful eyes watering. He's yours, Yi Zhao said to Lin Mingyuan, his chest heaving, trying to suppress his anger. Not really, that's good. I hate idiots who disrespect women and treat them like playthings. With that, Yi Zhao raised his hand and slapped the attacker's head into his chest. Lightning flashed from his fingertips, and the powerful current electrocuted the attacker, who was still alive, into a charred corpse. The deceased was a member of the Blood Butterfly mercenary group. He had indeed made mistakes, but Yi Zhao did not deserve his execution. Feeling grief over the loss of a rabbit, the Blood Butterfly mercenaries surrounded Lin Mingyuan and the others, shouting, "Kill him, pay him with your life. You bastard, give me your life. Our employer breached the contract first, so there's no need for us to talk about morality. Brothers, let's go and kill them together." Seeing the Blood Butterfly mercenaries advance first, the White Star mercenaries, also local professionals, joined in, helping to bolster their morale. They wouldn't let outsiders bully them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yi Zhao called out names one by one, remembering every single person who had insulted her. Haha, next time you need help, come to me. Look at the bunch of scum you hired. A murderous look blazed in Yi Zhao's eyes. You don't need to lecture me. Lin Mingyuan, equally on the verge of losing his killing intent, glanced at Zhu Chengyu and Bai Jinrong. The 2 captains showed no sign of stopping them. Clearly displeased by Yi Zhao's sudden murderous actions, they allowed their subordinates to intimidate them, hoping to leverage their numbers to force Lin Mingyuan and the others to admit their mistakes and exploit the situation for further gains. It seems they still don't realize the significance of my single-handedly taking on the Brotherhood of Steel. Lin Mingyuan shook his head. He had once considered Zhu Chengyu and Bai Jinrong significant figures, hoping to recruit them once the incident was over. He had never imagined their foolishness. What difference did numbers make in the eyes of a master? Did they really think 100 mediocre professionals could stop a murderous Lin Mingyuan? They couldn't even stop Yi Zhao, let alone Lin Mingyuan. At this moment, Yi Zhao looked at Lin Mingyuan and said, "Don't you want to know why I am here to help you? I'll tell you now." Yi Zhao raised his right hand, and the sky gradually darkened. Wind surged, and streaks of purple lightning streaked across the heavens. A silver, short-handled, square-penetrated hammer, swirling with electricity, effortlessly smashed through the 30-story hotel building before landing in Yi Zhao's hands. The hammer in Yi Zhao's hand was a replica of the renowned Norse artifact, Thor's hammer. Wielding Thor's hammer, Yi Zhao resembled the god of thunder, her entire body swirling with dazzling electricity. Mercenaries who tried to approach were instantly repelled by the current, and bullets fired at Yi Zhao melted in the intense heat of the lightning. Pointing forward, 17 bolts of lightning precisely pierced the bodies of the 17 individuals who had just insulted her. Yi Zhao was known by many titles: Queen, Godmother of the Underworld, and God of Thunder, but privately, everyone referred to her as the female tyrant. Offending Lin Mingyuan might still allow them to survive. Sometimes Lin Mingyuan would let go of the ants, but offending Yi Zhao would mean certain death. Yi Zhao possessed a deep-seated murderous streak, often slaying a subordinate if he said something that displeased her. Without such brutal tactics, Yi Zhao, a woman and a foreigner, could not have ruled the South Asian underworld, founded a nation, and proclaimed herself emperor. High-voltage currents ripped through their bodies, instantly killing 17 people. Powerful thunder continued to rage over their bodies, and electric snakes swarmed. The crowd retreated, stunned, staring at Yi Zhao. Their limited imaginations could not fathom how a professional as powerful as Yi Zhao could exist. They were all legendary, only a few levels above their leader, so how could there be such a stark difference in combat power? The stronger one becomes, the more polarized the professions become. That's why they say the gap between humans is wider than that between humans and pigs. Every time Yi Zhao killed one person, they roared with rage. But when he slaughtered 17 more, everyone was silenced, no one daring to speak. Zhu Chengyu and Bai Jinrong's eyes glazed over. How could anyone Lin Mingyuan casually summoned be so powerful? They seemed like frogs in a well. Just as they were contemplating how to escape, another portal opened, signaling the arrival of reinforcements from Black Rock City. Yan Qi was the first to arrive. Although Lin Mingyuan hadn't called on Yan Qi, he had come anyway, a gesture of loyalty. The legendary mage's arrival, with its dramatic mental surges, completely overwhelmed the mercenaries of both groups. The mage's status as the most powerful class in the wasteland was now firmly established, with only a few sword masters refusing to accept this assertion. The pressure from a legendary mage was even greater than that of Lin Mingyuan. Even though this legendary mage's power was nowhere near Lin Mingyuan's, the mage's reputation was undeniable, and its effectiveness was undeniable. Yan Qi arrived, but Li Chen's house didn't. Dongland City also needed strong defenders. Following closely behind were the martial artist Fang Daoshan, the flying snow sword master Luo Bing, the fallen cherry sword master Wu Chunlei, and the great sage Dongfang Bai, whom Lin Mingyuan greatly respected. When the five arrived, Yan Qi waved his wand, closing the portal. Seeing the tense situation, Yan Qi asked Lin Mingyuan, "Sir, should we destroy them?" "It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I was negligent in disciplining my subordinates and offended the women of your clan. My blood butterfly mercenary group will not take a penny from this operation. Consider it my atonement." Zhu Chengyu was startled by Yan Qi's harsh words. Without hesitation, he pushed through the crowd to apologize. "Me too," Bai Jinrong, who had also lost several of his men to Yi Zhao's axe, offered to atone in Zhu Chengyu's way. "Should we spare them?" Yi Zhao asked Lin Mingyuan with a cold expression. Given her personality, she wouldn't spare any of those who offended her. However, Lin Mingyuan was the boss here, so Yi Zhao didn't start a massacre. However, those who insulted her must die, this was her principle and bottom line. With the girls present, the highly respected Dongfang Bai watching, and Lin Mingyuan himself unwilling to exterminate everyone, he said, "Those who deserve to die are dead. Let bygones be bygones, Your Excellency, be merciful." Zhu Chengyu and Bai Jinrong breathed a sigh of relief at Lin Mingyuan's words. As if they had been pardoned, they retreated to a corner with their leader, dragging the bodies away and clearing the battlefield, leaving the lobby to Lin Mingyuan and the others. Lin Mingyuan consoled Yu King with a few words, nodded his approval at Yan Qi, chatted with the reinforcements, and spoke a few words to Dongfang Bai. I really didn't mean to disturb you, old man. Actually, you didn't need to come for such trivial matters. How can I, a newcomer who hasn't done anything, enjoy my life so peacefully? Dongfang Bai was a kind man. He never took Lin Mingyuan's respect for him as a sign of seniority. Although Dongfang Bai had only recently joined the Blackstone City faction, he had already become the most popular elder in the city. Whenever there was a conflict, they turned to Dongfang Bai for mediation instead of Lin Mingyuan. An elder in the family is like a treasure. You are a blessing to all of us younger generations in Blackstone City. After chatting with his own people, Lin Mingyuan approached Yi Zhao. He still had a key question that he didn't understand. He asked, I still don't understand why you came to help me. Yi Zhao rolled his eyes. Lin Mingyuan's comprehension was unparalleled. He tossed Thor's hammer to Lin Mingyuan, letting him comprehend it on his own. As he held Thor's hammer in his hand, its properties immediately became apparent. Mjolnir, fake, quality, legendary, gold, effect 1, might of the Thunder God, gain the ability to harness lightning, increasing strength by 10 and constitution by 10, effect 2, lightning torrent, when you strike an enemy or are struck, there's a 100% chance of unleashing a bolt of lightning. The lightning's strength is determined by your class level, effect 3, enhanced lightning, increases your lightning damage by 30%, special effect, test of the Thunder God, gain divine inheritance. The Thunder God's hammer is bound to the class player Yi Zhao's soul and can be recalled at any time, never lost. Now you understand. Yi Zhao recalled the Thunder God's hammer. Lin Mingyuan couldn't hold it, and the hammer automatically slipped out of his hand and flew back into Yi Zhao's hands. I don't understand, you're such a fool. I know about your forging of the artifact. Sooner or later, I'll forge the real Thor's hammer, not a replica. So, I want to please you. Please give me a chance to observe the casting of the artifact, Yi Zhao said condescendingly and arrogantly. Lin Mingyuan said, here's a little advice, when trying to please others, it's best to be a little more humble. You won't be able to please me with that attitude, so what do you want? Do you want to sleep with me? It's not off limits. Yi Zhao looked Lin Mingyuan up and down with a lustful look, like an emperor selecting a concubine, quite pleased with Lin Mingyuan's figure and appearance. Yi Zhao's expression gave Lin Mingyuan a chill. This woman was truly insane. If he slept with her, it was hard to say who would get the upper hand. I'm not as bored as you. If you want to observe, then go ahead. It's not a big deal. There's no need to please me. At this point, Lin Mingyuan thought for a moment and added, but you know the conditions for forging the artifact. I need to gather 5 legendary swords. You must help. Otherwise, I won't be able to gather the artifacts and can't start forging, and naturally, you won't have the chance to observe. No problem, Yi Zhao agreed readily. Chapter 239, Command Knife. With everyone present, Lin Mingyuan clapped his hands and called everyone over, then explained the boss-killing strategy. It's not complicated. Divide the battlefield into 2 sections. I'll deal with the boss, the Ghoul Lord. The rest of you just need to control the zombie soldiers he summons. Remember, control the zombie soldiers, don't kill them. Every zombie soldier killed boosts the Ghoul Lord's overall stats. If you don't want to face a monster with over 300 points in all stats, don't do it. Everyone nodded in agreement, no one wanting to raise an invincible, terrifying monster that would wipe them out. Lin Mingyuan's strategy was relatively simple. The simpler, the less likely it was to go wrong. In fact, Lin Mingyuan had already shared information about the Ghoul Lord with everyone, but he was simply repeating the important points to prevent anyone from taking it lightly. Understood, boss. Lead us to defeat the Ghoul Lord, Luo Bing said impatiently. Controlling zombies? That's easy, just chop off their limbs. Zuki Yu smiled confidently, tossing her sonic blade up and down, confident in her plan. The 2 mercenary captains sternly ordered their men to follow the rules, like a tree that remains unpruned and unstraightened. The mercenaries, having been disciplined, became more and more obedient. With everything ready and no need to wait until noon, Lin Mingyuan led a mighty procession of 100 men toward King Kren's tomb. Onlookers marveled at the scale of the event, a rare sight. It seemed a major undertaking was underway. Over 100 men entered Ghost Square, and the gloomy mist over the square suddenly boiled. Evil spirits howled, vengeful ghosts wailed, and countless transparent spirits filled the sky, stacking like layers of jellyfish. Yi Zhao, aglow with lightning, was about to strike when Lin Mingyuan grasped her shoulder and said, "Let me do it." This was a moment to demonstrate strength and leadership. How could Lin Mingyuan cede this opportunity to Yizhao? The moist earth suddenly cracked, and the roaring wind paused for a moment, welcoming the arrival of the Demon King. After 2 months of natural growth, Lin Mingyuan's true form now stood 8 meters taller than during the northern battle, reaching a staggering 45 meters. His muscles snarled, his body ablaze with crimson flames, like a demon slayer from heaven, a true Taisui deity on earth. The mercenaries, never having seen such a powerful demon king, felt their legs tremble. Lin Mingyuan's fingers were thicker than their waists, crushing them wouldn't be as easy as crushing an ant. The two captains clenched their big toes in nervousness. The demon king's majesty didn't seem that imposing in newspaper photos, only seeing him in person could truly convey the awe. Fang Daoshan was filled with envy at Lin Mingyuan's powerful and imposing presence. He longed to receive the gift of Lin Mingyuan's bloodline and become a flame demon. Luo Bing, Zhu Qiyu, Duangfang Bai, and Yan Qi, all accustomed to seeing Lin Mingyuan's true form, listened to the mercenaries' exclamations with a wave of pride. This was the city lord they served. Awe-inspiring, dominating the world. Evil spirits, retreat, he exhaled, his voice carrying a scorching heat that evaporated everything. The gloomy fog and the spirits that swirled within it were dispersed by the roar, revealing the entire ghost square in unprecedented detail. Human skulls, still drenched in the wind, clung to the crooked branches of the demonic trees. Undigested limbs and arms littered the crimson earth. The sight of a living hell made even Zhu Changyu, a dark creature, frown. White mist rose again. King Kren's tomb connected to the underworld. Unless Lin Mingyuan completely destroyed it, any damage would be slowly repaired by the forces of the underworld. Let's go. Into the hall. With ample time, everyone entered the Hall of Pain on the left in an orderly fashion. The process remained the same. A vast horde of cremated corpses broke free from the holes in the wall and pounced upon the group on the platform. The cremated corpses possessed a high resistance to fire, but they were no match for the ragtag coalition of professionals, capable of hunting down the Ghoul Lord. After destroying the incinerated corpses, a gate leading to 3 branching paths appeared before him. Lin Mingyuan stood at the entrance, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. "Old friend, here I come. This time, I'm going to kill you." The gate creaked open. After all, this was an old rival. The moment he saw Lin Mingyuan, the Ghoul Lord raised his command knife and was about to summon the dormant zombie soldiers to serve as his sustenance. "Don't even think about it." Lin Mingyuan, prepared, stepped through the gate and approached, slapping the Ghoul Lord to the ground. But the summoning was already completed, the coffin opened, and the zombie soldiers poured out. In any other case, Lin Mingyuan would have been in trouble. He could either restrain the Ghoul Lord or the zombie horde. He could only do one thing at a time. But now, the situation was different. Zhu Qiyu transformed into a streak of light, barely visible to the naked eye, weaving through the zombie horde. The sonic blade's immense physical attack power was like a butcher's knife against the decayed zombie soldiers, easily severing their bladed arms like ripping the claws of a stray dog, rendering them no longer a threat. Yan Qi cast a spell, and 4 stone walls rose from the ground, trapping all the zombie soldiers and the professionals inside, separating the 2 battlefields. 2 sword masters led the professionals in combating the zombie soldiers. Having 2 sword masters with dragon-slaying power against the slow-moving and weakly defended zombies was a waste of their talents. They moved swiftly among the zombies like dragons. Duangfang Bai raised his hand and scattered a handful of seeds. The seeds immediately sprouted into vines over 10 meters long, tougher than rubber, which locked onto the nearby zombie soldiers. Duangfang Bai controlled 1/10 of the zombies. Experience always brings wisdom. Duangfang Bai possessed unfathomable strength, yet he was adept at concealing his weaknesses. He rarely displayed his full potential, preferring to remain low-key and letting the younger generation take the spotlight. Yu Qingqing buffed Lin Mingyuan and then retreated to a safe area, clearly aware of her support role. Each of the 8 immortals displayed their unique abilities, but Yan Qi contributed the most. He first summoned a stone wall to seal off the battlefield, then used fossil to mud to transform the solid rock beneath his feet into a moist quagmire. The other professionals disabled the zombie soldiers and buried them alive like potatoes, leaving only their heads exposed. The zombie soldiers were trapped in the mud, unable to move, unable to even commit suicide. The number 1 profession in the wasteland is the number 1 profession in the wasteland. Anyone who has teamed up with a mage will understand their power and their omnipotence. The zombie soldiers were all restrained. How could the Ghoul Lord, with only around 130 points of strength and agility, be a match for Lin Mingyuan? He was killed twice by Lin Mingyuan's purely physical attacks. Let me fight it. Unwilling to waste time with the zombie soldiers, Yi Zhao rode his thunderbolt down from the sky. Before he even reached the zombies, Mjolnir swung down, knocking the Ghoul Lord off his feet. He then followed up with a flurry of attacks, immobilizing him and crushing his head with Mjolnir. Lin Mingyuan decisively stepped aside, leaving the battlefield to Yi Zhao and the Shikigami Lord. He wanted to see how Yi Zhao would fight. Each time a Shikigami Lord died, his resistance increased. After 3 consecutive deaths, the Shikigami Lord had accumulated a significant amount of physical resistance, making it difficult for Yi Zhao to deal with him. Mjolnir flew up and down in Yi Zhao's hands. Rhino gazes at the moon, Vajra worships the Buddha, thunder breaks, and thunder shocks all directions. Yi Zhao used all her warrior skills. A warrior with a Warhammer specialization, her moves were powerful and unstoppable. Furthermore, Lin Mingyuan noticed that the Shikigami Lord was almost completely stunned during Yi Zhao's combo. Lin Mingyuan concluded that Yi Zhao possessed an S-level talent that allowed him to continuously stun enemies with his attacks. It was only a matter of time before the Shikigami Lord, who was constantly stunned and unable to fight back, died. Lin Mingyuan became more vigilant towards Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao was an unstoppable professional. If Yi Zhao attacked first in battle and put him in a daze, he would basically kill him with one blow after another, with no chance of fighting back. Yi Zhao was invincible in a one-on-one fight. In a one-on-one fight, as long as Yi Zhao got close and took the initiative, he would be invincible. Of course, there was no absolute invincibility. As long as someone nearby interrupted Yi Zhao's attack rhythm and prevented her from inflicting a continuous stun, Yi Zhao's threat would be greatly reduced. After hammering the Shikigami Lord twice more, the Shikigami Lord's physical defense was close to 100%. Yi Zhao could only use lightning to attack the Shikigami Lord to defeat it. Thunder surged, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Yi Zhao killed the Shikigami Lord 8 times in a row. The Shikigami Lord's eyes had become much dimmer, and his soul energy was overly depleted. When the Shiki Lord's physical and lightning resistances, including his resistance to stun, were combined, Yi Zhao was no match for him and had to retreat. Not bad, Yi Zhao had helped Lin Mingyuan deplete 8 of the Lord's lives. Now it was Lin Mingyuan's turn. The Judgment Sword cleaved the Lord in 2 with overwhelming force, sending his command blade careening away. The Lord then entered a cycle of resurrection, slain, resurrection, and slain again. Then came the Shiki Lord's 100 ways of death and Lin Mingyuan's display of his skills. The Lord attempted to escape several times, charging into the 4 stone walls to slaughter the zombie soldiers and increase his strength, but was stopped by both Lin Mingyuan and Yi Zhao. A ball of magma incinerated the Lord to ash again. The shred of blue in his eyes vanished, turning completely gray. Finally, Lin Mingyuan heard the heavenly, melodious system notification chime: "You killed the Shiki Lord, LV 143, and gained 3,685,000 X2 experience points." The Shiki Lord was dead. Since his level was 20 levels higher than Lin Mingyuan's, the system considered it a level jump challenge and doubled the experience points awarded, giving Lin Mingyuan a total of over 7 million experience points. However, the experience points required to level up were 80 million, so 7 million barely filled 1/10 of the experience bar. 7 million experience points, even after doubling the amount, was clearly inadequate for the Shiki Lord's level. Since the Shiki Lord constantly resurrected by consuming soul energy, his soul energy would inevitably be extremely depleted upon his death. The system essentially absorbs monster souls to level up players, leaving them with few remaining souls and a low experience point. Lin Mingyuan understood this. He hadn't come here to level up in the first place, so he remained calm. He looked at the command knife beside the Shiki Lord's corpse. A brilliant golden light shot up into the sky, and the legendary equipment became ownerless. That was exactly Lin Mingyuan's goal. The Overlord boss, the Shiki Lord, died, and the zombie soldiers he resurrected all quieted down, returning to the underworld. The 4 stone walls receded, and the mercenaries drooled at the golden light that soared into the sky. Had they not learned their lesson, these greedy mercenaries might have harbored undue greed, seeking to murder their employers and seize the treasure. However, having witnessed Lin Mingyuan's overwhelming demonic might, none dared to be greedy. They stood obediently behind their respective captains, watching as Lin Mingyuan stored the radiant, Shiki Lord's command blade into his special ring. Boss Lin, our mission is complete. Can we leave now? Zhu Chengyu approached with an apologetic smile. Of course, thank you, Boss Lin. Wait. Take this. I probably won't be coming back. There's no point in keeping the information, so I'll give it to you. Lin Mingyuan then tossed Zhu Chengyu the notebook containing the information about the bosses on the other two branch paths. The deal stood, and Lin Mingyuan handed them the rewards for the two mercenary groups as agreed. Lin Mingyuan's weight almost scared Zhu Chengyu to death. Upon learning that Lin Mingyuan was offering them a favor, Zhu Chengyu bowed profusely in gratitude. After seeing off the two mercenary groups, Lin Mingyuan thanked all the brothers who had come to support him and said that nothing serious was going to happen. They could all go home and reunite when he returned to Blackstone City. After seeing off the two groups, it was Yi Zhao, Zhu Qiyu, and Yu Qingqing who were next. Chapter 240, Furnace Opening. Stop now? I thought you'd keep fighting, Yi Zhao said. Greed will not end well. The sub-bosses in King Kren's tomb are formidable. Each boss possesses unique skills, and encountering one with abilities that can counter your own can be devastating. Lin Mingyuan, however, was not at all greedy. He sought to withdraw as soon as the advantage was secured. Yi Zhao reflected on this, and it was indeed so. She couldn't even handle the Ghoul Lord alone. If Lin Mingyuan hadn't thoroughly investigated the boss's clues beforehand, she wouldn't have achieved such a satisfying victory, leaving her wanting more. How many legendary swords do you still need? Yi Zhao then shifted the subject, addressing her most pressing question: how far did Lin Mingyuan still need to meet the requirements for forging a divine weapon? Lin Mingyuan had already gathered all 5 legendary swords needed to perfect the Holy Sword, Grankle, and could begin forging them now. But Lin Mingyuan didn't tell her. Instead, he asked, "Why are you asking? If you're only missing one, I can lend you one, saving you the trouble of searching again." "That's great, but I'm still short of 2. Lend me one. I've already got clues to the remaining one. It's on the Siberian plains, and it's easier to find than the Shikigami Lord's command blade." Lin Mingyuan smiled brightly, having never expected to get a legendary sword for free from Yi Zhao. For Lin Mingyuan, who wanted to forge a divine weapon, the more legendary swords the better. More meant more options, and he didn't have to make do with just one. The remaining legendary long swords could be given to Lu Obing and Wu Chunlei, who didn't yet have a weapon they were comfortable with. What are we waiting for? Let's get going. Yi Zhao seemed even more anxious than Lin Mingyuan, urging him to leave. The 4 of them first returned to Hejian City through a portal. While the portal's wizard located the Siberian plains, Yi Zhao ordered his subordinates to deliver her treasured legendary longsword, the Eclipse Sword, Dawnbreaker. Lin Mingyuan also returned home to transfer the Ice Soul that Xin Ai had received into his interspatial ring. Lin Mingyuan was particularly fond of the Eclipse Sword, Dawnbreaker's design, its unadorned hilt and cold, slender blade, connected by a circular ring. In the center of this ring, a miniature sun burst forth with light. Lin Mingyuan grasped the hilt of the Eclipse Sword, Dawnbreaker, feeling a sense of unity between him and the sword. He had never felt such a connection with any other longsword before, and his restless mind calmed. Yi Zhao introduced himself. The Eclipse Sword and Thor's hammer were both acquired by me while exploring ancient ruins. Legend has it they were weapons of the ancient sun god, shattered during Ragnarok, splitting into 3 swords: Eclipse Sword, Dawn, Eclipse Sword, Afternoon Sun, and Eclipse Sword, Sunset Glow, symbolizing the 3 times of the day. Collecting all 3 swords restores the artifact's status. Hey! Are you listening to me? Yes. Lin Mingyuan slowly opened his eyes, examining the Eclipse Sword. I hope Gliankle can be crafted in the shape of the Eclipse Sword. I really like it. Thank you. Yi Zhao looked at Lin Mingyuan meaningfully and said, "It seems you and the Eclipse Sword are a good match." Yeah, their small talk ended there. The mage had located the coordinates and was ready to initiate the teleportation. "Do you want us to go together?" Zhu Qiyu asked. "No thanks. This bitter cold land isn't a good place to be. I'll ask for your help when I encounter a difficult problem I can't solve." Bidding farewell to the 2 women, Lin Mingyuan and Yi Zhao stepped through the portal to Siberia. Accustomed to solitary existence, Lin Mingyuan initially wanted to act on his own, but Yi Zhao was eager to help him collect the legendary swords as quickly as possible, so he couldn't refuse and they had to go along. Indeed, Yi Zhao did help Lin Mingyuan a great deal. The soul-splitting devil sword was located in an abandoned Siberian mine. The narrow tunnels were densely populated by countless interstellar zergs mining the ore resources. Lin Mingyuan and Yi Zhao worked together for several days to annihilate the endless stream of zergs within the mine. The zergs couldn't keep up with their combined efforts to strangle them. They reached the depths of the mine, destroyed the zerg nest, and obtained the soul-splitting devil sword. Lin Mingyuan now possessed a total of 7 legendary swords. Dusted and exhausted, he returned to the Trident building in Hejian City and summoned both Grandmaster Blacksmith Hodong and Grandmaster Enchanter Liu Shuqi. He then displayed the 7 neatly arranged legendary weapons before them. Their eyes widened. Hodong had never seen so many legendary weapons laid out like a street vendor, while Liu Shuqi hadn't expected Lin Mingyuan to amass 5 legendary swords in such a short time, with 2 more to spare. Liu Shuqi was in disbelief, muttering, "How is that even possible?" Seeing Liu Shuqi suffer a setback, Lin Mingyuan felt a surge of satisfaction, feeling his 2 weeks of hard work had paid off. "Well, I mean what I said. Are you convinced?" Lin Mingyuan, feeling smug, suddenly felt 2 daggers piercing his back. Turning back, he saw Yi Zhao. "I thought it only took 5 legendary swords to forge a divine weapon. What's going on?" Yi Zhao, feeling deceived, glared at Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan laughed heartily. "Don't worry about the details. I just want to have more options to forge the artifact better. When the forging is finished, you can take one of the 2 legendary swords." After several days of fighting side by side on the Siberian plains, Yi Zhao's position in Lin Mingyuan's heart had changed from an annoying person who can be avoided at all costs to an acquaintance with whom we have a limited relationship. Lin Mingyuan did not cheat his friends. "Forget it, it's useless to me anyway. I gave it to you if you like. I didn't expect to get it back in the first place." At first, Yi Zhao had said he would lend Lin Mingyuan the Eclipse sword, but now it was a gift. It was clear that the tension between the two had eased significantly after several battles. "All the preliminary preparations are complete. When can we start forging?" Lin Mingyuan asked the 2 masters. "Any time is fine, but the enchantment must be completed during the forging. I need to ask Mr. Liu if it's ready." Hodong leaned against the wall and folded his arms. Liu Shuqi didn't rush to express his opinion. Instead, he touched each of the 7 legendary swords, memorizing their attributes. After a moment's pause, he said, "I need 3 days to consider how to enchant them." "What a coincidence. 3 days from now is an auspicious date." Hodong nodded. The 2 of them briefly discussed and set a date to see what would happen in 3 days. Before each of them returned home, Lin Mingyuan presented a request to the 2 grandmasters. He asked Hodong to forge the Grankle's form as closely as possible to that of the Eclipse sword, Dawn Light, to which Hodong readily agreed. Grankle already had 1 affix, Star Core Power, and could add 5 more. He also asked Liu Shuqi to include the core affix, small and large as you want, on the Great Sword of Judgment, regardless of which of the 5 swords he chose to combine. Liu Shuqi nodded, memorizing the client's request and returning to consider how to enchant it. Taking advantage of his 3-day break, Lin Mingyuan returned home and dedicated 2 days to his beloved. He rode a silver-winged Pegasus with Freya on patrols of the territory. In the afternoon, they enjoyed drinks and barbecue at a winery. In the evening, they watched a drowsy concert in the Silver Empire's capital. As night fell, Lin Mingyuan and Freya engaged in a close-range encounter on the large bed in the city lord's mansion. The greater the size difference, the more proactive Lin Mingyuan became, refusing to allow Freya to dominate him. Freya, sensitive to Lin Mingyuan's chauvinistic attitude, cooperated throughout the encounter. Love is undeniable, and Lin Mingyuan felt Freya's tolerant love for him. After a night of ecstasy, Freya returned to her daily training, while Lin Mingyuan, like a scumbag, went on a second date, Yan Qianxue. Unfortunately, today was the Amazon Warrior Assessment Day, and Yan Qianxue had to be present throughout, so she had to regretfully decline Lin Mingyuan's offer. Professionals carry a heavy responsibility, and love must give way to cultivation. Lin Mingyuan waited a day, and on the 3rd day, he and Yan Qianxue went camping outside the city. In the sparsely populated wilderness, they picked fruits, fished, cooked, and lived like a scavenger couple. Joy was fleeting. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Mingyuan gathered his thoughts and returned to Hejian City to begin forging the artifact. However, the forging location wasn't in Hejian City, but in the crater of an active volcano 600 miles outside the city. Here lay Ho Dongsheng's newly opened forge, capable of directly tapping into the earth's core fire to melt any steel. The billowing black smoke and the sulphurous aroma of the active crater were particularly comforting to Lin Mingyuan. A narrow cave led to the volcano's interior. A 500-square-meter living area had been carved out, and a smelting furnace stood amidst the gushing lava. Hundreds of dark iron dwarves inhabited the volcano. Upon seeing Ho Dongsheng, they bowed in respect, calling him Grandmaster. Ho Dongsheng stood before the forge, explaining the forging process to Lin Mingyuan and Yi Zhao. Forging is generally divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, the powdered divine crystals are thrown into the flames. The core fire, imbued with divine power, melts the sword blank and other steel materials, and then pours them into the pre-made mold. I need to operate the first stage throughout. In the second stage, when the Guerlian core has initially cooled and formed, we must destroy the 5 legendary swords and extract their magic circuits to engrave them into the Guerlian core. This step requires both of us to perform simultaneously. The third stage is relatively simple. We control the furnace temperature and add a drop of your blood essence to the Guerlian core during its formation, so that the Guerlian core can recognize its master. The whole process takes approximately 30 to 48 hours. The most difficult and time-consuming part is the second stage. You must concentrate completely and not make any mistakes. I only need to peel off a drop of blood essence in the third stage. Lin Mingyuan nodded after hearing this, indicating that he understood. After all the materials were prepared, Ho Dongsheng took off his coat, revealing his strong and sturdy muscles, and shouted with full energy, "The auspicious time has arrived, open the furnace." Chapter 241 The Birth of the Artifact. With a shout, the dark iron dwarves sprang into action. Teams of 4, each in 2 groups, pulled open the heavy furnace door like a tug-of-war. A beam of flame shot up from the earth's core, instantly illuminating the dim cavern like daylight. Adjusting valves to control the furnace temperature, grinding divine crystals, smelting metal ingots, and adding carbon powder, hundreds of dark iron dwarves handled each task with impeccable efficiency. Their stubby, carrot-like fingers were surprisingly nimble, making them excellent handymen. Ho Dongsheng calmly placed the artifact sword blank into the earth's core flames, turning the temperature control valve all the way down. A wave of overwhelming heat surged through the furnace, forcing Yi Zhao and Liu Shuqi to shield their faces from the intense heat. Reaching out with a merciless iron hand, he lifted a bucket of scalding molten metal and poured the molten meteorite alloy evenly over the sword blank, accelerating its melting and mixing it with the other meteorite alloy materials. He then sprinkled divine crystal powder, further intensifying the flames. Ho Dongsheng's movements flowed seamlessly, imbued with the air of a master forger, instantly dispelling Lin Mingyuan's stereotypical image of a blacksmith hammering away at an anvil. Do you think Master Ho's forging technique resembles a smear of barbecue sauce and cumin powder? Yi Zhao's words instantly shattered the lofty image Ho Dongsheng had cultivated in Lin Mingyuan's mind. Lin Mingyuan couldn't help coughing and glared at Yi Zhao. If you don't know how to speak, don't speak. You're making such a silly joke during a serious moment. Do you think it's funny? Yi Zhao pinched Lin Mingyuan's tense muscles and said, I see you're as nervous as a dough stick. I'm trying to cheer you up, but you're ungrateful. Am I really nervous? Lin Mingyuan blinked and asked Liu Shuqi beside him. Liu Shuqi watched the steel ingot crumble in Lin Mingyuan's palm like Play-Doh, swallowed his saliva, and smirked. I'm not nervous, soft bones. Yi Zhao spat, then muttered to himself, true. If I were forging Thor's hammer, I'd probably be even more nervous than you. A divine weapon is a lifelong companion, so no matter how much you value it, it's never too much. Time passed slowly as they chatted. The first phase went smoothly, taking about 4 hours to completely melt the Guerlian coal, made primarily from the planetary core. The Guerlian coal sword blank, crafted from the resurrected planetary core, was incredibly strong. It took 4 hours of continuous heating with core fire, infused with divine power powder, to melt it. The molten metal was poured into the mold, where it was kept at a controlled temperature of 35,000 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, the sword blank cooled very slowly, giving Liu Shuqi ample time to draw the magic circuit. Then it was Liu Shuqi's turn. The first thing Liu Shuqi threw into the furnace was the Great Sword of Judgment. It was for this great sword that Lin Mingyuan had entered into a reconcilable feud with the Brotherhood of Steel. Now, the time had come for the Great Sword to retire. From now on, Grankle would carry a portion of the Great Sword's power to accompany Lin Mingyuan on his journey. Lin Mingyuan, who had watched intently for 4 hours, remained tireless, watching the changes within the furnace. Even at the low temperature of 35,000 degrees, the greatsword melted much faster than Grenkel, demonstrating the stark difference in their materials. Just as the greatsword was about to melt, and all the magic circuits within it were clearly visible, Liu Shuqi immediately drew out the greatsword and, with unerring precision, intercepted the magic circuits belonging to the big and small Ruai ability, transferring them to Grenkel's blade. This process sounds simple, but it requires a master-level enchanter. Intercepting even a little too much or too little will destroy the entire magic circuit, requiring precision and difficulty comparable to giving a mosquito a manicure. Beyond precise technique, a master-level enchanter must possess an incredible knowledge base, knowing how many magic circuits complement each other and how many conflict with each other. A thorough understanding of this knowledge allows for the skillful allocation of the magic circuits within the equipment. With the extraction of the core magic circuit, the entire energy circulation system of the Judgment Greatsword collapsed, the blade instantly shattered, and completely destroyed. The Judgment Greatsword was removed from the furnace, and the Eclipse Sword, Dawnbreak, was next in line. Lin Mingyuan prioritized the ability of the big and small Ruai, so he extracted the Judgment Greatsword first, followed closely by the Eclipse Sword. This was because the Grenkel was crafted in the image of the Eclipse Sword, and the Eclipse Sword's proportion in the Grenkel was second only to the Judgment Greatsword. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 10, and the Eclipse Sword, Dawnbreaker, showed no sign of melting. Something wasn't right. Ho Dongsheng grasped the Eclipse Sword's hilt and sensed it briefly. His eyes widened, and he turned to Lin Mingyuan and said, "Mr. Lin, the Eclipse Sword's blade is only slightly weaker than the Girlian core. Conventional core fire can't melt it, just do it the same way you melted the Girlian core. If you've already melted the Girlian core, why are you afraid of the Eclipse Sword?" Lin Mingyuan asked, puzzled. "Absolutely not. Raising the furnace temperature again to melt the Eclipse Sword will also melt the Girlian core, and the magic circuits I've drawn up will be ruined." Liu Shuqi, like a cat with its fur standing on end, immediately intervened. Even without Liu Shuqi's warning, Ho Dongsheng wouldn't do that. He knew the consequences perfectly well. "Then what should we do?" Lin Mingyuan was at a loss for words. He wasn't a professional, so he couldn't offer any expert advice. Liu Shuqi said, "There are only two solutions, either give up the Eclipse Sword, or you melt it. Only you can master the high temperatures required to melt it, and you can control the temperature so that only the Eclipse Sword melts without affecting Gulionker." "Alright, I'll do it." After a brief hesitation, Lin Mingyuan chose to follow his heart. He and the Eclipse Sword could easily achieve a state of unity, and Lin Mingyuan didn't want to give up the Eclipse Sword. Standing before the furnace, Lin Mingyuan took a deep breath, reached into the furnace, and grasped the Eclipse Sword, Dawnbreaker. Both Ho Dongsheng and Liu Shuqi pulled their swords out when they operated, but only Lin Mingyuan dared to place his hand in the flames. The feeling of unity returned. Lin Mingyuan could sense the Eclipse Sword's consciousness, though faint, yet it continued to convey affection and love to him. "I'm sorry, I'm going to destroy you," Lin Mingyuan muttered silently. Eternal fire burst forth from his fingers, instantly enveloping the Eclipse Sword, Dawnbreaker, forging it into a smelting process. The docile Eclipse Sword resisted fiercely, uttering a whine of grievance. But a sword is, after all, a tool. How could it resist the one who created and wielded it? "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Even if the Eclipse Sword is destroyed, you will be reborn in Girlian Coal. You will still be you, and I will still be me. Don't be afraid." Lin Mingyuan continued to soothe the Eclipse Sword silently in his heart. As if Lin Mingyuan's words had taken effect, the Eclipse Sword ceased its resistance, lying quietly in Lin Mingyuan's hands, awaiting its moment of melting. Lin Mingyuan personally melted the Eclipse Sword, Dawnbreaker, ensuring that Girlian Coal was unaffected. The work was complete. The Eclipse Sword's blade melted, revealing its inner magic circuitry. Liu Shuqi immediately stepped forward and began carefully intercepting the magic circuitry from the Eclipse Sword, Dawnbreaker, preparing to transfer it to the Girlian Coal and join it with the equally large magic circuitry of the Judgment Greatsword. At that moment, Lin Mingyuan's left and right eyes suddenly saw two different visions. He saw the locations of the Eclipse Sword, Afternoon Sun, and the Eclipse Sword, Sunset Glow. Just as he was about to memorize their locations so he could retrieve them later, the two Eclipse Swords, one floating in the lava and the other guarded by a swarm of monsters, suddenly broke through all obstacles and soared into the air. They flew through the atmosphere at 100 times the speed of sound, crossing the ocean towards Lin Mingyuan. What happened? Lin Mingyuan was still confused and unsure of what was about to happen. Something strange happened within the furnace. The completely melted, eclipse sword, Dawn Light, suddenly gained its own consciousness and flowed uncontrollably into the mold for forging the Grankle. Liu Shuqi, who was intercepting the magic circuit, was stunned. This scene was completely beyond his expectations. His heart sank to the bottom when he failed to intercept. Every step in forging a divine artifact is strictly regulated. A single mistake would lead to complete collapse. All efforts was wasted. Liu Shuqi knew all too well how much Lin Mingyuan had sacrificed to forge the Gillian core. Even his current weapon, the Great Sword of Judgment, had been melted down. A failure in forging would surely have killed Liu Shuqi. Contemplating his own fate, Liu Shuqi collapsed to the ground in despair. Lin Mingyuan had no time to attend to Liu Shuqi's complex inner thoughts. With two rumbling sounds, the Eclipse Sword, Afternoon Sun, and Eclipse Sword, Sunset Glow, shattered through the rock wall, traveling thousands of miles to descend upon the volcano. No one had anticipated this unexpected event. Still in shock, Ho Dongsheng was pulled aside by Lin Mingyuan, freeing up space at the furnace's mouth. The two eclipse swords plunged into the flames, spontaneously liquefying and self-destructing to merge with the Gillian core in the mold. "What's going on?" Yi Zhao leaned forward and whispered. The underground volcanic furnace was silent except for the roar of the blazing flames, and Yi Zhao's whispered questioning seemed incongruous. "Life will find its own way. The wonders of natural evolution surpass any artificial craftsmanship." Lin Mingyuan, more nervous than anyone, trembled slightly. He didn't know whether this sudden change was good or bad, so he could only console himself with this. Yi Zhao had previously explained the origins of the Eclipse Sword. The Eclipse Sword was once a divine artifact, but it was shattered into 3 pieces. The artifact possessed self-awareness, albeit a very weak one. When Lin Mingyuan awakened its consciousness, it spontaneously recognized its master. However, due to the damage and weak self-awareness of the artifact, it remained dormant until Lin Mingyuan attempted to destroy it, allowing the Eclipse Sword's consciousness to resurface. Unable to resist, the Eclipse Sword could only cooperate, actively merging into the newly formed divine artifact. Coincidentally, since Grankle was crafted in its image, it perfectly matched the Eclipse Sword. The Eclipse Sword, Dawnbreak, which chose to merge, called upon its 2 other brothers to ignite themselves and rapidly reach the volcanic furnace, abandoning their broken bodies to shine anew within the newly formed divine artifact. It was like a refugee who, having left their homeland, found a bountiful paradise in a foreign land, its culture and customs identical to their own. Naturally, they would call their friends and family over. Life truly finds its own way. The 3 Eclipse Swords, actively integrated into Gillian core, further heightened its potential. Their own magic circuits, combined with the existing, star core power, and big and small Ruai magic circuits within Gillian core, seamlessly blended, a work of art unmatched by nature. Oh my goodness! Gillian core's primary material is a newly born planetary core, and the Eclipse Sword's primary material is a newly born stellar core. The 2 blend in exquisite harmony, one within the other, and the artifact's potential has been significantly enhanced. An expert observer, Ho Dongsheng, sighed after watching the fusion of Gillian core and the Eclipse Sword. He had witnessed a most fantastic and magnificent side of his life. The current Gillian core can accommodate 9 affixes, reaching the upper limit for divine artifacts. It already has 4 different magic circuits, and can accommodate 5 more. Liu Shuqi's voice was shrill with excitement. He was not only excited about the increased potential of the Gillian core, which would allow him to further develop his abilities, but also glad that he wouldn't be killed by Lin Mingyuan due to failed artifact forging. There were exactly 5 legendary swords left: Ice Soul, 9 Heavens, Tongzi Kiri Angang, Shiki Daijin Command Blade, and Soul-Splitting Demon Sword. Liu Shuqi's mind raced, already planning the next steps for the magic circuits. One accident was enough, another would be unbearable. Ho Dongsheng and Liu Shuqi were doubly cautious in their next steps. Legendary sword after legendary sword was shattered, and new magic circuits were added one after another. By the time the second stage of enchantment concluded, Liu Shuqi looked 10 years older. His body was coated in volcanic ash, his eyes sunken, his cheeks gaunt, his hair dry, frizzy, and dull. All his fat and energy reserves had been depleted, leaving him looking worse than a beggar. Planning and assembling 9 different magic circuits had consumed Liu Shuqi's immense energy. He deserved the 3 million yuan Lin Mingyuan had given him for his appearance. Even if it were 10 times that, 30 million, it would still be a huge profit for Lin Mingyuan. A full 50 hours had already passed, and the unexpected delay had increased the timeline beyond expectations. The third stage unfolded naturally, requiring no further intervention. He simply waited for Yan Qianxue to cool down, and Lin Mingyuan would unseal it with his blood, acknowledging its mastership. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. In the final stages, Ho Dongsheng diligently watched the entire process, unblinking, fearing any mishaps. He paid no mind even to the redness of his eyes. Seeing the Yan Qianxue about to cool, Ho Dongsheng called out to the still vigorous Lin Mingyuan, "The time has come. Let's bleed it, okay?" Lin Mingyuan replied, his face turning from red to white as he forced a drop of his blood into the Yan Qianxue. This drop of Lin Mingyuan's blood was more effective than any coolant. The reddish, yet still scalding, Yan Qianxue instantly cooled, its shape identical to the Eclipse sword. A miniature sun hovered at the junction of the hilt and blade, brimming with terrifying energy fluctuations. Reaching out to grasp the forged Yan Qianxue, a pillar of blood-red light, a divine artifact, shot up into the sky, painting it a crimson red. Trees bowed their heads, wild beasts bowed their heads, and all creatures submitted to the artifact's might. The divine artifact had been born. Chapter 242, Road to the Holy Land. The wind and clouds stopped flowing, and the world was silent and hushed, offering a silent hymn to the birth of the artifact. The sky was dyed blood red by the crimson light column. More than 30 cities and millions of people clearly saw the change in the celestial phenomena, and people raised their heads to look up at the sky. In the Trident building, Wei Changshan, who was in a meeting with his team members, looked at the shocking blood red in the sky and clenched his fists excitedly. He was happy for Lin Mingyuan. He already knew what had happened. Just as people were panicking and discussing the change in the celestial phenomena, Lin Mingyuan in the underground volcanic furnace heard 2 system prompts: "You have obtained the Holy Sword, Giliankle, artifact, the birth of the artifact." The drastic change in the celestial phenomena has caused residents in the surrounding areas to talk about it, and the influence continues to ferment. People with insight guess that this is a sign of the birth of the artifact. As the owner of the artifact, you gain 1 world legend point. Lin Mingyuan, having earned world legend points numerous times, understands the rules of how to earn them. The more attention your actions attract and the more widely they spread, the greater your chances of earning world legend points. Conversely, if you maintain a low profile and remain reclusive, even if you secretly alter the course of human development, you will not gain world legend points. Lin Mingyuan secretly forged the artifact, with only a few close to him knowing. This low profile attracted widespread attention upon its unveiling. Had Lin Mingyuan proactively announced his creation of an artifact-level longsword, he would likely have gained several more world legend points. However, having already achieved fame and renown, leaving his mark among the world's powerful, Lin Mingyuan preferred to remain quiet and pursue his wealth. Gaining world legend points was a pleasant surprise. Lin Mingyuan's greatest achievement was acquiring the complete artifact, the 9-affixed Holy Sword, Grankle. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Mingyuan read through Grankle's attributes one by one. Holy Sword, Grankle, Quality, Artifact, Red, Effect 1, Star Core Power, increases the user's strength by 50 points. Effect 2, 9 Heaven Speed, increases the user's agility by 50 points. Effect 3, Soul of the Corpse King, increases the user's constitution by 50 points. Effect 4, Ice Crystal Wisdom, increases the user's intelligence by 50 points. Effect 5, Size as Desirable, Grankle can freely change its size, adjusting to the user's size. Effect 6, Blood Soul Duplication, creates a Blood Soul clone that inherits the user's basic attributes and all skills. Upon death, the Blood Soul clone automatically returns, and all experience points and memories gained during this period are returned to the user. Effect 7, Hall of Heroes, Grankle has its own space inside, housing the souls of fallen heroes, which can be released at any time to fight for the user. Effect 8, Eternal Blazing Sun, a newborn star coexists with Grankle, and each attack that hits the enemy adds 50% fire damage and 50% sunlight damage. Effect 9, No 2 Suns in the Sky, temporarily replaces the will of the sun with the spirit of a newly born star, borrowing its power for 3 minutes. Incredibly powerful. None of the 9 affixes on the Grankle were inferior. Lin Mingyuan caressed the blade lovingly, his movements more gentle than a lover's skin. The haggard Liu Shuqi explained the origins of the 9 affixes to Lin Mingyuan. Star Core Power is a native affix of the Grankle. 9 Heavens Speed comes from the 9 Heavens. Corpse King Spirit comes from the Corpse Demon Lord's Command Blade, and Ice Crystal Wisdom is provided by the Ice Soul. These 3 weapons originally had attribute bonuses, but they were far from as dramatic as a 50-point increase. Through my ingenious manipulation of the magic circuits and the improvement of the artifact's quality, I have obtained these 3 affixes, Liu Shuqi boasted triumphantly, like a peacock spreading its feathers to show off its magnificent tail. Lin Mingyuan wasn't at all offended by Liu Shuqi's pretense in front of him. He chuckled, "You two played an indispensable role in the successful forging of Gillian coal. I won't forget you." Receiving Lin Mingyuan's promise, Liu Shuqi subsided a bit and continued, "There's no need to elaborate on the size of Ruai. The effect of Blood-Soul Dual Split comes from the Soul-Splitting Devil Sword. The Soul-Splitting Devil Sword has the ability to clone itself, but the clone created by splitting the user's soul only inherits 70% of the base stats. Furthermore, if the clone dies, it will damage the user's soul. Over time, this damage to the soul can drive a user mad. It's called the Devil Sword because it harms the master. Blood-Soul Dual Split is a significant enhancement to the original skill. First, the clone lasts forever as long as it survives, inheriting 100% of the base stats, and there's no death penalty. After death, the experience points and memories gained by the Blood-Soul Dual Split can be fed back to the original. With the Blood-Soul Dual Split, your original body can practice at home while the clone goes out to hunt monsters and gain experience. In battle, you'll have a reliable, sympathetic helper. Liu Shuqi was right. After seeing the skill description for Blood-Soul Dual Split, Lin Mingyuan thought of several ways to use it. Hall of Valor is a skill granted by Digitizes Yasatsuna. Of course, Digitizes Yasatsuna's initial skill is called Thousand Soul Prison, a soul prison that imprisons the souls of those killed by Digitizes Yasatsuna's sword. A swordsman wielding Digitizes Yasatsuna can unleash the souls imprisoned within Digitizes Yasatsuna to attack the enemy. Digitizes Yasatsuna's secondary skill is Shuten Daoji. Digitizes Yasatsuna has the ability to devour living souls. After killing the great monster Shuten Daoji, he controlled Shuten Daoji's spirit and has the ability to release the great monster Shuten Daoji. For Daoji Qiangang, Shuten Daoji's core skill is undoubtedly his. The Thousand Soul Prison is far less important than Shuten Daoji's. However, I believe Shuten Daoji's potential for development isn't as good as Grankle's, and therefore I've intercepted its magic circuits. Furthermore, Grankle's primary material is a newly formed planetary core, and within it lies a small world. This small world and the Thousand Soul Prison merge to form the Hall of Heroes, the prototype of the Kingdom of God. If one day you can ignite the divine fire and successfully ascend to deification, the Hall of Heroes will seamlessly transform into your Kingdom of God. Well done. After hearing Liu Shuqi recount his journey, Lin Mingyuan felt even more certain he had found the right person. Liu Shuqi was undoubtedly a top-tier talent in the field of enchantment. As for the final 2 skills, Eternal Blazing Sun and No Two Suns in the Sky, they are provided by the 3 Eclipse Swords. I'm not entirely sure. You'll need to slowly develop their specific effects. After Liu Shuqi finished sharing his information, he finally couldn't hold back any longer and went to rest. Ho Dongshen, who was exhausted, also needed some rest. After politely bidding the 2 grandmasters farewell, Lin Mingyuan stood outside the volcano, embracing Gillian Kell and beaming. He was overwhelmed with satisfaction, overjoyed. Gillian Kell's abilities met every need he had. The artifact's indestructible material and 50 all-around stats alone were enough to drive him wild. Furthermore, it possessed the miraculous abilities of Big and Small Ruai, Blood and Soul Duplication, Valhalla, Eternal Blazing Sun, and No Two Suns in the Sky. It was truly a perfect sword capable of satisfying any sword master on Earth. Lin Mingyuan was truly fortunate to possess it. With the sword in hand, Lin Mingyuan completely ignored Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao called out to him several times, but to no avail. Angrily, he punched him, only for Lin Mingyuan to snap out of his trance. "What's wrong? I've seen everything I need to see. I'm leaving now. Oh, goodbye." "Sorry I can't see you off," Lin Mingyuan said, a perfunctory farewell. "You rascal, you're a traitor. See you at the end of the year," Yi Zhao snorted coldly, summoning Thor's hammer to the sky, accompanied by lightning. Satisfied with the experience gained in forging divine artifacts, Yizhao returned home. Lin Mingyuan and Yizhao didn't see each other often throughout the year, only at the end of the year, when the United Council invited all allies together. Yizhao's words implied that she wasn't planning to return home this year, otherwise, she would have surely seen Lin Mingyuan, who was constantly traveling between Hejian City and Blackstone City. Lin Mingyuan was still in ecstasy. Not only was Yizhao gone, but even his wife giving birth wouldn't have caught his attention. After a few hours of foolish laughter, Lin Mingyuan calmed down and began to calmly consider his next steps. The forging of the divine artifact had greatly increased Lin Mingyuan's combat effectiveness. With a divine sword in hand, Lin Mingyuan had the courage to fight even a demigod. Whether he could win was another matter. No matter how much equipment improves a class's combat power, it's not as significant as a significant increase in one's own level. Having reached the middle of the legendary path, Lin Mingyuan must seriously consider the question of ascending to the sanctuary. With a divine sword in hand, Lin Mingyuan's vision has broadened. Ordinary realms simply don't hold a candle to him. Half a month ago, before Wei Chongshan proposed the options of becoming a demon lord or affiliating with the fire elemental plane, Lin Mingyuan's ideal realm was the sword mound. The sword mound is a common realm for sword saints, offering significant bonuses to them and allowing them to rust the weapons and armor of other melee classes. It's considered a relatively excellent realm, and Lin Mingyuan loves it and knows how to awaken it. The sword mound is considered top tier among ordinary realms. Awakening it is not bad, but Lin Mingyuan now clearly has a better choice, becoming a demon lord. Commanding countless demons and gaining the power of the abyss, or joining the fire elemental plane and gaining the blessings of the fire elemental plane and the abilities of a true sanctuary. Two paths lay before Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan had been hesitant, and even now, he hadn't decided on his choice. The two routes offered similar levels of difficulty and rewards, making the decision truly difficult. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Suddenly, he sensed the newfound awareness of the holy sword, Grankle, conveying a sense of courage and determination, and a surge of pride filled his heart. Only children make choices, adults, of course, want everything. Chapter 243 Abyss Exploration. It was midnight. In a luxurious detached villa located in the high-rise urban area of Nara City, on the Japanese island, the owner, Hasegawa Juchiro, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He was sweating and pale, gasping for breath. "Are you having a nightmare again?" His wife, Hasegawa Mikiko, rubbed her sleepy eyes and hugged her husband with heartache. Since Hasegawa Juchiro returned from China, waking up from nightmares has become the norm. This is the 6th time this month. Hasegawa Juchiro said nothing, picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. The cold tea slid down his esophagus and calmed his pounding heart. What exactly happened in China back then? Mikiko asked unwillingly. People cannot live in painful memories. Mikiko felt it necessary to rescue her lover from the nightmare. 3 months ago, I accepted an assassination mission from the blacklist. Hasegawa Juchiro hesitated, feeling that there was no need to tell his wife in such detail, and said, "To put it simply, I took 3 blacklist masters to China to assassinate a powerful enemy, and with the help of local forces in northern China, we gathered heavy troops and launched a siege with a large number of masters. As a result, 2 of the 3 top blacklist masters who went with me died, and countless local professionals were killed or injured. The black-hearted puppeteer Richard and I withdrew when we saw that things were hopeless. I thought the matter was over, but I often dream about him recently, and dreamed that he came to me." At this point, Hasegawa Juchiro's voice trembled a little, and he covered his face in pain. The experience of besieging Lin Mingyuan in the decisive battle in the north but being counterattacked by Lin Mingyuan has become Hasegawa's inner demon, and every time he recalls it, it brings him deep pain. Mikiko consoled him, "You already told me, the enemy is in northern China. Why would he travel so far across the ocean to Nara to find you?" His wife's words of comfort were of no use. Mikiko, not a professional, had no idea that distance was no problem for a truly powerful warrior. If Lin Mingyuan wanted to find him, he would be able to. "Alice." Hasegawa Juchiro sighed, smoking a cigarette before the clear French window. The faint glow of the cigarette flickered in the darkness. On the grass in the courtyard, a man with a sword slung over his shoulder also stood smoking. Through the glass, they could see each other, and the man in the courtyard grinned. At that moment, Hasegawa Juchiro's heart skipped a beat, as if an invisible hand were gripping his heart. His worst fear had finally come true. Lin Mingyuan had indeed arrived. The man in the courtyard was none other than Lin Mingyuan. Stubbing out his cigarette, Lin Mingyuan beckoned Hasegawa Juchiro to come out and talk. Lin Mingyuan had already found his home. Even if Hasegawa Juchiro could escape, his family couldn't. He put on his coat and walked out the door with his head held high. In the moonlight, two men stood on the expensive grass. "If you have any tricks, come at me. Don't hurt my family." Hasegawa Juchiro's tone was almost begging, not tough at all. "As long as you cooperate with me honestly, I won't do anything to your family. If you dare to run, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you and kill your whole family. Do you understand?" Lin Mingyuan's unmatched force made his threat very weighty. Hasegawa Juchiro swallowed his saliva and nodded with difficulty. "Very good, say goodbye to your family. You won't be able to go home for a while," Lin Mingyuan said, satisfied with his attitude. Hasegawa Juchiro didn't ask Lin Mingyuan where he was taking him or what he needed him to do. That was not a question he should know. No matter what Lin Mingyuan asked him to do, he could only do it. After bidding farewell to his wife and children, Hasegawa Juchiro and Lin Mingyuan set out on their journey. They first hired a mage to open a portal to the floating city. The floating city was the headquarters of Chinese mages, and its teleportation beacon was so prominent that any novice mage in Asia could locate it. Once there, they hired another mage to open a portal to Lordran, the capital of the Silver Empire. Blackstone City, a relatively unknown city, was not valued by the floating city. Mages had never located Blackstone before and could not initiate a direct teleport. Arriving in Lordran was equivalent to arriving at Lin Mingyuan's headquarters. Duchess Freya's followers in Lordran were at his disposal, and a team of silver knights escorted them to Blackstone City. It was just dawn, having traveled thousands of miles overnight. "Let's go, to meet my true self," Lin Mingyuan, who had been silent all the way, said as his first words, astonishing Hasegawa Juchiro. The Lin Mingyuan who had been putting so much pressure on him turned out not to be his true self, but a clone. By now, 2 weeks had passed since the forging of the holy sword, Grenkle. Lin Mingyuan had mastered all of Grenkel's abilities, with his most common being, blood-soul duplication. The second year of the cataclysm was crucial for all professionals. That year, the second celestial conjunction would begin, bringing with it countless high-level monsters that would swarm Earth, transforming it into a brutal battlefield where no one would be spared. As various factions established their own territories, professionals flourished in safety. While the situation in the wasteland seemed to have eased, the brief peace was only the quiet before the storm. Disaster and death would dominate the world, and war and displacement would be the first reality faced by the inhabitants of the wasteland. During this brief period of respite, some wasted their time in drunken revelry, while others diligently pursued self-improvement, dedicating their time to self-improvement. Lin Mingyuan was undoubtedly one of the latter. Before his clone ability, Lin Mingyuan had to do many things himself. For example, to forge the sacred artifact, the Grenkle, he needed to obtain 5 legendary swords. Lin Mingyuan could only rely on himself, no one else could do it. At most, he would ask Zen AI to help him fetch the Ice Soul, which had a simpler condition. With his clone, Lin Mingyuan's life became much easier. Many tedious errands and less challenging military operations, such as visiting Hasegawa Juchiro on the Japanese island, no longer required him to personally undertake them. While his clone ran errands, Lin Mingyuan's original body devoted itself to developing the fusion sword technique that best suited him. The holy sword, the Grenkle, was fashioned after the eclipse sword, with a miniature star floating within its circular jaw. Experiencing the motions of a star firsthand and gaining new insights, Lin Mingyuan sat beneath the enlightenment tree, constantly contemplating his sword technique. Sleeping no more than 3 hours a week. The Blood Soul clone brought Hasegawa Juchiro to the backyard of the city lord's mansion. Looking at Lin Mingyuan, who sat cross-legged beneath a tree, Juchiro's consciousness drifted into trance. He vaguely imagined a 3-legged crow, its feathers gleaming with golden light, crouching beneath the tree. The divine light blazed, and a wave of heat surged. Just as he felt his entire body scorched to a crisp, he felt like he was being roasted to a mummy. Lin Mingyuan's voice dispelled the hallucinations of his heightened perception. "You're very honest, not bad." The clone reunited with the original. Lin Mingyuan's thought, and the clone instantly transformed into a stream of energy, somewhere between reality and illusion, flowing into Lin Mingyuan's body. The two merged seamlessly, and the experience points he gained from slaying monsters filled Lin Mingyuan's experience bar. Lin Mingyuan had learned everything he had heard along the way. Hasegawa Jochiro had behaved himself and not acted out of line, which pleased him greatly. Seeing Hasegawa Jochiro's cooperation, Lin Mingyuan softened his tone. I only want to ask you for two things. If you can do them well, I'll forgive all past mistakes. Lin Mingyuan wouldn't discuss the consequences of failing to do so. If Hasegawa Jochiro couldn't atone for his sins, Lin Mingyuan would have to settle the score for leading the assassination attempt on him. Please tell me which two things you want. I'll do them, whether I can or not. Resigned to his fate, Hasegawa Jochiro harbored no illusions about survival. He simply hoped to satisfy Lin Mingyuan by not pursuing his family. Even if Lin Mingyuan told him to commit suicide, he would choose the most painful and horrific death possible, one that would please Lin Mingyuan and spare his wife and children. You have the ability to enter the abyss at any time. I want you to take my clone with you to explore the depths of the abyss. That's the first thing you need to do, Lin Mingyuan said slowly. Actually, Lin Mingyuan's search for Hasegawa Jochiro wasn't for revenge. During the decisive battle in the north, Hasegawa Jochiro had demonstrated his ability to enter the abyss at any time through Styx Fairy, to avoid damage from Lin Mingyuan's Furnace of Annihilation. Furthermore, Hasegawa Jochiro's class was Abyss Scholar, and he must be very knowledgeable about the abyss. Therefore, Lin Mingyuan went to the trouble of finding Hasegawa Jochiro specifically to get him to help him understand the specific conditions at the bottom of the abyss, giving him a basic understanding of the abyss and helping him decide whether to pursue the Demon Lord path in his sanctuary ascension. Sir, are you hoping to gain the blessing of the abyss by becoming a Demon Lord, thereby ascending to the sanctuary? Hasegawa Jochiro was a clever man. Upon hearing Lin Mingyuan's request, he immediately guessed that Lin Mingyuan wanted to become a Demon Lord. Because Lin Mingyuan possessed the bloodline of the Demon King and his own incredible combat prowess, he did have the potential to become a Demon Lord. That's right. Upon hearing Lin Mingyuan's definitive answer, Hasegawa Jochiro said seriously, I will travel with your avatar to the bottom of the abyss to determine the average strength of the Demon Lords there and the distribution of each Demon Lord's sphere of influence. Exploring the abyss is an extremely dangerous undertaking. No one knows how many age-old monsters, cultivated for millennia, hide within this ancient and complex abyss. One careless step into their territory could lead to eternal damnation. With Hasegawa Jochiro's strength, he wouldn't survive more than 3 days in the upper and even middle abysses. However, the lower abyss is relatively safe. Those lingering there are either newly emerged demons from the bottomless abyss or demons too weak to survive in the middle layers. The danger isn't too high. With Hasegawa Jochiro and his avatar, who possesses 30% of Lin Mingyuan's strength, they should be able to explore. Lin Mingyuan, knowing the dangers of exploring the abyss, specifically summoned Hasegawa Jochiro and sent only his avatar down into the abyss, while his main body sat back and waited patiently, unwilling to take any risks. Despite the danger, Hasegawa Jochiro accepted without hesitation, demonstrating his complete lack of optimism and complete acquiescence. Having fled the northern decisive battle, his spine was completely broken, leaving him unable to stand up straight before Lin Mingyuan. Even the clones of Lin Mingyuan were completely cowed and dared not resist. Had he truly unleashed his best tactics, he might have been able to defeat them. The clones created by the splitting of the blood and soul, supposedly inheriting 100% of Lin Mingyuan's attributes, were actually far less powerful than the original Lin Mingyuan. Firstly, the clones only inherited basic stats, their overall strength, agility, and strength, which were generally around 120 points. Attributes gained by talents and skills were completely ineffective against them. Furthermore, the clones lacked Lin Mingyuan's uniform and inherited only the skills listed on the skill panel. They possessed core skills like stepping on Heaven's Gate and Invincible Slash, but none of the ultimate sword techniques not recorded on the skill panel were known to the clones. It also lacked any innate bloodline bonuses, especially the crucial Sword Saint talent, Supreme Blade. Therefore, Lin Mingyuan's clone's true combat effectiveness was extremely worrying. It was essentially equivalent to a level 100 elite professional possessing top-tier skills and extraordinary attributes, but lacking any innate equipment. It wasn't considered a formidable force. Despite its shortcomings, the Blood Soul clone still had potential. The stronger Lin Mingyuan became, the stronger the Blood Soul clone would become. It was more than enough to help Lin Mingyuan solve some of his less troublesome problems. Lin Mingyuan didn't expect his clone to be particularly powerful, it was enough to be adequate. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Top 100, 6th, Plate Mage. Second, I want you to capture Richard, the evil puppeteer. Remember, I want him alive, not dead. If you're not capable, find a way to lure him out so I can capture him. Lin Mingyuan made his second request, targeting Richard, another remnant of the blacklist who had participated in the siege against him. Lin Mingyuan's actions were predictable. The previous task he had with Hasegawa Juchiro indicated that he was the professional talent Lin Mingyuan needed. Only Hasegawa could freely enter and exit the abyss, no one else could. So, what did Lin Mingyuan want Richard for? The fact that he wanted Richard alive, not dead, suggests that Richard must possess certain qualities that Lin Mingyuan needed, rather than simply venting his anger. Hasegawa Juchiro said, Richard and I have maintained a good relationship since I rescued him from the northern battlefield last time, but my success rate in assassinating or kidnapping him is not high, because we are killers and we are on guard against each other, and I dare not say that I can definitely beat Richard. He is still ahead of me in the blacklist ranking. If you are willing to do it yourself, it will be simple. Whenever you want to do something to him, I can find an excuse to ask him out. No hurry, go explore the abyss first, and then do it when I ask you to. Why do you want to catch Richard? Hasegawa Juchiro was presumptuous. This was not a question he should ask. Lin Mingyuan's gentle attitude gave Hasegawa Juchiro a certain illusion. He thought he was an important chess piece of Lin Mingyuan, and Lin Mingyuan couldn't do without him, so he actually asked the reason. Lin Mingyuan's pupils dilated slightly, a hint of anger on his face. A fiery crow, blazing like a bullet, flew past Hasegawa Juchiro's face at supersonic speed. The intense heat instantly scorched half of Hasegawa Juchiro's hair, leaving unsightly burn marks on his face and scalp. He was frightened, remembering that he was Lin Mingyuan's prisoner and that the lives of his entire family were in his hands. Terror filled his eyes, and he dared not even a shred of resistance. He bowed 90 degrees, repeatedly exclaiming, I'm sorry, I'll tell you what you should know, but don't ask about things you shouldn't know. That's my rule. Do you understand? Lin Mingyuan said sternly. Understood. Hasegawa Juchiro's attitude was even more submissive than before. The Japanese were prone to this. The tougher the approach, the more obedient they become. Treat them well, and they'll just push you around and test your limits. After reassuring Hasegawa Juchiro about his current state of mind, Lin Mingyuan ordered the Silver Knights to find him a vacant room until he was ready to enter the abyss. The abyss is vast, with its smallest plain several times larger than Earth's Eurasian continent. Exploring it would take time. Hasegawa Juchiro would be living in Blackstone City for the next few months, and Lin Mingyuan expected him to be dedicated, so he wouldn't skimp on his life. Clouds obscured the sun, casting a shadow across Lin Mingyuan's face. Beneath the tree, a somber expression settled on him. Richard was concerned with another of Lin Mingyuan's plans, one he hadn't shared with anyone, a plan to travel back in time and reverse the future. Lin Mingyuan drew inspiration from the secret of Caesar, a professional who had traveled back from the future to the present. As long as he met the basic requirements and avoided altering the future by killing professionals who aren't meant to die in the present, he would have extra time to cultivate, transform himself, and choose new talents or skills. It's okay to choose the wrong class, go back and choose again. It's okay to awaken unwanted talents, go back and awaken them again. The power of a person who can manipulate time is unimaginable. Moreover, time is one of the most powerful forces in the universe, and a class that can master it is bound to be a top-tier class, surpassing all others. Lin Mingyuan also longed to become a person who could control time, but he didn't have a class that could wield the power of time. Even if he did, it would be over. Both of his classes were already set. There was only one way to master the power of time: go back to the past, to the time before he chose his second class. He gave up his class change to Legion Commander, and switched to Skywalker, the only top-tier class Lin Mingyuan knew of that wielded the power of time and space. Legion Commanders are great, very good, especially on large-scale battlefields, where their role is immense. This is why Lin Mingyuan chose to switch to Legion Commander. Legion commanders are so important. Regardless of where they are, they receive top-tier treatment regardless of their allegiance. Having already chosen Sword Saint as his primary class, Lin Mingyuan didn't need a high-damage secondary class, he only needed a support class. Legion Commander was undoubtedly an excellent support class, but Skywalker, with his mastery of space-time, could provide Lin Mingyuan with far greater support. In short, Lin Mingyuan somewhat regretted his secondary class choice, and even his primary. He had no idea there was a hidden class, Sword Immortal, surpassing Sword Saint. Otherwise, he would have definitely strived to become a Sword Immortal. There were many choices to regret, and the only way to choose again was to master the power of time. Lin Mingyuan couldn't reverse time, but Zuqiuyu could. Speedster possessed the ability to reverse time, but it was extremely taxing on Zuqiuyu, and Lin Mingyuan had no reason to let her sacrifice herself for him. So, Lin Mingyuan waited for an opportunity, one that Zuqiuyu couldn't refuse. In her previous life, Zuqiuyu wasn't well known, and Lin Mingyuan speculated that she had encountered danger and fallen. Lin Mingyuan had recently received news that Zuqiuyu was searching for materials to enhance the sonic blade. To obtain the core ingredient, the dragon heartstring, Zuqiuyu had recruited a team to hunt the three-headed dragon Gabriel, a son of Hydra, overseas. Zuqiuyu died in this battle. Why was Lin Mingyuan so certain? Because in the 6th year of the Cataclysm in his previous life, the three-headed dragon Gabriel had attacked Blood Harbor, a major coastal city in Lujiang province in central China. It was home to Yuan Ji, the Storm Lord ranked second on the Central China Top 100 list. Yuan Ji had summoned experts from all sides to hunt Gabriel, and after a fierce battle lasting several days, he was finally slain. If Gabriel had survived until the 6th year of the Cataclysm, one could imagine what would have happened to Zuqiuyu, who had challenged him in the 2nd year. Lin Mingyuan was prepared to save Zuqiuyu in her time of need. A life-saving favor could always be repaid with a single move by Zuqiuyu. And this presented Lin Mingyuan with his opportunity. Before the opportunity arrives, Lin Mingyuan must make every possible preparation. The most important step is undoubtedly to capture the ruthless puppeteer Richard and extract the details of when Skywalker was killed and the puppets were created. This specific time frame is crucial for Lin Mingyuan. With the timeline reversal now temporarily resolved, Lin Mingyuan must continue perfecting his Golden Crow sword art. The Golden Crow sword art is the fusion of the Raven Court sword art and the Crucible sword art. By observing the cores of newly born stars and using the Golden Crow, the ancient mythical bird symbolizing the sun, as his totem, Lin Mingyuan draws upon the essences of both traditions to create a uniquely Lin Mingyuan-inspired Golden Crow sword art. Lin Mingyuan has already mastered the fundamentals of Golden Crow sword art. He already has the form and spirit of the art in place. He also needs to develop the accompanying breathing techniques, ultimate sword techniques, and other necessary skills. This will be difficult to accomplish in just 1 year, and Lin Mingyuan is short on time. Hasegawa Juchiro's arrival brought Lin Mingyuan out of his retreat. Feeling a little weary after a week of arduous practice, Lin Mingyuan stretched lazily beneath a tree, silently plotting his plan to reverse the future. While Lin Mingyuan was in retreat, Xin Ai was away, leaving Yan Qianxue and Li Tong as the masters of Blackstone City. Since Yan Qianxue spent most of her time training the Amazon Legion outside the city, Li Tong was effectively in charge. Lin Mingyuan, having emerged from retreat, sent for Li Tong. "You've finally come out of retreat. Have you gained any insights?" Li Tong asked with a laugh as he ascended the steps. "I've made some progress, but it's not time to bear fruit yet. It's probably going to be difficult to create the complete Golden Crow sword technique this year." There was no need to put on airs in front of an old friend. Lin Mingyuan slumped in the chair and said lazily, "I called you here to ask if any masters have defected to Black Rock City recently." Lin Mingyuan became famous in central China after defeating Duke Dugan of Behemoth, and then he became famous again after severely damaging the Brotherhood of Steel on the northern battlefield. The benefit of Lin Mingyuan's fame is that outstanding professionals from all over central China have gathered towards Black Rock City. Many professionals are working hard to earn disaster coins in order to buy a house in Black Rock City. They recognize Lin Mingyuan and believe that Black Rock City will have a bright future under Lin Mingyuan's rule. Some have volunteered, hoping to join Black Rock City's elite ranks. During his last retreat, Lin Mingyuan met a few individuals who possessed some skill, but none ranked among the top 100 in central China, suggesting little future potential. He offered them small official positions, promising them promotions and salary increases if they demonstrated meritorious service, and dismissed them with a promise. This time, Lin Mingyuan was again seeking to identify any talented individuals. Currently, Black Rock City's forces already boast 4 masters from the previous Central China Top 100, Yan Qianxue, ranked 4th, Li Qianxue, the 11th-ranked Templar assassin, Feng Daotian, the 58th-ranked martial artist, and Yan Qianxue, the 70th-ranked. Yan Qianxue and Li Qianxue's careers were already set, something Lin Mingyuan couldn't alter. However, the fates of Yan Qianxue and Feng Daotian had already been altered by Lin Mingyuan. If the Central China Top 100 were re-ranked in this life, Yan Qianxue and Feng Daotian would undoubtedly be near the top. Yan Qianxue, having transitioned to the Amazon Queen early in her life, has enjoyed a smooth career under Lin Mingyuan's protection. Feng Daotian, on the verge of transforming into the fire demon bloodline, has already been fasting and cultivating, calming his nerves as he prepares to consume Lin Mingyuan's Demon King blood. Lin Mingyuan has no battle plans this year, so he doesn't mind forcing a few more drops of Demon King blood to create fire demons. This month won't work, as he forced out a single drop of blood when the Holy Sword, Gulliankel, recognized him as its master. To minimize damage to his essence, he's aiming for 1 drop per month. Next month's blood has already been promised to Feng Daotian. Having swallowed a Demon King blood and transformed his race into a fire demon, Feng Daotian's strength will surge. Li Tong answered Lin Mingyuan's question with a wry smile. My brother, all the masters have their own territories. They'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Who wants to live under someone else's rule? Yan Qianxue and Old Li were forced into a desperate situation. They had offended you, so there was nothing they could do. If they hadn't surrendered decisively, they would have been annexed sooner or later. At this point, Li Tong scratched his head, as if remembering something. While there aren't any masters, I have discovered a potential seed. Don't you have an S-level talent called Two-Faced? He has it too. Maybe he can develop into something in the future. Is that person you're talking about Zuo Ziming? Lin Mingyuan suddenly straightened up and asked. Yes, Zuo Ziming. Why, do you know him? Of course Lin Mingyuan knew him. Zuo Ziming was the plate mage from his previous life, a mobile spell turret, the one who truly brought a Two-Faced talent to its full potential. His reputation was known throughout Central China, ranking 6th on the top 100 list. He was a master of the same level as Yan Qianxue, and even more powerful, given his dual professions. Lin Mingyuan laughed and scolded, you are getting more and more arrogant. A mage is not considered a master. The only mage trained by Black Rock City is Xin Yi. Including Yan Qianxue and his 2 apprentices, there are only 4 mages. Li Tong blinked twice, looking puzzled. Who said Zuo Ziming is a mage? Isn't he a plate armor warrior? Did he switch to mage as his second profession and he didn't tell me? Lin Mingyuan was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He had a preconceived notion and naturally thought that Zuo Ziming's main profession was a mage, and that the plate armor warrior was a second profession chosen to enhance defense. However, he didn't know that the plate armor warrior was Zuo Ziming's main profession, and that Zuo Ziming had not yet switched to a mage at this time. Maybe I remembered it wrongly. Call Zuo Ziming over so I can meet him. Chapter 245 Blood Harbor. Zuo Ziming's first impression on Lin Mingyuan was that of a clown performing a farce. He intended to strut his stuff and impress Lin Mingyuan, but he was intimidated by the imposing presence of Lin Mingyuan in the city lord's chair. Clad in a full suit of fine steel plate armor, Zuo Ziming moved timidly, his awkward steps contrasting sharply with his feigned heroic expression. Undeterred by his lack of confidence, Zuo Ziming dared not even raise his head in front of Lin Mingyuan. He had heard from others that Lin Mingyuan was a formidable warrior and treated his subordinates well, and so he came to Blackstone City with hope. Zuo Ziming was of average height, slightly overweight, and of ordinary appearance, the kind of person you'd glance at and quickly forget. Observing Zuo Ziming closely, Lin Mingyuan would have doubted that this seemingly ordinary person could ever become anything special if he weren't certain he was the future plate mage. Retrieving the antique master's monocle from his interspatial ring, Lin Mingyuan activated his insight skill. He wondered if appearances alone could be the truest form of a person. He wanted to see if Zuo Ziming's stats matched his ordinary appearance. Zuo Ziming, LV67, race, human, occupation, plate warrior, strength, 43 agility, 37 constitution, 60 intelligence, 12, Talent, S. Two-faced, A. Unbreakable strength, C. Primary lightning resistance, E. Iron guts. Skills, repair light powder, temporarily repairs armor, restoring 50% of its maximum durability. Refraction, you reduce 20% of physical damage received and reflect it back to all occupations within a 5-meter range. Crushing punch, a charged attack that destroys the enemy's armor. If the armor cannot be destroyed, its armor durability will be greatly consumed. Mutual aid, bind to a friendly unit and share 50% of the damage it suffers. Rescue hand, move to the vicinity of a friendly unit, shocking away all enemies around it. Epic, iron cyclone, splits all armor to form an iron storm, causing high physical damage to enemies within range. Equipment, blue, holy pendant, releases the power of holy light to heal friendly units within a 10-meter radius centered on the pendant. Blue, full set of Hawkins family knight plate armor, honor, generosity, wisdom, compassion, and valor. Only those who uphold the 5 virtues of chivalry can equip Hawkins family knight plate armor. Strength +10, Constitution +20. After reviewing Zhuo Ziming's attribute panel, Lin Mingyuan took a deep breath. Zhuo Ziming truly was consistent in appearance and character. The attribute panel was also quite ordinary, only 1/10 the length of Lin Mingyuan's. He had only 1 S-rank talent and only 1 epic skill. In reality, Zhuo Ziming was quite capable. As a plate armor warrior, he was very qualified, even excellent. However, Lin Mingyuan used himself as a reference point to compare Zhuo Ziming to him, so Zhuo Ziming was naturally completely insignificant. Zhuo Ziming possesses the A-rank talent Unbreakable Strength, which significantly increases armor defense, as well as the potentially immensely powerful Two-Faced talent shared by Lin Mingyuan. He also possesses skills suitable for plate warriors, including those for resisting damage or rescuing teammates, and possesses epic skills capable of large-scale damage. This clearly demonstrates Zhuo Ziming's talent. As for his equipment, Zhuo Ziming possesses numerous blue items, a holy pendant with group healing, and a complete set of rare armor, adding 30 stat points. This is quite impressive. Not even the high-ranking officials of Black Rock City possess a complete set of blue, rare armor. What truly puzzled Lin Mingyuan was Zhuo Ziming's stats. At level 67, his total stats totaled 150, demonstrating his high initial stats. Furthermore, he had consumed numerous attribute fruits, making him a true elite class player. Yet, his intelligence was a mere 12, significantly lower than Lin Mingyuan's. Remember, Zhuo Ziming was a renowned plate mage. How could he become a mage with only 12 intelligence points? Lin Mingyuan pondered calmly and arrived at the answer. Zhuo Ziming must have had some fortuitous encounter that significantly increased his intelligence. Otherwise, considering his current situation, his main intelligence bonus was only 50 points at level 100. The average intelligence of a level 100 mage is over 150. A fireball can deal more damage than a howitzer, but with only 50 intelligence points, a fireball is only slightly more powerful than a fragmentation grenade. How could he compare to mages of the same level? Therefore, Zhuo Ziming must have chosen the mage as his second class due to some fortuitous encounter, and his career has been meteoric since then. However, Zhuo Ziming's fate has changed in this life, and whether he can still become a plate mage remains a mystery. He had been uneasy since Zhuo Ziming entered the palace. Was Lin Mingyuan summoning him for no apparent reason to promote him? It was unlikely. Zhuo Ziming knew his limitations. He was just a fat loach in the pond, while Lin Mingyuan was a true dragon roaming the ocean. The gap was too vast. They were from completely different worlds. How could he possibly earn Lin Mingyuan's attention? Lin Mingyuan's subsequent frowns and sighs further alarmed Zhuo Ziming, who was displeased with him. Zhuo Ziming, I know you're wondering why I want to see you. I'll tell you the reason. I, too, possess the Two-Faced talent. Knowing you possess it, I'm inspired to meet you, Lin Mingyuan explained. Even if Zhuo Ziming couldn't become a plate mage, with the added bonus of dual-class abilities gained through his second class, he would be well-suited to becoming a Black Rock City official. Lin Mingyuan always held high hopes for rising stars with great potential, and was generous with his rewards. Thank you, City Lord, for your appreciation. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Zhuo Ziming lowered his head. He was even more disheartened when he learned the reason. It turned out that Lin Mingyuan genuinely wanted to promote him, but his abilities were too weak to earn his approval. Keep working hard. I'm optimistic about your future. After offering encouragement, Lin Mingyuan asked, if you didn't come to Black Rock City, Where would you go? Lin Mingyuan wanted to know what Zhuo Ziming's typical trajectory was, hoping to uncover the extraordinary adventure that led to his sudden intellectual growth and his decision to switch classes to mage, becoming the renowned plate mage. Completely unprepared for Lin Mingyuan's question, Zhuo Ziming froze for a moment before pondering his answer. If I hadn't come to Black Rock City, I'd probably go to Yangping County. My second uncle's family is quite influential there, and it's a small place with few people, so competition is less intense, making it easier for them to focus resources on me. After a brief conversation, Lin Mingyuan realized Zhuo Ziming was a foresighted man with a clear vision for the future. He'd switched to the plate warrior class, possessing the strongest physical defense, to gain the capital to survive in the wasteland. Then, he'd simply wait for a suitable second class to emerge, one that would propel him to new heights. He was a man of patience. It's highly likely that the treasure that enabled Zhuo Ziming's transformation, or the special event he encountered, is in Yangping County. Lin Mingyuan, perceptive as if he were seeing through fire, once again deduced the location of Zhuo Ziming's fortuitous encounter by comparing the differences between the old and current timelines. To compensate Zhuo Ziming, Lin Mingyuan said, "Zhuo Ziming, you're very honest. Old Li, take Zhuo to my treasure vault to choose 3 pieces of equipment." Lin Mingyuan's approach completely exceeded Zhuo Ziming's expectations. A single sincere answer netted him a huge advantage. Lin Mingyuan's treasure vault held thousands of pieces of equipment, even the worst of which were green. Choosing 3 pieces from there would surely greatly enhance his strength. "Thank you, City Lord." Zhuo Ziming immediately knelt on one knee, excitedly offering his loyalty to Lin Mingyuan, inwardly lamenting that he had made the right choice to come to Black Rock City. What more could he ask for than to meet a wise lord and husband? Leaving aside the process of Zhuo Ziming's eyes gleaming as he selected equipment from the dazzling display racks, Lin Mingyuan immediately dispatched a clone to Yangping County to secretly investigate any anomalies there, thereby uncovering Zhuo Ziming's fortuitous encounter. Meanwhile, in Hejian City, Zhu Qiyu and her group of 6, each with their own unique charm, invited several familiar experts to accompany them as they journeyed through a portal to Blood Harbor in Lujiang Province. Blood Harbor was the future city where the 3-headed demon dragon Gabriel would wreak havoc. Gabriel's lair lay on Silver Gull Island, 300 nautical miles from Blood Harbor. Zhu Qiyu consulted a fortune teller to determine Gabriel's exact location. Hejian City lacked a direct portal to Lujiang Province in central China, so they naturally had to first reach Blackstone City through the permanent portal from Hejian Province to Blackstone City, then travel by car to Lujiang Province. Upon arriving in Blackstone City, Yu Qingqing said with resentment, "Since we're already here, why don't we go see Brother Lin? Wouldn't it be foolproof to ask him to slay the 3-headed demon dragon? Your brother Lin is in seclusion, diligently cultivating his swordsmanship. We can easily slay the 3-headed demon dragon on our own. There's no need to disturb him." This was Zhu Qiyu's response. While Zhu Qiyu truly didn't want to disturb Lin Mingyuan, she also wanted to prove herself as good as him. All experts have pride. However, Zhu Qiyu's luck was simply unfortunate. The 3-headed demon dragon Gabriel shouldn't have arrived on Earth before the cataclysm. It was a hidden, high-level boss, even at the top of the food chain during the cataclysm. Lin Mingyuan recognized 2 of the 5 people traveling with Zhu Qiyu, Yu Qingqing, the moon goddess priestess, and Du Xiaodong, the golden spear. Du Xiaodong had served as Yu Qingqing's escort on diplomatic missions to Blackstone City and had met Lin Mingyuan several times. The other 3 are Summoner Liu Meng, Berserker Wei Sanbao, and Deep Sea Vortex Chen Lixin. Summoner Liu Meng is the 3rd in line for the second phase of the God Creation Project. Berserker Wei Sanbao is Zhu Qiyu's cousin, and Deep Sea Vortex Chen Lixin, who possesses octopus man blood, is a naval expert Zhu Qiyu has hired. After all, the 3-headed dragon Gabriel lives at sea, and if it were defeated and tried to escape into the sea, Chen Lixin would be the only one to hold it back. Zhu Qiyu's calculations were brilliant, blocking Gabriel's escape routes in the event of a defeat. At this point, Blood Harbor in Lujiang Province was the domain of Storm Lord Yuan Ji. Central China only had 3 demigods, 2 of whom were mages and 1 summoner, with Storm Lord Yuan Ji ranking 2nd. Yuan Ji, a master of air magic, soars into the atmosphere daily to practice. Success is not easy for anyone. Yuan Ji's achievement as a demigod-level mage is inseparable from his exceptional talent and hard work. As a leading figure in the air mage movement, Yuan Ji received an invitation from the necropolis. He didn't join because the Night King, the necromancer representative from Wuzhou province, received the invitation 3 months before him. Yuan Ji, feeling self-important, believed the necropolis looked down on him and tore up the invitation right in front of the messenger. The Night King also declined the invitation. His reasons are unknown, but his aloofness from groups makes sense. One day, after finishing his training and slowly descending using his feather fall technique, Yuan Ji suddenly spotted a large ship at the harbor about to put out to sea. He wondered, isn't that Zhang Cripple's dragon eagle? Where is it heading? Curious, Yuan Ji transformed into a ball of lightning and flew towards the dragon eagle. The dazzling thunder darkened the sky, and the crew bowed in the direction of the lightning's impact. They all knew this was the unique form of movement used by Yuan Ji, the protector of Blood Harbor. Blind Zhang, where are you going to make a fortune? Yuan Ji asked casually. Hey, we've got a ferry job taking some professionals from the north to Silver Gull Island, said the captain, Zhang Qianxue. Zhang Qianxue wasn't lame, but he had one leg longer than the other, so he walked with one leg higher than the other, hence the name Cripple. Yuan Ji frowned slightly. Silver Gull Island? They're looking to cause trouble for Gabriel. No, I have to tell them Gabriel is dangerous. Knowing the surrounding waters intimately, Yuan Ji knew that Silver Gull Island was the domain of the three-headed demon dragon, Gabriel. With that, Yuan Ji hurried into the cabin and encountered Yu Qingqing, who was heading up to the deck to enjoy the fresh air. Yu Qingqing's flawless, angelic face instantly struck Yuan Ji's heart, and his eyes, gleaming with lightning, suddenly widened. Chapter 246, That's it? Yuan Ji had seen many beautiful women, young and old, but this was the first time he had seen someone like Yu Qingqing, who pierced his soul at first sight. Seeing Yu Qingqing, Yuan Ji finally understood the meaning of natural beauty and captivating beauty. For a moment, Yuan Ji was mesmerized, his gaze fixed on Yu Qingqing. Excuse me, Yu Qingqing's almond-shaped eyes betrayed obvious impatience. No one liked being stared at. She envied the northeastern girls who, in such situations, could politely and casually ask, "What are you looking at?" It's okay. The moment he saw Yu Qingqing, Yuan Ji immediately gave up on warning the group not to go to Silver Gull Island. Gabriel was in extreme danger. In his mind, Yuan Ji had already scripted a heroic rescue scenario. Yu Qingqing would be forced into danger, and then he would step in to save her from danger and capture her heart. Yuan Ji stepped aside, allowing Yu Qingqing access to the cabin. But after being interrupted by Yuan Ji, Yu Qingqing lost her appetite for admiring the scenery and returned the way she had come. Didn't you say you needed some fresh air? Why are you back? Are you upset by those rude crew members? Zuki Uayu asked, leaning against the window with her legs crossed. I met a pervert. He stared at me, and it gave me the creeps. Yu Qingqing's pretty face puffed out like a bun, looking incredibly adorable. Du Xiaodong, smoking nearby, blew out a smoke ring and said slowly, if we were in Hejian, I would definitely teach him a lesson for you, but you'd better be careful when you're out. Try not to cause trouble if you can, and get this done quickly and go home. I know. Yu Qingqing rested her elbows on the greasy table, her hands supporting her pretty face. As a goddess priestess, Yu Qingqing had a high level of perception. She vaguely sensed that Yuan Ji's strength was extraordinary, and even Zuki Uai might not be his match. Moreover, beneath this man's handsome exterior lay a deeply evil heart. Yu Qingqing had a premonition that this mission would not go smoothly. Perhaps I should have asked Brother Lin for help, despite the objections. Now that we're at sea and our cell phone signal is completely gone, it's too late. Zhang Qianxue's Dragon Eagle was a small bulk carrier, capable of reaching 20 knots when not carrying cargo. A 300 nautical mile journey would take about 15 hours. Yu Qingqing, preoccupied with her own worries, couldn't eat or sleep. It wasn't until the Dragon Eagle docked near a reef near Yanao Island and the 6 of them disembarked and boarded a small boat for Yanao Island that Yu Qingqing finally felt more lively, free from the man who had frightened her. Yanao Island covers an area of 1,100 square kilometers and has a population of approximately 160,000, mostly employed in the tourism and service industries. During peak tourist season, visitor numbers easily exceed 1 million. However, Yanao Island was now completely abandoned. The crystal-clear glass buildings, once built with curtain walls, had become dull and bleak from lack of maintenance, covered in dust. The park resembled a battlefield, littered with shell craters, burn marks, and corrosion. Landscape trees along the road lay scattered and sprawled, and the road blockade had damaged dozens of vehicles. Store shelves on both sides of the island were toppled. Not a single living soul was to be seen in the vast city. Looking up, the amusement park in the center of the island has become the lair of a three-headed dragon. Gabriel, the three enormous dragon chins, rest upon the Ferris wheel. He lies dormant, his 3 heads and 6 nostrils spewing a deadly mist that lingers over Silver Gull Island in a toxic miasma. All members of the operation have prepared poison and fire resistance potions. Gabriel's center head spews poison, while his left and right heads breathe fire. A flap of his enormous, sky-blanking wings unleashes an unholy wind. As the offspring of an ancient mythical creature, the Hydra and the dragon, Gabriel inherits the best qualities of both parents, his father's deadly toxins, his 3 heads that regenerate constantly, and his death only if they are slashed simultaneously. He also possesses the physique of a dragon and the magic of dragon tongue. Currently, Gabriel is one of the most dangerous wild bosses. However, due to its forced crossing over during the early stages of the cataclysm, Gabriel's strength was severely damaged. He spent most of his time dormant, rarely causing trouble. It wasn't until the 6th year of the cataclysm that Gabriel returned to shore and continued his evil deeds. It wasn't until Storm Lord Yuan-ji, unable to tolerate it any longer, gathered a group of his comrades and eliminated the evil dragon. Okay, everyone, proceed according to the plan. Cousin, you and Meng Meng set the trap. Xiaodong head to the sniper position. King buff me. Chen Lixin, you can enter the water. After making arrangements, Zuki Uayu licked her lips and tossed the sonic blade up and down, her fighting spirit surging. Aboard the Dragon Eagle, anchored in the distance, Yuan-ji uses reconnaissance eye to remotely observe the situation on the island. When he saw Zuki Uayu, the lust in his eyes intensified, and he chuckled sinisterly. I didn't expect this squad to have 2 stunning beauties. That summoner who summoned the Royal Griffin is quite charming, too. Tisk tisk, that woman's thighs are damn long. It would be heavenly to squeeze them. The more one lacks something, the more one craves it. Yan Qianxue, the Dragon Eagle's captain, was a complete leg maniac, his mouth watering at the thought of Zuki Uayu's slender legs. Yuan-ji glared at him. How dare you steal my girls? No, my lord, you're worrying too much? I'm just satisfying my craving. Those girls are all yours. Yan Qianxue apologized with a wry smile. No matter how beautiful the beauties were, they didn't belong to him. He was just the captain of a small, insignificant freighter. HMPH, that's more than enough. Seeing that Yuan-ji showed no interest in pursuing the matter, Yan Qianxue wiped the sweat from his forehead, silently cursing himself for being so careless and letting his true feelings slip. In the eyes of the residents of Blood Harbor, Yuan-ji was generally a good man, aside from a touch of lust. At least he genuinely protected Blood Harbor's safety, earning the title of Blood Harbor's guardian. But the captains who had done Yuan-ji's dirty work knew his true character, ruthless and inhumane, yet he still preferred to cloak himself in hypocrisy. Last year, when the 3-headed dragon Gabriel arrived on Earth, he landed not far from Blood Harbor. To divert the blame elsewhere, Yuan-ji captured a group of homeless scavengers in Blood Harbor, tied them aboard a cargo ship, and ordered it to Silver Gull Island. Every few miles, he dropped off a bled human, using human blood and flesh to lure Gabriel to Silver Gull Island, a place rarely infested by monsters and a peaceful, tranquil paradise reminiscent of a paradise. When a powerful, bloodthirsty boss descends upon a defenseless island, it's easy to imagine what will happen: a brutal massacre. The few videos circulating of the 3 dragons slaughtering the island are said to be so brutal that even the most vicious serial killers would vomit uncontrollably, unable to bear the hellish scenes. To completely lock Gabriel on Silver Gull Island and prevent him from coming ashore, Yuan-ji will dispatch slave hunting teams to other cities to capture scavengers and exile all opposition within Blood Harbor to Silver Gull Island to feed Gabriel. Otherwise, why would Gabriel sleep so peacefully on Silver Gull Island? Even Yuan-ji's decision to warn Zuki Uayu and the others against landing wasn't for her sake, but because he was worried that if she woke Gabriel, it would devour him again, and Yuan-ji hadn't yet prepared the next batch of rations. You can't judge a person by their appearance. The cold and elegant aura of a genius, Storm Lord Yuan-ji, is secretly an utterly egoistic extremist and a devoid of conscience. The 3-headed dragon and Yuan-ji both possess a heart of gold. At least the 3-headed dragon cannibalizes humans out of instinct and to regain strength. But Yuan-ji betrayed his compatriots, killing over 100,000 people on Silver Gull Island and constantly capturing slaves to feed them in exchange for a night of peace. What kind of behavior is this? Zhu Qiuyu and the others, having made preliminary preparations to attack the three-headed dragon Gabriel, were unaware of the cold and ruthless eyes watching them. They would not succeed. Even if they successfully hunted Gabriel, they would not be able to escape Lujiang province. They were already being targeted by Yuanji. While the three-headed dragon slumbered, the six simultaneously gathered their strength, unleashing their most powerful attacks to inflict a severe blow upon Gabriel. Standing atop the Arc Star building, the island's tallest structure, Du Xiaodong unsheathed his golden spear, dubbed the Champion Spear, and assumed a perfect javelin-throwing stance. His entire body resembled a drawn bow, his muscular thighs gripping the ground like a savage dragon. His powerful right arm, gripping the javelin, seemed a full circle larger than his left as he exerted force. The golden spear absorbed energy, gleaming brighter in the sunlight, its tip reflecting a chilling light. The class most suited to Du Xiaodong, the legendary javelin thrower who had won 3 gold medals and 1 silver medal in his 18-year career, was undoubtedly the spear thrower, a niche class among ranged professions. 99% of ranged professions either transitioned to soldiers, specializing in firearms, or specialized in archery, becoming archers. Spear throwers were incredibly rare. Thanks to 30 years of persistent training, and the champion spear forged specifically for Du Xiaodong out of gold by his hometown's wealthy merchants as a token of gratitude, Du Xiaodong's legacy became recognized as an epic weapon by the system when the catastrophe struck. Although Du Xiaodong failed to achieve the same miracles and demonstrate the talent necessary for selection into the God Creation Project during the Wasteland era, his solid fundamentals and diligent character still made him a prominent elite professional within the United Council. As the long-range firepower source for this hunt, Du Xiaodong must carefully build up his power for his first strike, ensuring it inflicted a heavy blow on Gabriel. Before the battle, Liu Meng's pet sawtooth pangolin had secretly burrowed beneath Gabriel's habitat and dug a cave beneath it, burying numerous acid bottles and collapse implosion bombs. Explosives and even nuclear bombs were ineffective against powerful bosses with thick skin and flesh. To combat the three-headed dragon Gabriel, whose armor was so sturdy, Zhu Qiuyu purchased acid bottles with a strong corrosive effect on his armor and collapse implosion bombs capable of destroying Gabriel's legs. Having seized the initiative and set a trap for Gabriel, Zhu Qiuyu, confident of a foolproof plan, ordered the attack over the intercom. Pressing the detonator, all the acid bottles simultaneously detonated, the ground instantly cracking and erupting in a gushing, dark green acid that quickly covered Gabriel's body. The acid immediately emanated acrid white smoke and a hissing, corrosive sound as it landed on Gabriel's scales, which resembled both snake and dragon scales. Gabriel's jet black scales were instantly corroded, leaving them pitted and cratered like a steel puppet dropped into a pool of sulfuric acid, his defenses severely weakened. The most severe damage wasn't to the scales themselves, but to Gabriel's pair of black wings, whose vast span obscured the sun. Due to their vast size, the acid corroded the fleshy wings, covered in fine scales, riddled with holes as large as wash basins and water tanks. With a flap of his wings, the wind would pass through the damaged holes. Gabriel could no longer fly. Gabriel, naturally large and incapable of flight, was now completely deprived of his ability to fly. "You lowly insects, how dare you plot against a mighty three-headed dragon?" Awakened from his slumber, Gabriel opened his clouded eyes in anger, unleashing a dragon's might, instantly pressing down upon the ants on the ground. Furious, Gabriel opened the Movu's center head and spewed forth a stream of purple venom. Of the 3 heads of the three-headed dragon, the central one was the most dangerous, capable of spitting deadly venom. The fire-breathing heads on either side were relatively less dangerous. Just as everyone was about to dodge, a flash of golden light ripped through the sky, piercing Gabriel's main head. The immense force of the spear pinned it to the nearby building, and the entire spew of purple venom coated the building's surface. A few drops of the toxin, which poses no threat to inanimate objects, landed around the building, rapidly weathering a large area of grass and trees, and the disease continued to spread. A swift javelin hurled cleanly and effectively killed Gabriel's leader. Brain matter and blood gushed from the wound, and his pupils darkened. The force of the golden javelin's impact was so terrifying that the crew of the Dragon Eagle, several kilometers away, could clearly see the golden light that pierced the sky and earth. Yuanji, observing through his reconnaissance eye, secretly praised him. No wonder he dared to challenge the three-headed dragon. He must be quite capable. However, you underestimated Gabriel. He is a scion of Hydra, The collapse implosion bombs simultaneously took effect, severing Gabriel's two hind legs from his quadrupedal stance, emitting a powerful twisting suction. He was reduced to a pile of shattered flesh and bone. The first round of damage severely damaged Gabriel, and the crew rejoiced. A continuous stream of attacks followed. Berserker Wei Sanbao, brandishing two short axes, leaped upon Gabriel's back and slashed at its neck. During the charge, Wei Sanbao had smeared himself with venom, causing him to enter a wounded state. The wounded berserker's stats and attack power skyrocketed. Summoner Liu Meng summoned her two main beasts, the level 87 Royal Griffin and the level 82 Tanaboa. With a wingspan of 30 meters and a weight of 18.7 tons, the Royal Griffin, capable of catching horses like shakes, stood hundreds of meters tall. Gabriel, the three-headed dragon dominating the entire amusement park, was as adorable and tender as a sparrow. At this moment, the adorable Royal Griffin's attack demonstrated to Gabriel that concentrated essence is the essence. Being large and imposing doesn't guarantee success. Its sharp beak ripped off chunks of flesh, its scales corroded by the acid leaving them vulnerable to attack. Riding atop one of Gabriel's heads, it tore at his head, its claws ripping out one of his eyes. 70 meters long and as thick as a water tank, the Titanaboa, possessing agility belying its size, scrambled up Gabriel's body and wrapped itself around his neck. Its body, strong enough to crush a building, locked onto Gabriel's right head, pinning him to the ground. Zuki-Wayu, already buffed and charged at 5 times the speed of sound. Even the most advanced pre-cataclysm fighters couldn't match her speed. The 3,000-meter distance was covered in an instant. The two sonic blasting blades in her hands were incredibly sharp, severing Gabriel's right head with ease, like tofu. Blood splattered as the dragon's head fell to the ground. Du Xiaodong had pierced the main head, Zuki-Wayu had severed the right, and the left, under the siege of the Royal Griffins, and Wei Sanbao was already bleeding profusely. Victory was imminent. Zuki-Wayu immediately stepped on Gabriel's broken neck and swiftly reached a left dragon head. With the combined strength of the two beasts and Du Xiaodong, who was standing in the distance, continuously hurling javelins, Gabriel's left head bled to the ground. We won, Yu Qingqing, perplexed on the outskirts of the battlefield, jumped for joy. But everyone attacking Gabriel wore a solemn expression. Why had Gabriel not died even after all three heads had been slain? No one had heard the kill notification sound. At that moment, Gabriel's main head, already presumed dead and pinned to the building, opened its eyes filled with amusement. That's it, voices echoed from 3 directions. The blood-drained left dragon head revived, and the severed right head instantly grew. All 3 heads gazed at Zuki-Wayu, who rode on Gabriel's slender neck, offering merciless taunts. Chapter 247 Divine Soldiers Descend from the Sky. Before the operation, Zuki-Wayu failed to investigate a crucial piece of information. The 3-headed dragon Gabriel is the offspring of the Hydra. This is crucial. As an ancient mythical creature, the Hydra possesses 2 unique qualities, its all-destroying toxicity and its terrifying ability to heal. The Hydra's healing power can be summed up in one sentence: chop off one head and 2 will grow back. Everyone knows that killing a Hydra requires chopping off all 9, but few can truly accomplish this. The Hydra's regeneration rate is so rapid that it can easily regenerate 2 in the time it takes to chop off 1, making it impossible to kill them all. Coupled with its lethal venom, the Hydra is a formidable mythical creature. Apparently, the 3-headed dragon Gabriel has inherited the Hydra's remarkable ability to recover. 2 seconds after Du Xiaodong's golden spear pierced its main head, Gabriel's main head had already been restored. He remained impassive, feigning death to tease Zuki-Wayu and the others, making them believe they could kill him, when in reality, they were merely Gabriel's toys. A closer look revealed that despite its wings being crippled by acid bottles, its legs shattered by collapse and implosion bombs, and its head pierced and severed, Gabriel's narrow dragon eyes never once showed a trace of panic. He remained playful in his approach to Zuki-Wayu and the other attackers. He relished the process of building hope in others only to have it destroyed. Seeing the terrified expressions on Zuki-Wayu and the others' faces, Gabriel knew the game was over. With a flick of his neck, every muscle in his slender neck pulsed, sending Zuki-Wayu and Wei Sanbao, who were perched on Gabriel's neck, careening off and flinging themselves away. Simultaneously, Gabriel's 3 heads shot skyward, unleashing thick pillars of fire and torrents of poisonous water. The powerful force briefly punctured the atmosphere, altering the visible spectrum. The sky near Silver Gull Island was a pure black, the color of the universe. Countless massive fireballs hurled themselves from the sky, followed by a black, poisonous rain. Zuki Uayu dodged the fireballs at high speed, her body shielded from the rain by the super speed force she possessed. Wielding a sonic booming glaive, Zuki Uayu, whose attack power rivaled that of a sword master, confronted Gabriel head-on. Gabriel knew that Zuki Uayu was the only foe worthy of even a remote threat. He grasped her and attacked her fiercely, using dragon breath, poison, bites, and claws. A single strike from Gabriel would have slain the less formidable Zuki Uayu, but he simply couldn't reach her. A flash of silver lightning streaked across the amusement park. Every chance Gabriel seemed to have of biting Zuki Uayu was a deliberate opportunity. Once the dragon's head drew near, Zuki Uayu raised her hand and struck Gabriel with a single blow, severely wounding him. The most brutal blow slashed off half of Gabriel's face. However, the horrific wound healed in an instant. Zuki Uayu had no way of dealing with Gabriel. Gabriel could make 1,000 or 10,000 mistakes, but Zuki Uayu only needed one, and she was finished. No one could help Zuki Uayu now. Du Xiaodong, unable to withstand the toxic rain, turned pale and took refuge in a building. However, a barrage of fireballs pelted the structure, causing the upper floors to collapse, trapping Du Xiaodong beneath. Gabriel ignored Du Xiaodong, leaving him to perish in the aftermath of the battle. It was the same old truism that when gods fight, mortals suffer. Chen Lixin, nicknamed the Deep-Sea Whirlpool, watched the drama unfold. Seeing his comrade in distress, he extended 8 massive tentacles, each with suction cups larger than a bowl, to grab Gabriel's thigh and drag him back into the sea. It was a good idea, but Chen Lixin's strength was like that of a 3-year-old compared to Gabriel's. Far from dragging Gabriel, Gabriel pulled him ashore with a single thrust. Then, with a burst of dragon breath, Chen Lixin was forced to sever his tentacles to escape, leaving the carbonized tentacles to retreat back into the depths, unable to fight. The only one who could help was Wei Sanbao. Undaunted, the berserker braved the toxic rain. Wei Sanbao was already severely wounded, but his attack power had reached its maximum. The more wounded a berserker was, the more powerful his attack became. With a roar, Wei Sanbao swung his 2 axes, severing half of Gabriel's wings. But his retribution came quickly. Gabriel, targeting Wei Sanbao with his ferocious attack power, swept him with his powerful dragon tail, barely grazing him before sending him to near death. A direct hit would have been fatal. The Titan Python, highly resistant to various abnormalities, bore the brunt of the fireballs and toxic rain, crawled over and took the unconscious Wei Sanbao into its mouth, retreating. Gabriel, with his left hand, bit him. To cover Wei Sanbao's retreat, the Royal Griffin, attempting to block Gabriel's retreat, fed itself to the tiger, but was devoured by Gabriel. Desperate, out of ammunition and food. After a desperate siege, Gabriel easily broke through it. Zuki Uayu, dancing on the edge of the knife, felt her heart sink to the bottom. Defeat was certain. There was no way she could defeat Gabriel. Running at full speed, not daring to stop, Zuki Uayu saw her cousin Wei Sanbao, lying unconscious, Wei Xiaodong, trapped in the rubble, struggling to escape, Liu Meng, grieving over the loss of her main summon beast, and Yu Qingqing, devastated. I've brought everyone to this desperate situation. It's my fault. I should have underestimated the enemy. Everything is my fault. A tear streaked across Zuki Uayu's smooth face, a fragile expression lingering for only a second. Adults must pay the price for their choices. Zuki Uayu couldn't influence the outcome of the battle, but she could reverse time. At the cost of her own life, she could return the timeline to before she invited her family and friends to hunt Gabriel. Time travel has a strict rule: it must not interfere with the normal course of the timeline, ensuring the world's normal operation. Killing someone who shouldn't have died in the current time frame, or saving someone who should have died, altering the future, will instantly erase the person who altered the timeline due to the immense power of correction. Those possessing time-traveling abilities can alter the future, as long as they dare to sacrifice their own lives. However, those who master time are among the highest caliber professionals. Who would be willing to risk their lives to rewrite the future? Perhaps only the naive Zuki Uai would be willing to sacrifice her own life for someone else's. The situation is now clear: Gabriel is unstoppable. If the fight continues, the severely weakened Liu Meng, the severely injured Wei Sanbao and Du Xiaodong, and the weak Yu Qingqing will undoubtedly perish. They will certainly not escape Silver Gull Island. However, the octopus man Chen Lixin, who calls the ocean his home, will survive. Gabriel cannot find him even if he dives into the seabed. Similarly, Zhu Qiyu, unable to control Gabriel and Gabriel unable to control her, will survive. If she tries to escape, Gabriel cannot catch her. Abandoning her teammates and fleeing alone, or sacrificing herself to save them, this was a difficult choice. Lin Mingyuan knew that Zhu Qiyu's final decision was to sacrifice herself, so in the original timeline, Lin Mingyuan had never heard of Zhu Qiyu's name. She died long ago, but at this time, Zhu Qiyu had not yet made up her mind. Sacrificing one's life for justice is never an easy choice. Zhu Qiyu, who had completely given up on fighting back while running at full speed, was still weighing whether to do so. After running for a long time, Zhu Qiyu's physical strength was gradually declining. If her physical strength continued to decline, she would not be able to run at a speed that would transcend time, and she would be forced to abandon Yu Qingqing and the others. It's time. Zhu Qiyu, who had made her choice, glanced at the familiar sky reluctantly. Suddenly, she accelerated explosively. Her body began to collapse. The silver lightning was stained with a cruel blood color. The flow of time slowed down, then stagnated, and then it was reversed. At that moment, a divine force descended from the sky, billowing black smoke and filling the air. The acrid smell of sulfur carried the scent of destruction. Zhu Qiyu, who had been sprinting furiously, stopped and, gazing at the figure soaring overhead, tears streamed down her face. One cannot comprehend the joy of survival without experiencing despair. Zhu Qiyu knew she would not die. Aboard the Sea Dragon Eagle, Yuan Ji, about to attack, stared at the sky with wide eyes, a mixture of shock and fury. Damn it! Which son of a bitch has come to ruin my life? His heroic rescue plan shattered, Yuan Ji could only gaze at Lin Mingyuan in resentment, waiting for Gabriel to defeat him before he could rescue the beauties from their peril. As for the possibility of Lin Mingyuan, the troublemaker, killing Gabriel, Yuan Ji hadn't considered it. Because he couldn't kill Gabriel, his ego shrugged, believing no one could accomplish what even he couldn't. Lin Mingyuan, who had been flying in human form, instantly transformed into a fire demon upon landing. Yuan Ji immediately recognized Lin Mingyuan. HMPH, so it's that reckless fellow who's been gaining notoriety lately. Let's see what he can do. Yuan Ji was deeply annoyed that people were calling Lin Mingyuan the greatest master in central China. The 40-meter-tall fire demon king was still a tiny creature next to Gabriel, no taller than his legs. Gabriel's massive size was worthy of his Hydra heritage. Hey, long worm, you're the one bullying my friend, aren't you? Strength and weakness can't be determined by size. Standing before Gabriel, leaning on the holy sword, Grankle, Lin Mingyuan's imposing presence even outshone Gabriel. It's wicked. Brother Lin, kill it. All worries and fears vanished the moment he saw Lin Mingyuan. Yu Qingqing excitedly shouted, simultaneously applying a buff to Lin Mingyuan. Feeling the buff fade, Zhu Qiyu, covered in ruptured wounds, couldn't help but smile wryly. Yu Qingqing was, after all, Lin Mingyuan's full-time assistant, and she only had eyes for Lin Mingyuan. Gabriel, previously playful and joking, turned serious. Another fool dares to challenge the spawn of Hydra? I'm giving you a chance. Take your men and get out of Silver Gull Island immediately, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I swear in the name of the Father God Hydra, this will be your burial place. Gabriel, a man of few words, hadn't spoken so much when he dealt with Zhu Qiyu and the others. The moment he saw Lin Mingyuan, he tried to talk him out of it, revealing just how guilty he felt. Spare me? Three fools, you must have drunk too much fake milk powder. Now it's up to me whether I'll let you go or not. And you still have the audacity to say you'll spare me. How ridiculous, Lin Mingyuan scoffed. The verbal exchange was a pretense, his real purpose was to peek at Gabriel's attributes. Lin Mingyuan quietly took out the Antique Master's monocle, and activated his insight spell, Three-Headed Demon Dragon Gabriel, LV 131-159, Lin Mingyuan frowned slightly. Gabriel was significantly higher level than him, yet he could only see basic information. Fortunately, Gabriel hadn't recovered to his peak form. You presumptuous fire demon king. You're only a nascent being, unable to even master the elemental plane of fire. What right do you have to challenge me? Today, I will wipe out the fire demon king's bloodline from this world. The volatile three-headed dragon, enraged by Lin Mingyuan's words, unleashed its domain. Endless black water filled the heavens and earth. The power of the domain spread out, instantly suppressing everyone around it. Lin Mingyuan's attributes dropped by 20%, and the others, suppressed by the domain, would only see their attributes drop even more. The three-headed demon dragon Gabriel dove into the black water and, upon resurfacing, had grown 9 heads, 3 dragon heads and 6 snake heads. Gabriel now had to simultaneously sever all 9 of them to completely slay it. Gabriel had indeed been careless in dealing with Zuqiu and the others, not using the power of his domain at all, let alone displaying his strongest 9-headed form. Chapter 248 Defeat the Three-Headed Dragon. The surging black water covered Lin Mingyuan's calves. The poison, darker than ink, touched his skin, sending a tingling sensation, as if tens of thousands of tiny ants were burrowing into his body. The black water was poisonous, extremely poisonous. Lin Mingyuan reached out and pushed back, a gentle palm wind pushing everyone else out of Gabriel's domain. Taking advantage of Lin Mingyuan's distraction, Gabriel launched an attack, illusory snake heads and real dragon heads interweaving and biting. Lin Mingyuan tilted his head left and right to stretch his cervical spine, then calmly drew his holy sword, Grankle, from the pentagram that emerged in the air. No one had ever forced Gabriel to unleash his full power, and likewise, Lin Mingyuan hadn't used his full strength since the northern battle, especially since acquiring the holy sword, Grankle, and hadn't had a full-scale battle to test his strength. Today was his chance. Gabriel was a formidable foe. With a holy sword in hand, Lin Mingyuan felt a surge of ambition. With a single thought, he activated all his buffs, activating his A-rank talent, Dragon Slayer, and B-rank talent, Arena Domination. His 2 legendary skills, God's Awakening, and the King's Aura, activated simultaneously. Combined with the massive stat boosts from his equipment and the holy sword, Lin Mingyuan, now in his strongest form, boasted 235 strength, 245 agility, 249 constitution, and 130 intelligence, totaling a staggering 850 points. This balance was perfectly balanced, with no weaknesses at all. Gabriel, a descendant of an ancient mythical creature and possessing dragon blood, was 30 levels higher than Lin Mingyuan, but his stats weren't as exaggerated. They were only about 200 points lower, essentially only the bonus from 1 Gilliankle. Even with such high stats, even after a 20% domain suppression, Lin Mingyuan's stats were still firmly ahead of Gabriel's. Lin Mingyuan, who struck later, was even faster than Gabriel. With a sweep of his holy sword, he severed a snake head. Immediately following, he unleashed a blightstorm, a hurricane of wind rising from the ground that instantly chopped a dragon head and 3 snake heads into pulp. Gabriel's long neck was also shredded into pieces, finer than a meat grinder, and then incinerated by the flames. Grankle possessed extremely powerful fire and light enchantments. With a single strike, his sword dealt not only physical damage but also true damage, fire damage, and light damage, making him a formidable counter to creatures of darkness. A single blow from the severed dragon head instantly incinerated it, the damage overwhelming. Flames sizzled and burned in the wound, but Gabriel's healing speed was so rapid that he grew a new head despite the flames. The 2 dragon heads aligned, piercing the sword energy and easily destroying its skull. With unparalleled and overwhelming force, the sword cleaved through Gabriel's 5 heads, both real and imaginary. The battle lasted only 2 seconds, the time it took to say a word, and all 9 of Gabriel's heads were severed. Several were even severed multiple times, yet Gabriel always managed to maintain 5 to 8 heads intact. Lin Mingyuan, who had just used brute force to overpower Gabriel and chopped off all 5 of his heads with a single blow, took a moment to catch his breath before the 5 severed heads had grown back. If self-healing abilities were categorized into levels, low-level healing would accelerate recovery, allowing injuries like broken bones to heal in just 2 or 3 days, which would normally take 6 months or 3 months to recover from. Intermediate healing could allow for the regeneration of severed limbs, allowing for the rapid recovery of non-critical injuries sustained in combat, making it invaluable in high-intensity warfare. Lin Mingyuan's healing abilities were undoubtedly advanced, allowing him to recover from minor or serious injuries, even limb fractures, and even near-death situations in mere seconds. As long as Lin Mingyuan couldn't be eliminated quickly, giving him a moment to breathe would allow him to return to full health. In less than 30 years, he could be a brave man again in 3 seconds. Gabriel's healing ability is even more powerful than Lin Mingyuan's, reaching a new level above the advanced level, known as the highest level. While Lin Mingyuan can recover as long as he survives, he'll still die if he takes enough damage. Gabriel, on the other hand, is indestructible. Conventional means are incapable of killing him. He truly heals faster than he injures himself. Chop off his head, and his legs grow back. Killing him requires only a split second to completely obliterate him, leaving no trace. Even a demigod struggles to achieve this. Healing abilities even stronger than Gabriel's can only be achieved at the level of laws. Each DNA helix contains the entire informational element of life, allowing rebirth with a single drop of blood. This is God-level healing. My words still stand. Leave now. I won't bother you. Gabriel, having withstood a round of damage from Lin Mingyuan unscathed, didn't dare to pretend. He was completely suppressed by Lin Mingyuan, unable to fight back. If it weren't for the incredibly powerful healing abilities bestowed upon him by his father, the Hydra, Gabriel would have certainly been doomed. Lin Mingyuan sneered in response to Gabriel. The battle had only just begun, and Lin Mingyuan hadn't yet exerted his full strength. A tiny star suddenly lit up within the ring of the sword's jaw. Lin Mingyuan activated Gilliankel's ninth effect, No Two Suns in the Sky, briefly gaining control of the sun. Above him lay a gloomy, dreary green sky, beneath him lay boundless black water, suffocating even Lin Mingyuan's flames. Gabriel's black water domain was the key to his ability to contend with Lin Mingyuan. But now, Lin Mingyuan wielded the power of a star at its peak, and Gabriel's domain could no longer maintain its hold. Extremely concentrated blazing sunfire descended upon Earth at 100 times the speed of light, transforming into a three-legged golden crow that pierced the domain, sending brilliant sunlight streaming in through the breach. This wasn't to say that once a domain was activated, it was invincible, a sufficiently powerful force could pierce it. It was simply that many sanctuary professionals lacked the power to do so. Last year, Lin Mingyuan had previously breached the domain of Demon Prince Lois. However, since the Demon Prince's strength hadn't fully recovered, his domain was relatively fragile and was ripped apart by Lin Mingyuan's newly mastered Heavenly Gate. Gabriel's domain was more complete and powerful. Lin Mingyuan's Heavenly Gate could only escape Gabriel's domain, not destroy it. However, Lin Mingyuan shamelessly borrowed the power of a divine artifact, harnessing a trace of the sun's energy to easily destroy the integrity of Gabriel's domain. No, the moment the domain shattered, the 9 heads became 8, and a pure black serpent head suddenly disintegrated. Gabriel let out a heartbreaking howl. A faint smile crossed Lin Mingyuan's face, his heart filled with joy. I guessed right. Gabriel wasn't the true Hydra. He could only draw upon the Hydra's power when he unleashed the Blackwater domain, a domain unique to the Hydra bloodline. While in the sky, Lin Mingyuan observed the battle between Zuki-Uayu and Gabriel. Gabriel, like Lin Mingyuan, took 2 seconds to recover after losing a head. He possessed advanced self-healing abilities, though far from the highest level. Only in his 9-headed state did Gabriel possess the highest level of self-healing, repairing a severed head in just a fraction of a second. The key to defeating Gabriel lay in dispelling his 9-headed state. With only advanced self-healing abilities, Lin Mingyuan could easily sever 3 of Gabriel's heads in under 2 seconds. Since Gabriel's 9-headed state could only be activated within his domain, breaking Gabriel's domain was the only solution. Gabriel's screams confirmed that Lin Mingyuan's thinking was correct. Gabriel's domain must be destroyed before he could be killed. With this thought in mind, Lin Mingyuan turned his gun. The powerful life force faded to a minimum, and Gilliankel trembled slightly, accumulating immense energy within. Inflicting 1,000 casualties on the enemy while inflicting 800 casualties on oneself, this was Lin Mingyuan's legendary suicide skill, the demonic flame sword. A massive flaming sword energy soared into the sky, tearing a long scar through the already breached Blackwater domain. 8 heads became 7, and Gabriel lost another. Lin Mingyuan's strength remained unchanged. Simply switching from the Great Sword of Judgment to the Holy Sword, Grankel, doubled the damage of the Demon Flame-slaying sword. Not only the Demon Flame-slaying sword, but the power of all of Lin Mingyuan's sword moves was nearly doubled. However, this wasn't effective against Gabriel's exceptional resilience. Rifles can kill, and so can cannons, but rifles and cannons are 2 different things. Die! Gabriel's eyes raged when Lin Mingyuan spotted the flaw. His melee abilities completely suppressed, Gabriel could only rely on dragon breath and magic to attack Lin Mingyuan. The Blackwater formed a prison, trapping Lin Mingyuan within. Gabriel unleashed a torrent of deep purple poisonous water. The Fire Demon King's skin, despite its high defenses, rotted instantly upon contact, poisoning blood and flesh. Lin Mingyuan had to swiftly cut off the rotten flesh to prevent the spread of the poison. Gabriel, previously beaten by Lin Mingyuan, was unable to recover. Now given the chance to fight back, Gabriel dealt a heavy blow to Lin Mingyuan, but his joy was fleeting, as Lin Mingyuan's injuries had also healed. You also have advanced self-healing abilities. Lin Mingyuan didn't bother to reply. Grankle gently sliced through the water prison. Lin Mingyuan continued to ignore Gabriel, plunging his holy sword into the ground, tearing a hole beneath Gabriel's domain. Such a minor wound wouldn't be enough to weaken Gabriel further. Lin Mingyuan simply sought to unleash the earth's fire. The earth shattered, magma erupted. Meanwhile, meteorites blazing with celestial fire descended overhead. The eternal fire, breaking free from the suppression of his domain, burned throughout Lin Mingyuan's body. The three fires of heaven, earth, and man converged within Gabriel's domain. The encounter between the three distinct flames instantly triggered a chemical reaction, raising the flames' temperatures hundreds and thousands of times, constantly drawing the three fires into them, forming a furnace that smelted everything. The ultimate secret of the furnace sword technique, the furnace of annihilation. Once the furnace was formed, it was unstoppable. The flames that filled the heavens and earth instantly evaporated a black water within 100 meters around Lin Mingyuan. Gabriel, unwilling to give in and still resisting, mobilized the black water to create a raging surge in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Whether water conquers fire or fire conquers water depends on which is superior in quality and quantity. Clearly, the black water domain was inferior to the world-destroying furnace in both quality and quantity. The waves evaporated as they approached the furnace, and when they were poured onto the furnace, it was like pouring a bucket of water on a forest fire, with no effect. The black water quickly evaporated. Gabriel's roar of rage continued, and his severed heads shrank to 6, then 5, then 4, until the black water domain was breached from within and dissipated. Gabriel, scorched by the furnace, was kicked out of the furnace by Lin Mingyuan. The furnace of annihilation and the domain dissipated simultaneously. Lin Mingyuan instantly rushed to the collapsed Gabriel. After severing two heads, Lin Mingyuan placed Grankle on Gabriel's remaining head, the sharp edge of the holy sword causing its charred flesh to shrink. With the black water domain broken, Gabriel lost the Hydra's supreme self-healing ability. The two severed heads took 2 seconds to heal, while Lin Mingyuan decapitated it in less than 2 seconds. Gabriel lay on the ground, panting like a dead dog. His advanced healing ability was still in effect, and he would recover in seconds. However, he had given up his futile resistance. He closed his bloodshot eyes and said, "I'll lose. If you want to kill me, please do it quickly. The Father awaits me in his kingdom. One day, one will pay for one's actions." Gabriel, a man of many evil deeds, thought of his own demise and felt quite alone. Lin Mingyuan didn't even need to exert force to kill Gabriel. He only needed to loosen his grip, and Grankle would descend like a guillotine, severing the remaining head. But Lin Mingyuan didn't do that. He retracted his holy sword, staring down at Gabriel, who was desperately seeking death. "What did you mean when you said I was still in the nascent stage, that I hadn't even mastered the elemental plane of fire?" Sparing Gabriel's life was, of course, to resolve Lin Mingyuan's confusion. He had noticed Gabriel's words even before the battle began. "Don't you know? Oh, I see. You're not a native fire demon king at all. No wonder you're so friendly to those puny humans, like ants. You're just a lowly earthling, unafraid of death." Gabriel had nothing to fear. A glint of sarcasm flashed in its murky eyes, mocking Lin Mingyuan wantonly. "Spitting at the sky will only humiliate oneself." Lin Mingyuan said calmly, "If I am a lowly earthling, then what is the three-headed demon dragon Gabriel who inherited the bloodline of the great Hydra and was defeated by lowly earthlings? What a clever talker you have. I can't beat you or argue with you, but don't even think about getting any useful information from me. Let this noble bloodline sink completely in you. I won't say anything." After that, Gabriel crawled on the ground and kept silent. He was too lazy to even recover from his injuries. The broken dragon head with a smooth incision showed no signs of self-healing. If it wants to die, let it die. It happens that I want to use its heartstrings as material to strengthen the sonic blade. Zuki Uayu came over with her injured body. She wanted to play the good cop to scare Gabriel, but Gabriel was indifferent, with an attitude of being a tough guy and not willing to cooperate. "Kill me if you want, cut me if you want. You want me to reveal important information? No way." Seeing this, Lin Mingyuan sneered twice. "Okay, stop pretending. Do you think I don't know the little tricks in your mind? Don't you want to use this information to exchange for my life? To be honest, Whether you live or die has little impact on me. I can let you go, as long as you tell me everything you know about the Flame Demon King and the Fire Elemental Plane. Death is like going home to me. Do you think the offspring of Hydra are afraid of death? Gabriel stuck his neck out and tried to pretend to be tough. Lin Mingyuan warned him, don't push your luck. My patience is limited. If you don't tell me, die, who wants to die when they can live? Gabriel was just waiting for the right price, and when he felt that Lin Mingyuan had murderous intentions, he immediately gave in. Okay, don't be angry, I'll tell you what I mean. Gabriel was about to speak when a high-speed ball of lightning flew across the sea, electrocuting all the fish and shrimps along the way and then forcefully landed on the island. Someone is coming. Chapter 249, Fire Demon King vs. Storm Lord. Even before the ball lightning arrived, Lin Mingyuan knew the newcomer was an uninvited guest. Before he made his move, he spotted Storm Lord Yuan Ji, using a detection spell to spy obscenely from the Dragon Eagle. Few demigods have emerged from central China, and even fewer remain. Only the top 3 on the top 100 list, the Necromancer Night King, Storm Lord Yuan Ji, and Green Dragon Master Lu Wangchuan. These 3 figures are prominent figures in central China, their sneeze sending shockwaves through the region, and any unfounded gossip is eagerly reported by all media outlets. The most mysterious and low-key, the one who makes the least headlines, is central China's foremost necromancer, Night King. He's as enigmatic as Caesar, rarely appearing in public, mostly confined to the underworld, only appearing at major events. The Night King has averted several major disasters in central China, repeatedly saving the people of central China from danger. Despite his brooding demeanor, Night King is deeply beloved by the people of central China. The third-ranked Green Dragon Master, Lu Wangchuan, can be described in one word: a good man, a truly good man, whose kindness made him what he is. Lu Wangchuan was originally just an ordinary summoner, with nothing remarkable to offer. However, during a massive, real-world dungeon raid in the 3rd year of Cataclysm, a half-dragon who was helping a professional guide battled the dungeon boss, leaving both sides wounded. As the professionals rushed to capture the boss, Lu Wangchuan, with a kind heart, refrained from rushing in to hunt down the low-health boss. Instead, he forfeited the readily available opportunity to help the severely injured half-dragon heal. When the evil main boss, the Swamp God, was slain, the curse was lifted, revealing the wounded half-dragon's true form. She is none other than the Green Dragon Mother, captured by the Swamp God. To thank Lu Wangchuan for his healing, the Green Dragon Mother and Lu Wangchuan forged a contract, granting Lu Wangchuan the ability to summon her green dragons at any time, even summoning demigod-level Green Dragon Mothers in critical moments. Therefore, Lu Wangchuan is known as the Green Dragon Envoy, her apostle in the mortal realm. Rather than ranking 3rd on the top 100, it's more accurate to say that the Green Dragon Mother is 3rd. At gatherings of powerful demigods, Lu Wangchuan is dismissive, claiming he's simply taking advantage of the Green Dragon Mother and unworthy of the place. Lu Wangchuan's 3rd place ranking is precisely because he isn't a demigod himself, but rather relies on the Green Dragon Mother's influence. Of the top 3, Yuan Ji is the most frequently in the news. His brash and outspoken nature makes him a frequent target of headlines, contributing to his media attention. Another major factor is Yuan Ji's lustful nature, paralyzed by the sight of a beautiful woman. Even a woman of even the slightest beauty in his domain is vulnerable to his clutches. After Yuan Ji ascended to demigod status, he set a most absurd record: 63 weddings within a month, marrying 64 women, including a pair of twin sisters whose weddings were held together. Yuan Ji was a classic example of someone who becomes arrogant when he achieves success. Before his rise to fame, he feigned the image of a loyal and righteous city protector. However, after his ascension to demigod status, no one in central China could control him. His true nature was fully exposed. Fortunately, Yuan Ji was merely lustful. Lin Mingyuan hadn't heard much negative news about him beyond that. Especially compared to certain tyrants in Africa and warlords in Southeast Asia, Yuan Ji wasn't exactly a bad person. Of course, what Lin Mingyuan knew was only a partial glimpse. Yuan Ji's disguise was well crafted, and many of his misdeeds were concealed, leaving no one aware of his past misdeeds. Although he held no strong grudge against Yuan Ji, Lin Mingyuan knew that Yuan Ji was attracted to the beauty of Yu King and Zhu Qiuyu. With Lin Mingyuan around, Yuan Ji would certainly not succeed. Lin Mingyuan was about to open his mouth when Yuan Ji launched into tirade. Who are you? How dare you hunt the boss in my territory without permission? You're simply disrespecting me. Yuanji is so arrogant. He's out to outwit me, just like how I heard others describe him in my previous life. Lin Mingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a sign of extreme danger to those familiar with him, a sign of his anger. Who do you think you are? When did Silver Gull Island become your territory? Lin Mingyuan was ruthless and unforgiving towards his enemies and alien creatures, but when it came to his compatriots, he was willing to be reasonable, never punishing without warning. Blood Harbor and the surrounding archipelagos belong to me, Yuanji. Hasn't anyone told you? Yuanji, head held high and eyes drooping, his tone softened slightly. I know you. You're Lin Mingyuan, Central China's foremost swordsman. And those blind idiots claim you're Central China's strongest. I refuse to accept that title. Central China's strongest can only be a mage. It's either me or that icy-faced Wu Jishan. Yang Qi from Luoxia province doesn't even qualify, let alone you. Yuanji's aggressive rhetoric clearly reveals him as a typical proponent of mage supremacy, believing mages should be superior to all other professionals and receive special treatment. Since you've brought honor to Central China's professionals by defeating the arrogant Duke of the Silver Empire, I won't make things difficult for you. Give me the head of the three-headed demon dragon, it's my prey. Also, hand over the 2 female spies to me, and you can leave. Yuanji gestured towards Yu Qingqing and Zhu Qiuyu. Who are you calling a spy? Yu Qingqing glared at Yuanji, her eyes wide. This guy was no good. A piercing murderous intent flashed in his narrow eyes. Lin Mingyuan shouted, I finally know why you're here. Turns out you want to kill me. Gabriel has been on Silver Gull Island the whole time, yet you didn't dare to attack him. Now that I've injured him, you come here to kill me. You're even tempted by my beauty and want to kidnap my friend. Who gave you the guts? Lin Mingyuan's voice grew louder and louder, until his last question resonated like the roar of a god, reverberating between heaven and earth. The resounding sound wave sent piercing pain through the eardrums of Yuanji, a fragile mage with only 30 points of health. His breathing hitched, and his facial muscles twitched. It seems you're rejecting my offer of kindness. Then let's see who's the winner. Yuanji, undeterred by martial ethics, struck before he could even finish his words. A hidden electric current pierced the air and struck Lin Mingyuan, coating his body with a special, indelible charge. This was Yuanji's initial skill, Lightning Rod. Once struck by the lightning rod, all of Yuanji's subsequent lightning skills would have a tracking effect, forcing Lin Mingyuan to withstand it, unable to escape. Dark, cumulonimbus clouds piled up, rapidly filing the sky. Lightning gathered within the thunder clouds. He raised his hand and summoned 2 level 100 storm elementals. Their lower bodies were composed of floating debris from the swirling storm vortex, while their upper bodies were pure blue, like the genie in Aladdin's lamp. Thunderbolts formed their physiques, and lightning erupted from his fingertips. Acting as a lightning rod, Lin Mingyuan couldn't dodge the storm elementals, lightning bolts, and could only take them. His primary magic resistance combined with the fire demon King's rough hide could block about 30% of magic damage, a significant amount indeed. However, Yuanji undoubtedly possessed a natural talent for magic penetration, and his intelligence was extremely high. Even with this 30% reduction, the magic damage was still considerable. Yuanji, lifted high by the storm, flew into the sky like Zeus, the god of thunder. Chain lightning and thunderbolts were unleashed in succession, like divine punishment. Dozens of bolts of lightning rained down upon Lin Mingyuan in a matter of seconds, ripping his flesh to pieces. He could even smell the burnt odor emanating from his own body. A turning point. The 3-headed dragon Gabriel watched the show contentedly from the ground, minimizing his presence and daring not to act rashly. It looked as if Lin Mingyuan was taking the beating, unable to fight back, but Gabriel knew that Lin Mingyuan was trying to gauge the enemy's attack power, attack frequency, and other specific parameters. Professionals with advanced self-healing abilities prefer to take a beating first, understanding their enemy's tactics before striking hard and crushing them in a single blow. Mages possess a vast array of skills, capable of learning everything. They may possess over a dozen types of life magic, providing solutions for every situation. However, in conventional combat, mages typically rely on only 2 or 3 of their most specialized spells. Xinyi's most proficient spell is Blizzard, her core spell. Yuanji's core damaging spells are Chain Lightning and Thunderbolt, which have extremely short cooldowns and can be cast infinitely. Chain Lightning jumps between multiple units, effectively acting as a lightning bolt on a single target, while Thunderbolt is a thunderbolt, a high-damage single-target magic attack. Using these two spells alternately and with an extremely high frequency of damage output, he becomes a true spell turret. No one can see the lightning bolt-shaped number floating above Lin Mingyuan's head, except Yuan Ji. With each lightning bolt striking Lin Mingyuan, the number above his head jumps one position, stopping at 99. This is Yuan Ji's S-rank talent, Static Mark. When Yuan Ji and his summoned storm elementals unleash lightning spells on an enemy, they stack a mark. Yuan Ji can detonate the mark at any time, dealing heavy magic damage to the enemy. The mark can stack up to 99 times, reaching its maximum damage. Yuan Ji has previously demonstrated that a 10-fold static mark explosion can kill a troll of his level, known for its strength. Yet, Yuan Ji has never encountered an opponent who can reach 99 static marks, as no one can withstand Yuan Ji's 99 lightning spells. Today presents an opportunity to test the limits of damage. When the static mark reaches 99, Yuan Ji detonates it without hesitation. Electric snakes dance wildly, the raging lightning rapidly expanding into an all-consuming ball of lightning. The massive fire demon's body is instantly engulfed, and the scattered cars around Lin Mingyuan are smelted into molten iron. Is he dead? He must be. No one can withstand 99 layers of static mark. What the hell is Central China's #1 swordsman? That's it, beneath the dark clouds, amidst the roar of lightning and thunder, Yuan Ji laughed triumphantly. He was certain Lin Mingyuan couldn't withstand 99 layers of static mark. Lin Mingyuan certainly couldn't. The moment the static mark erupted, 2/3 of his body, including half his head, was blasted to ash by the incredible lightning damage. But Lin Mingyuan was prepared, and he slipped away the moment the static mark erupted. With a flash of space-time energy, Lin Mingyuan decisively fled the moment the static mark erupted. A second later would have been fatal. If Lin Mingyuan resisted, he would surely be struck into the unyielding state, and his stats would double. But even with doubled stats, he wasn't sure he could survive the terrifying static mark. This was Yuan Ji's domineering nature. Those who would become demigods were no simple task, each had their own unique skills. He sensed danger as soon as Lin Mingyuan's static mark reached 10 stacks. By the time it reached 40, he felt the danger was deadly. 99 wasn't even necessary. Around 40 would have been enough to kill Lin Mingyuan, with his 249 constitution points. Even if he reached 99, even with only 400, he would have been instantly killed. The nature of the static mark destined Yuan Ji to become a magic machine gun, skilled at devastating his enemies with short cooldown abilities. Fully understanding Yuan Ji's attack patterns, Lin Mingyuan quietly reverted to human form and hid in a building, waiting a second to prioritize healing his sword-wielding right arm. Without even a glimpse of his lower body, Lin Mingyuan impatiently activated the heavenly gate and flashed behind Yuan Ji. A single swipe from Gilliankel severed Yuan Ji in half. Blood splattered everywhere, and Yuan Ji's lower half plummeted into the turbulent East China Sea, while his upper half, a ball of pure elemental lightning, pierced the clouds and soared into the sky. With his adrenaline surging in the face of life-or-death crisis, Yuan Ji reacted with incredible speed, instantly transforming into a ball of lightning and fleeing without even uttering a harsh word. Of course, if Yuan Ji could still speak, it would only be a scream of pain. He was a mage, not a warrior, but he had never suffered such a severe injury before. The excruciating pain of being beheaded, one of the 10 most brutal tortures, instantly made his mind go blank, filled with nothing but fear. Lin Mingyuan spread his Hunbian wings and chased for dozens of meters. The fleeing Yuan Ji cast an air wall to block Lin Mingyuan. After shattering several air walls, Lin Mingyuan's speed was greatly slowed. He could only watch Yuan Ji flee, unable to catch up. Lin Mingyuan simply sheathed his sword and gave up the pursuit. His killing intent was already weak, otherwise, Lin Mingyuan would not have beheaded Yuan Ji, but rather beheaded him. As long as Yuan Ji stopped the bleeding in time, the mortality rate for a professional with a strong physique was less than 10%. However, beheading Yuan Ji would have been certain death. Without the nourishment of his body, his brilliant mind would have perished quickly. Lin Mingyuan landed lightly on the ground, his horrific injuries having healed. The area where he had stood was now a 300-meter deep crater, with electricity still crackling at the bottom. The nearby office building was affected, like a cookie taken out by a greedy child, permanently missing a piece. Fortunately, Zuki Uai and the others had retreated far enough and escaped serious injury. I knew you'd survive. "That evil human mage is no match for you," Gabriel said flatteringly, seeing that Lin Mingyuan had emerged victorious. In fact, Gabriel had already prepared himself to fight Yuan Ji when he saw Lin Mingyuan being engulfed by the lightning ball, but he wasn't going to stand there foolishly and let Yuan Ji easily stack dozens of static electricity marks on him. Chapter 250 The Fire Demon King and the Fire Elemental Plane. "Alright, enough flattery. Now you can speak," Lin Mingyuan said calmly, having just survived 2 fierce battles, yet he seemed to have exerted no effort. "Before I explain the origin and origins of the Fire Demon King's bloodline, I want to explain a concept, the uniqueness of the original universe and the similarities of the multiverse." The three-headed dragon raised its head, acting as a lecturer, explaining the knowledge to Lin Mingyuan. "First, you must understand a concept. The birth of the origin universe is the beginning of all things, the source of the eternal and unchanging division of space, and the reason why the long river of time began to flow. The supreme origin universe is unique. The abyss, the divine realm, and the elemental planes that you are familiar with all originate from the origin universe. When you mention the abyss, the divine realm, or the elemental planes, you are referring to the abyss, the divine realm, and the elemental planes of the origin universe. The origin universe is the mother universe, and the multiverse is the daughter universe. In the wars that shattered space and disrupted time, the origin universe was split into countless pieces. Countless planets with life were forever separated from the sequence of the origin universe, and they nurtured their own civilizations in independent spaces with different time flows. But no matter how advanced a civilization, the myths and legends of the multiverse are largely the same. For example, your Earth has never had any traces of the Hydra, but there are legends of the Hydra. You also know that the golden crow is a specific symbol of the sun. These similarities are enough to prove that Earth is a multiverse split from the origin universe. Only by understanding this concept can you understand the relationship between the Fire Lord and the elemental plane of fire. The elemental plane is the foundation of the world, having existed since the dawn of the primordial universe. The Fire Lord is the first being born on the fire elemental plane. His purpose is to protect the fire elemental plane from invasion, destruction, and the theft of its power by those with ill intentions. If you think of the fire elemental plane as a large house, then the Fire Lord is the head of the household. He can decorate the house as he sees fit, and he has the final say on adding children, importing children, and hiring servants. The same is true for the lords of other elemental planes, but the fire element, possessing the power of creation and destruction, was too powerful. As the leader of the 4 elemental lords and lord of the flame elemental plane, the Fire Demon King's power grew immeasurably. The dull and boring fire elemental plane could no longer satisfy his burgeoning ambitions, so the Fire Demon King chose to surrender to the abyss and become a member of it. The selfish and greedy Fire Demon King knew full well that if the head of a family abandoned their home, the family members would elect a new head. Unable to abandon the fire elemental plane, the Fire Demon King created a backdoor for himself. His eyes served as a gateway to the fire elemental plane, allowing him to travel there at any time, even from the abyss. This foreshadowed his demise. The almighty gods could not tolerate the elemental plane of fire being controlled by the Fire Lord, who was falling into the abyss. They silently set a deadly trap and slew the greedy Fire Lord in an eternal war. As I have said before, the elemental plane of fire is the source of the Fire Lord's power. As long as the Fire Lord exists, the Fire Lord will not die, and he will be revived in the eternal flames. There are only 2 ways to completely eliminate this troublesome Fire Lord. Either completely destroy the Fire Lord or make the Fire Lord's bloodline lose its uniqueness. Without its uniqueness, the Fire Lord cannot be reborn in the unique Fire Lord. As the cornerstone of the world, destroying the Fire Lord would be suicidal, so the gods could only choose the second method. The powerful Fire Lord was ultimately no match for the gods and died sadly on the eternal battlefield. I'm not a god, and I can't understand the methods of the gods. Anyway, the Fire Lord's bloodline lost its uniqueness and its right to control the fire elemental plane. The gods, disgusted by its bloodline, almost completely destroyed it. No Fire Lord has ever appeared again in the origin universe, nor in the multiverse. So, I'm curious, how did you inherit the Fire Lord's bloodline? Gabriel gave Lin Mingyuan a lengthy explanation of the origins of the fire elemental plane and the Fire Lord. The amount of information was too much for Lin Mingyuan to digest immediately. But he only needed to know 2 things. First, the fire elemental plane had no master, and second, Lin Mingyuan was unique. He was the only Fire Lord. Lin Mingyuan glared at Gabriel, telling him to recognize his identity and stop asking questions he shouldn't. Lin Mingyuan, acquainted with ancient secrets, sighed deeply. The Fire Lord's bloodline was completely destroyed in the real world, but the Emerald Dragon Mother, wielding the power of dreams, had left a spark of fire within it. Creating something from nothing, from the imaginary to the real, the Emerald Dragon Mother, drawing on her powerful dream power, simulated the Fire Lord's bloodline. Through a series of coincidences, it was inherited by Lin Mingyuan. However, before he could control the elemental plane of fire, Lin Mingyuan, the Fire Lord, remained unofficially recognized and an imposter. Only by regaining control of the elemental plane could he truly become the Fire Lord. How do I control the elemental plane of fire? You shouldn't ask me that. You know better than I do. You possess the Fire Lord's bloodline and have a mysterious connection to the elemental plane of fire. Find the path to the elemental plane, enter it, and control it, Gabriel said casually, as if saying putting an elephant in a refrigerator only takes 3 steps. Everyone knows what those steps are, but who can actually do it? I swear by the honor of Father Hydra, I've told you everything I know. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Gabriel's 6 eyes were fixed on Lin Mingyuan, fearing he might renege. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but you can't leave Silver Gull Island. Once you land, the treaty between us will be void. Do you understand? He could spare Gabriel, but only if he obeyed. If he tried to cause trouble again, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't let him off again. Gabriel nodded, confirming that Lin Mingyuan wouldn't kill him. Grateful, he said to Lin Mingyuan, you're a human who keeps his word. In return, I can tell you an important piece of information. What important information? Lin Mingyuan asked with a smile, having unexpectedly received an unexpected reward. The human mage who just escaped. I'm familiar with his scent. He's the one who lured me to Silver Gull Island. To prevent me from leaving Silver Gull Island to hunt, he opens a portal every month and sends many human slaves to curry my favor. Gabriel quipped, you all call me a demonic dragon, but you don't know that man's heart is 1,000 times more evil than mine. It's my nature to eat humans, but he's putting his own people before my mouth. Who's more evil, me or him? Lin Mingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly without answering, turning away. The matter was settled, and with a swirling mind, Lin Mingyuan went to see the injured team members. Zhu Qiuayu's ruptured wounds were no longer a problem. She had mastered the speed force, using it to accelerate the flow of time in the injured area, thus accelerating her healing process. Yu Qingqing, who wasn't participating in the battle, was in the best condition and was responsible for caring for the other wounded. Wei Sanbao remained unconscious. Du Xiaodong struggled to escape the collapsed building, suffering a broken leg. Summoner Liu Meng wept as she hugged Titanaboa. One of her main summons, the Royal Griffin, had perished. The worst hit was Zhu Qiuayu's highly paid naval expert, deep-sea whirlpool Chen Lixin. As an octopus man, he suffered all 8 broken tentacles, a wound as severe as being cut in half. Fortunately, octopuses possessed remarkable healing abilities, and would likely recover faster than Wei Sanbao. Lin Mingyuan didn't recognize anyone else. He simply nodded and greeted Du Xiaodong, whom he had met a few times. Then he said to Zhu Qiuayu, you still consider me a friend? You didn't even tell me you were here. If the guards at the portal hadn't tipped me off, I wouldn't have known you were here. I didn't expect the situation in central China to be so complicated. It almost caused a disaster. Thank you so much, Zhu Qiuayu said with a wry smile. Why are you being so polite to me? We can't stay here for long. Let's return to Blackstone City, Lin Mingyuan said. After commandeering the Dragon Eagle and getting a cell phone signal near land, Lin Mingyuan immediately called Yankee's senior disciple, Zhao Ligan, to open a portal to pick them up. Half a minute later, the portal opened, and Lin Mingyuan led everyone through it back to the bustling Blackstone City. Lord, the tall silver knight guards bowed in unison upon seeing Lin Mingyuan. Du Xiaodong and the others envied Lin Mingyuan's influence in Blackstone City. When Du Xiaodong first arrived, Blackstone City was devastated, its grounds brimming with ruin. Now, Blackstone City has expanded several times, its defenses are fortified, and it's home to a throng of experts. Merchants and professionals flock to its shores, rivaling even those in Hejian City. Since you're Qiuayu and Qingqing's teammates, you're my friends. Please stay at the City Lord's mansion. I'll arrange for excellent doctors and druids to help you recover quickly. Thank you, Lord, Du Xiaodong said, leading the way in gratitude, and the others echoed him. After ordering the guards to take a few people to rest and recuperate, Lin Mingyuan, Zukiwayu, and Yu King arrived at the tea room for the guests. Tell me, why did you attack Gabriel? Lin Mingyuan knew, but he couldn't say it. Zukiwayu explained the whole story and then thanked Lin Mingyuan again. You helped me in the northern decisive battle, and now I'm helping you once again. We owe each other nothing, it's different. I helped you in the northern decisive battle. If you hadn't saved me this time, I would have been dead. Your life-saving grace is greater than heaven. Please let me know if you need anything, Zukiwayu said. Lin Mingyuan felt extremely guilty for playing tricks on such an honest girl, but there was no other way. His plan required Zukiwayu. Actually, I do have something I need your help with, but I'll wait until you've recovered. Lin Mingyuan wasn't being mysterious, he wasn't ready yet, and he didn't want Zukiwayu to get hurt. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.